about how we could do better with sharing. As a sector, we are incredibly, we have a similar mindset about can-do, about problem-solving, but we're really, really bad at sharing our problem-solving strategies. We're really bad at working in silos. And I think we can do an awful lot better. So thank you all for coming. I feel a bit like I've invited you all to my birthday party. So please make sure you have plenty to eat, because we've ordered masses of food. And there'll be as much tomorrow. So you'll need to make sure you take it home with you, because we've catered for the party. But thank you all so much for coming. We could not run this event without you guys, without people who volunteered to speak, to come and share their ideas and their passion around the theme of closing the loop. Sharing the learning that we've all got from our own experiences and how we can use that as a community for betterment. And so thank you so much for coming. Now, I've got a number of notes here to pass on with you. We are using Slido. Does everybody know what Slido is? No? Okay, I'll attempt to explain it to you, and if not, if I get it wrong, Craig will shout at me at the back. Slido is an online way of asking questions. There's a QR code on the other screen. If you scan that QR code, it enables you to ask questions or type them in live during the presentations. Now, we're running with 16 presentations over the next 2 days. We deliberately went with more presentations rather than fewer longer ones. That was done deliberately to give everybody a voice, opportunity to speak, and then we went for much longer networking periods. So my job is to keep everybody on time. Okay, I have got a little panel here. You will get a 5-minute warning, and then you'll get really angry. You've got 1 minute left, all right, if you're going out over time. As the presenters are speaking, if you have any questions you think of, you can type them in through Slido. They'll appear on that screen. We're then going to use 5 minutes after presentations to go to the questions. Okay. Timings are a bit fluid, but we do need to try and stay on time. Otherwise, I understand there's some football thing on tonight, and we will miss it if you all talk too much and go over time. So that leads me nicely onto the football. Craig has managed to negotiate to have the football on at the Premier Inn, where most of us are staying tonight. So you don't need to disappear to a pub. You can all go en masse, watch the football, be really disappointed, and then have networking about the event, right? So that's kind of how we're going to run it. Other people I need to thank. At the back, I've got Craig. Craig, you need to wave or something. Yeah, Craig, okay, and my sister Nicola, who have been responsible for all of the administration for this event. I came up with a madcap idea, and I gave them a real hospital pass to, can you deliver this event around this idea? And they've done an absolute sterling job. So thank you so much. Have I forgotten anything? This is a good place to start. No, perfect. Mark, you're up first. The fabulous opportunity for all of that. So Mark, resilience practitioner involved in integrated emergency management since 1990. Involved in anticipation, assessment, prevention, preparation, validation and planning for mass casualty events. Has been working with the Home Office Emergency Planning Division. 40 years experience in the game, and he's here to share his knowledge about interplay between management accounting and whole society resilience. Perfect.
So,
over to you.
Thanks to Katherine, and thanks to West Yorkshire Fire Service for thinking about the event and inviting me along. I've got a couple of health warnings, and I must start my timer so I don't go over. First of all, from a jargon point of view, for any of you, how many people are here not from UK? Who's come from abroad? Okay, thank you. So just to be clear then, category 1 responders that I'll talk about in the talk, they're people like police, fire ambulance, lead government departments, and maybe a few other things who have an immediate role in civil contingency planning. Category 2 responders are typically public utilities, gas, water, electricity. Is anybody here from a public utility? Okay, right, I'll come on to them anyway. The thing I'm going to talk about, my underlying message is about the importance of validation and verification, which has been a thread through my work so far, and it's only recently come in here in our integrated emergency management thinking in the past year, the past 18 months. And for those who follow me on Twitter, I know there's one of us in the room here, I talk a lot about the say-do gap and how we say one thing in Westminster and then we do the complete opposite. So that's that. Was there anything else I mentioned? I'm afraid I'll struggle with slide because my daughter's not here. Okay, first slide. I use the word intelligence and information interchangeably in this talk, and that's not the that's not the reality of it. Operational intelligence is part of a tiered series of products that actually you may not realise that they're there all the time. From our point of view in UK, the most basic product that doesn't really change is the National Risk Register. Your local risk register may come further up here if you've got one. The current intelligence is what's going on around us now, and then the operational bit is when someone's, at the moment, is when someone's declared a major incident. So when we're in what we call, in the next slide I'll show you, when we decide that methane's happened. That starts here. The response stage. And as you can see, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or so other stages before that. And the point I'm trying to make here is that operational current and basic intelligence actually the operation sits on the foundation of these other two types of intelligence. So that you can have this on its own, but it's much richer if you can plug into the other two. The other two. So I'm talking about information silos. At the moment, as I said, the way we manage our information in Cat 1 responders is particularly response centric. Something happens, we declare methane, and then we start responding to an incident. My experiences, and I won't dwell on this, but the operational response can often miss weak signals. And throughout my professional career, I've seen a lot of missed weak signals, and I've seen a few weak signals that have been picked up on and acted on, and lives have been saved. I may come onto it, but Grenfell for us was an example of weak signals missed from inside the community. That was stuff that was known in that pyramid. That's stuff that was known all along for years. There was a problem there, but it wasn't addressed until we got to the response stage. The category 2 responders, the public utilities, they also hold a lot of data that maybe the Cat ones might benefit from. Who are their customers? Who are their vulnerable customers? Certainly is something that Cat 2s are obligated to have this information to hand. The other thing about Cat 2s is that they more or less all have a social media presence. They all have a current operational social media presence that's informing their customers all the time. So they know who a lot of their customers are. They know who they're talking to, and this is a layer of underpinning information that I sense that we don't often draw on. I'm not getting ahead of myself there. I'll talk about information poverty, and I'll jump back. In these slides, and it's not the case, and some of you may wonder what I'm talking about if you know something about it, there's a difference between intelligence and information. So intelligence is information that's been looked at, evaluated for its reliability and accuracy, and fused with other intelligence products. And in terms of that triangle at the beginning, you may have information that comes in at the current level, the operational level, that's actually reflected in intelligence products that you've had in the previous weeks, months, and years, and that's what we need to is to close that gap. What I should have said at the start is that what prompted me, having seen Katherine's LinkedIn post, what prompted me to think about this topic is the recommendations from Manchester Arena that ambulance and fire service call centres should have somebody in the call centre who's trained to process information and turn it into intelligence. So I should have maybe said that up front, but that's the underlying theme of my presentation. I talk about information quality. Examples are the Sydney siege. There was a whole raft of information there that was overlooked by the police, which would have ended the whole thing a lot quicker and a lot safer than it was. Grenfell, I've already alluded to. Manchester Arena is another case there where these are weak signals that are getting missed because we don't understand that they're there. We're not used to processing this kind of information, this volume of information, because we're focused on the response. And quite rightly, the blue light services are looking at the response, but were they based on intelligence that have been gained in those previous 5 stages? Your response to the situation might be slightly different. I won't mention, because there's a lady from the Health Security Agency, I won't mention exercise sickness and COVID. But these are the kind of, that wasn't really a weak signal, was it? But, giving them the benefit of the doubt, giving government of the day the benefit of the doubt. That was in their way a weak signal. What I'll mention here about weak signals. So I'm not standing here and giving this presentation because I think it's going to make a huge difference in the scheme of things. I'm giving this presentation to equip each of you with some insight to allow you to go back to your organisations and go, hang on a minute, what are we doing about validating weak signals? About the weak signals. What are we doing about our learning? How are we, to pick up Katherine's theme? How are we closing the loop? And I've spent the past 12 months embedded in a Category 2, a public utility responder, about 20 miles away from here, helping them to meet their regulatory requirements. And maybe this is the difference. I don't understand that so much these days about how Cat 1s work, but Cat 2s work in a regulatory environment, and the regulator expects them to be able to evidence what they're doing against certain standards. So if you're in an organisation that is anyway regulated, and from our point of view, you may be, for a Cat 1 responder, you may be obligated by the Civil Contingencies Act, but does anybody come along and check? Does anybody validate what you're doing? Very, very little. It's the say-do gap. We talk the talk, but we seldom walk the walk. So I won't dwell on that anymore. These are like the recommendation. That's sort of like my roadmap. From my point of view, I'm echoing the Manchester Arena recommendations that fire, ambulance, and maybe anyone else, I'd say Category 2 responders as well, need somebody in their call centre who understands what information is and understands how to convert that to intelligence. And I have been involved in strategic level exercises involving the blue light services, where actually you're not being tested in how quickly you can put a hose out and get water on the target or a ladder up. You're actually being tested in how you process the information we're presented with. And this is stuff that we may have forgotten about 20, 30 years ago. We talk a lot about virtual operations support teams. We have a few in this country. They've got like 19 in Europe, in our neighbours. And for those that don't know, virtual operations support team most are volunteers. Some are people from like Cat 2 responders who are funded to turn out and to support a crisis. We have a problem here because we have different levels. There's the I forgot what RD is, Resilience Direct, and then we've got the open source level. And the problem with the Resilience Direct community is we can't let anybody else in. Well, you need to be working at both levels. So that's where we need volunteers. And I've got here periodic risk assessment involves Cat 1 and Cat 2 responders. Here, I won't go into detail on this, but here you can see the loop being closed out 6 times. And it's by applying learning, it's applying validation and verification. It's about preparing. It's about having the kind of exercises that we'll be talking about. The thing the thing that I want to stress here is that this isn't just about quality. This isn't just about learning and development. This is about governance. Control is about having, reporting lines. It's about having confidence in the way your organisation works, in knowing that you have the capacity and the capability to deliver. And this comes back to the say-do gap. So if you're not validating, how can you be learning? If you're not validating your plans and your procedures, how can you be learning? If you're regulated, how can you be demonstrating that you're? How can you be demonstrating that you've actually got control? I think that's the last slide. So here's a QR code to the 4-page white paper that these slides are based on, and also if you can find SRM on Instagram, even without my daughter being here, I was able to put those slides on Instagram while I was out there waiting for us to start. So that's it. Were there any questions?
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that. Reading the questions from Slido.
Oh,
okay. I can't quite think about it here. Okay, so thank you so much for the first. It's a bit like speed dating. I think that's what we're doing. So the first presentation. So, what is your experience in accessing information from Cat 2 partners proactively? For example, we struggle to get water networks and drainage information.
Yeah. Exercise with them. Get your legal department involved. Get your data protection people involved in the exercise and the planning, and have MOUs in place. And then if they're not signing up to the MOUs, then maybe they need to revisit their obligations under the Civil Contingencies Act.
Anybody else got any other questions? Excellent. Experience accessing. How is technology supporting data analytics? Think about supporting our control rooms.
Yeah, so at the moment we're working on a white paper, so the 10 most common faults with using AI. So from my point of view, AI is an unknown entity, and you need far more trained people. Sorry, this is just my take. You need far more trained, suitably qualified, experienced, and empowered people to manage a system with AI in it than you would in writing this white paper. I asked AI to give me some comments on it. There were 3 areas where it was wrong. So,
and they will always be the challenges as we transition to a new AI-driven environment. Well, it's by having an intelligence structure there that you can draw on, by having, and I mentioned it this line, by having a range of requirements, intelligence requirements or questions that are prepared in advance, so that when the people in the call centre see something, that's odd. So basically, you use your intelligence analyst at the assessment and anticipation stages to work out what your list of potential things that could suggest an issue to them. The Transport Security Administration in America has got pages and pages and pages and pages of conditions that if you were met with these, like somebody trying to get in the building, you're obliged to report that to the regulator. So having the week shift, that's one way, and then I'm thinking back to Manchester Arena. Yeah, thinking back to Manchester Arena, then it's being able to cope with your own cognitive bias as an organisation. And there were 2, if not 3 people who told security at Manchester Arena there was a problem, but their cognitive bias told them it wasn't a problem. In the same way, a number of people saw the invasion of the Falklands coming up, but the cognitive bias told us it was not an issue. We deal with it in the same way that we dealt with COVID and not implementing exercise sequence. So to draw on that, it comes back to a lot of my teaching on the principles of intelligence. It comes back to challenge or review and regrading. That you have to have an open, honest culture in an organisation where
where you encourage challenge rather than suppress it.
We've got a couple more questions up here. Synchronicity's card being used recently with Cat 2, still struggling to get them fully on board. Any suggestions of anything else they could look to try?
Well, it's the whole thing is that there's nothing there that holds people to account. So it's, you know, the only other thing I might draw on the National Security Act.
Okay, and then obviously the good advice at the top there: make friends before you need them. Forming those networks and relationships is key to enabling us to go forward and form those bonds, those connections that enable us to be more cohesive going forward.
Yeah, it does. The whole thing about the virtual operation support team, unless you're dragging people in who already work for a Cat 2 responder or your own Cat 1 responsibility, it's a huge challenge that you managing volunteers, and I want to do today talking to you. So it is that. Yeah, I could also talk about outsourcing for that. And there is a former colleague of mine who is actually crowdsourcing intelligence around the world and using AI, and it's working very well.
Okay. Thank you so much. Mark, I've got a small bit going on. Okay. We're not very seen. I've got to get set for the next one. Just bear with me 1 second. So Sean's a watch manager with a Nottinghamshire Fire and Rescue Service, crisis innovation and trauma therapist, as well as an armed forces veteran and children's author. Developed crisis psychological first aid model and conducted rescue operations in many high-profile incidents. And he has a keen interest in psychology. Naturally led to his development. The situational awareness model is going to present on today and focus on experiential view of situational awareness. It is a command. Over to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to be with you. So today, figure the glass, I'm going to go like this because my eyes are going. So I never appear in every room around. I'm going to be presenting on a little situational awareness model that was developed essentially from my work in psychological trauma, because believe it or not, perception is the first failure point at which repression and therefore trauma, or PTSD as it's more commonly known, can occur. And it was looking at the way that we perceive, conceive and factualise information that led me to think about incident command and in particular the situational awareness thing. So I am aware that as a lowly watch manager I am standing in the shadow of giants, particularly Dr. Lamb and a few others who are notable here. But this model essentially begins with the subject of noetics, which is from Greek antiquity, from Plato and Aristotle, who discussed the ways that humans know and understand things. And then that information was later used by Franz Brentano, and I'm now throwing names at you, but if you want to scribble down, go Google it, but I'm not going to go into it too much. And a guy called Edmund Husserl, who developed the subject matter of phenomenology, which is great, very interesting. But it was slightly tarnished by some of Husserl's more wacky ideas, and so I prefer to take what I call an experiential view of what is happening when we're perceiving, conceptualising, and also comprehending the information that occurs that we see at incidents, operation incidents. Okay. The more read of you will recognise the names there, Dr. Mika Ensley and Dr. Gary Klein, obviously Dr. Lamb. Some of this stuff you may have seen or noted from other models of situational awareness, but I'll draw your attention to where the S3 model diverts away from that as we go. So this is really my focus on what we've been doing. You will probably recognise the decision command, control, thank you very much, good job of gaffing. The decision control model. But this is where I'm particularly focused on, and that's with how we gain and how we then maintain situational awareness at the incident ground. Okay, and this is S3. It's a basic little algorithm. Scan, sort, situate, dead simple little tool. But behind it lies a credible theoretical infrastructure with regard to the way that we perceive conceive and comprehend information. So the first thing, scanning. Well, scanning is simply the systematic, if that's the right word to use, sometimes it's a little bit erratic, way that we perceive objects of attention. Okay, and there's just a little definition there just to explain where I'm coming from with perception. So you can consider perception to be the detection of an object in your environment, in the experiential field. But you don't always receive that beyond the point of noticing that it's there. So a further act of inception has to take place for you to take that into your consciousness, to have something to conceptualize, if that makes sense. And many people do consider that consciousness or perception is like a constant flow of experience and information, but on closer inspection, what you can find is that actually consciousness, perception, conceptualization are all composed of discrete cycles. So, for example, if I asked you to focus your attention on the bolded S and then move it to the D here, what you've just done there is complete two separate cycles of perception. The fact that we flick our attention visually so very, very quickly and also hourly as well gives us the idea that actually it's a continual flow, but it's not. With objects, I'm going to get a little bit tricky here. But an incident itself is actually an object of your attention from a psychological point of view. It's an object. And every object has little aspects of it that make it that object, and we call those objectiles. Okay. Now the fun part of this is that every time you look at an object aisle, for example, if I look at using a bottle for it as an example, it's a bottle, it's an object, but it has things that make it a bottle. Lid, I don't even know what that bit's called actually, but the transparent plastic and the label and so on and so forth. And you know it to be a bottle by virtue of the fact that you've cognised all that stuff, or sometimes, particularly in our sense, recognised what you're seeing. So each objectile of an object, when you perceive it, then becomes another object, and it reduces to the point of like atomics. It's mental, but there we go. So if we look at objectiles in terms of this building, we can see that it's got a roof, it's got that window, etc. The doors, it's got a garden, it's got a bourgeois. Somebody clearly likes gardening, somebody clearly doesn't, and so on and so forth. So the actual object of the incident upon presentation to your awareness is made of littler things. And once you see this, right, you'll be looking at stuff after. Now, when we initially perceive an object, we can't perceive it in its entirety. It's literally not possible. Try it after today. Go and try it. What you have to do is what I've just done. If you can just see the little thing there, and this is what the poor old incident commander has to do at first in attendance, is literally scan the whole thing. Now, generally that tends to be erratic. Did you see that? Did you catch that? Okay. But what we need to try and do is to create a systematic way of scanning an object such as this in order to make more sense of it. Okay. Now, one way that we can do this is through understanding object dynamism, and that's based on the very simple fact that when things change, they become risky. Things that are static tend not to be, if that makes sense in a perceptive point of view. So we can consider that some objectiles of the object are static, such as a window, etc. And that's what it is, and that's all cool. But then if they become dynamic, they become risky. Like ergo, if a window is breaking, it then becomes risky. It's changing its condition and its state. So that's all static and all very well, and I don't know what the radioactive half-life of the UPVC door is, so I know it is changing, but it's on a very, very, very slow trajectory there. But then we look at this, okay, and we can see the dynamics in terms of the objects that are there, okay, which is mainly the fire in the roof and the house, etc. So by observing dynamic objects, it can give us a sense of what is presenting risk and what do we need to deal with. However, dynamic objects are in a state of change. Taking the actual heat and the light and everything else out of it, it is an object in a state of change. And we can also look then at what may become transitional. For example, the property to your left is, I would argue, definitely in a transitional state and will soon become dynamic if nothing's done in that regard. Do you see where I'm coming from? Cool, I've not lost my mind, I'm sorry. Okay, and what about the poor old temporary crew manager who's just turned up to their first job, and then you get this, and this is what happens quite a lot, and not just with inexperienced commanders either. It happens because they're frightening experiences, or can be frightening experiences, and through fear we experience this thing called attentional narrowing. I'm pretty sure somebody else, Lee, might be talking about that later. But this is what we need to avoid, to try and avoid, in order to get a broader idea of what's actually going on. So we need to then begin sorting the information that we have at hand. So the dynamics that there are. So sorting from this point of view is discrimination between the different concepts of what you're perceiving that you may have formed in order to gain some correspondence between the objective reality you're perceiving and the subjective reality that you're creating through your conceptualization of what's happening. Okay. Now, data sources are, sight, smell, touch, taste, but also your memory as well. And that we know that comes into play with incident command, because retained memory is what we use to form intuitive decision making. So this is some idea of all the different bits of information. I know it's a bit of an exaggeration through a little diagram, but it's just to get the sense of the amount of information. Thank you. Got another 10 minutes. The amount of information that the incident commander has to perceive, conceptualize, and comprehend within like the first nanosecond of arrival at an incident in order to form their decision-making process. Okay, it's quite a lot. So what we did, we introduced this, which is a data sorting schema. Schema's plan, but I like the word schema instead of plan. So what we're looking at is what actual types of information there are available in terms of categorising that with regard to risk. So clearly there's vital data that we need, which is, sets your mission priorities, dictates safety and so on and so forth. You have instrumental needs such as your resources and systems that you can use or not use, and then contextual data. And we're sort of getting down there to the trivial data that we don't actually need, because it's all there, and we just need a simple plan to sort that, to categorise data as we're going. And it's generally the dynamism that will dictate the vital data for an individual receiving that. Okay. And one thing I think, I'm sorry, is it Mark? Thank you, Mark. Sorry. Referred to as validation of information. It's really important that we validate information at an incident ground. So regardless of the type of information that you have, whether it's vital or instrumental, according to your subjective view, you do need to validate that. And the hope is, of course, that through validating and categorising and validating information, that you get a much more structured information pile from which to work from. Okay. And the last S is situate or situating. Is the comprehension part of this. Okay, but comprehension itself, and this is where I differ from Ensley's model in terms of comprehension, because you have a few comprehensions and you have to pull it all together. So you're looking at data that we've retained, we're looking at data that's presented to you at the time, and we're also looking at what we call protension. That's the predictory value of information. Okay, so retentional data, and this is an interesting subject. Retentional data tends to come from intuition. You don't tend to have to think about it. Whereas presentational data comes from cognition, but also, more importantly, recognition, recognition. I've done this job before, I've seen this happen before, this is what we're now going to do. Because that helps to form your intuitional processes with regard to pretensional data. Okay. And so having established situational awareness through that simple model, we can then continue to use that model in a cyclic view, which will fulfill the the bottom triangle of active monitoring on the DCM, and that's the way that we do it. So that's S3, and thank you for listening.
I'm going to go over there and I'll read you the questions.
Oh, okay.
You better
Oh,
stay
the other song. Okay.
Hold on.
52 and single number.
Okay. So, first question. How can technology help us with systematic scanning?
Well, right. This is really interesting because we have done some, don't shoot me, we have done some AI work with this model through feeding it purely visual information from incidents that we know to have occurred in the past, because there's an abundance of them on the internet. We feed it into S3 through an AI point of view, and it creates a pretty comprehensive situational awareness. And I know it's not something that might be too popular, but it's there, and I think the potential is that we can use that eventually as a form of another tool for incident commands, particularly 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, AI is pretty terrifying.
Yes, it is.
And I think it has definitely got the scope for it to be a tool that we can use in that capacity. The thing that really terrifies me is the artifacts it just adds to it, the hallucinations.
Yes.
And how you could develop the tool to manage or mitigate those hallucinations so that the information becomes beneficial and not as another source. Going back to Mark was saying earlier, that you don't trust. It takes that trust.
Yeah, you're going to need a lot.
It's going to be very, very tricky to manage that.
Well, I mean, technology though. I mean, if we just say technology, technology can be sent as a call in a command line.
How do I scroll back? Right, I don't know how to do that. Okay. So, by the bottom, how would training to use this S3 model differ from what you're already doing? What are you typically doing with?
I'm so sorry.
How would training to use your S3 model differ from what we're already doing?
It's essentially about. I think the main thing is having the awareness of simply the process, which is handy. It's a nice little tool, but also object dynamism is something that we see, but we don't necessarily put a name to or identify the value of perceiving dynamism and interpreting and explaining, therefore conceptualising risk.
Do you see a scope that we could use it for shared situational awareness?
Yes.
Well,
yeah, definitely. I think so.
Oh, we need more than just yes.
Well, okay. Well, I think in terms of, say, for example, JESIP meetings and what have you, if there's a shared understanding of what S3 is, then you can have an S3 sort of report from each side that falls into that. So you're creating a broader situational awareness across the organisations that are there.
So do not use it?
No. Not unless they want to pay for it. Anybody for
No.
it?
Have you got any scope to be able to do pilot with them? Because
Maybe. I'm hoping so.
Awesome. Any cognitive bias concerns?
Definitely, but I think with any form of perception or conceptualization, therefore comprehension, there is always going to be bias, and that's based on, I think, firstly, to begin with, is the aversion to perceiving certain things that one considers upsetting, frightening, or distressing, which will definitely skew your cognitive processing in terms of creating distortions, and not allowing yourself to be aware of certain aspects of the jigsaw. But that is essentially trauma, and it's interesting to note that actually, and I've seen this through command training, with the trauma from operational incidents will from time to time show itself in a simulative environment such as assessment.
Question for me: do you see this as a replacement for the DCP or an addition? And where does this fit within the JDM? And do we need any more decision-making models to add to the confusion around what we got?
It's a good point. I don't. It's definitely not. It's definitely not a replacement. I would consider it to be more of a tool, a further aid to ensure that the gathering of situational awareness is done in a coherent and systematic fashion. At the moment, we say, you've got to be situational aware, and it says it on the DCM diagram, but there's nothing actually that I found, unless I'm mistaken, that actually says this is the best way to do situational awareness. And whilst I recognise, I think your recent paper, Dr. Lamb, mentioned that initial information gathering was good. The premonitive side, the premonition of that data and how that develops into future activity is not so good. I think there needs to be a coherent. I think it's just a gap in the DCM. I think that it fills. That's all. And I think that's its limit of exploitation. I think that's all it needs to be. Does that make sense? I feel like a waffle.
No, that's good. This is a touchscreen. I didn't know that, so I've now found some more questions.
Oh.
So, God, stop, man. Thoughts about using this model of professional judgment against ops discretion when some services lack operational experience?
Can you ask me again, please?
Right. Thoughts on using this model with professional judgment or operational discretion when some services may lack operational experience?
Well, I think operational discretion or professional judgment is always going to be based on what you're aware of or what you comprehend at the time anyway. So I think that's largely redundant in that sense. However, I missed a little bit there.
Well, with operational judgment and discretion and professional judgment, obviously it's
experience.
Yes, experience.
Yeah. I think largely. I mean, again, experience was noted in your paper a couple of days ago, wasn't it? The potential, because your intuitive processes come with experience. So when you're intuiting information, the more experience you have, the more information you have to intuit with. So I think in terms of newer commanders with less experience, I think it does provide a go-to tool with which to help to address that perhaps experiential gap.
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't got my phone. I don't know how many minutes we've been doing questions for, so somebody glare at me if we've gone over the 5 minutes. Reading this question, how do we ensure on-call incident commanders are genuinely part of the answer when closing the loop? And an addition on that question for me is, can we not use it for debrief? How can we not use your S3 model from a debriefing perspective to contribute to the picture?
Well, I don't think there's anything to say that you couldn't use it for a debriefing model.
I think it could add value from that perspective.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, preliminary though, I mean, the development was to aid situational awareness at the time. But if you're running sort of regular debriefs through a protracted incident, you could continue to add value out with JESA meetings and so on. But also from a learning and self-reflection thing about command skills and abilities, it seems a bit of a no-brainer to me if there's a structure there that you can use. In terms of what did you actually conceptualise as risky, what did you notice that was dynamic, so on and so forth.
Amazing. Thank you so much. I'm going to stop there because I'm probably getting glared out about time already.
Thanks so much for your time. Thank you.
Up next, we have Lee Waters, seeing the situation where training fails and we don't assess what was actually perceived. Okay, Lee is the director of Clearwater Sports Vision and specialises in the study of visual perception, decision making in high performance environments. With 20 years experience across education, sport and research, he uses mobile eye tracking and physiological measures to understand how performers process visual information under pressure. Lee, over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, new job 11 to introduce myself. That's good. So thank you very much for the invite. I'm working on a simple basis that in order to make decisions, we need information. Up to 80 to 90% of that information comes through our visual system. Yet when you discuss that concept with many, many different sectors, whether that be sport, whether that be public services, whether that be in various other sectors, they don't necessarily concentrate on the visual system at all or attempt to train it or understand it. So I'm here for the next 15 minutes to kind of give you an opportunity to think about that in a slightly different way. So I've worked within the most dynamic team sport that there is, which is ice hockey. We did some pretty cool things. This was from an ice hockey official, and they wore eye tracking technology during live World Championship games, which was actually the equivalent of the World Cup that is going on now within the world of football. So what I'm going to do is give you a little challenge. Okay, so it's about 25 seconds or so worth of footage here. I want you to see if you can guess where the official is looking.
Stay.
Okay. Obviously, I'm not going to test you, but just kind of think about where you think that that official was looking. Now we're going to categorically see where they were looking. So the red dot now on the screen is their visual scan path. So we are able to track exactly where that person is looking, what information they are taking in, how much of that information they are taking in, when they are taking it in what order, and also whether they are actually doing anything with it. Okay, so we are at the technology point where we are able to do that. You will notice that the dot is blobbing onto the screen and off the screen. That's not a blip. That's not something that's wrong with the system. That is when information is actually being processed by the brain. It takes about 100 milliseconds for information in our external environment for us to visualize, to see it, and then for the brain to actually do something with it, to actually recognize that it was the bottle or whatever it was in this situation. When the dot is not on the screen, there is little to no information being taken in. So in the world of sports, in the world of dynamic situations, having the instructions of having your head on a swivel, you need to scan more, things like that, actually can be quite counterintuitive, because in these environments, in these most dynamic environments, scanning too much can actually lead you to see little, not as much. So as we go through this, we're trying to make sure that we understand what it is that they are actually focusing on. So the previous video showed effectively a head camera, still the eye tracker, but without the gaze, but without the gaze vector on. Okay, so there's a lot of practices where you use helmet cameras or body cameras or something along those lines. If you're using a body camera, your chest can be looking that way, you can be looking that way. All of a sudden, this is null and void because you're actually looking over this piece of information. Head camera, you're facing that way, your head is facing that way, but your eyes are facing that way. So therefore, you are not looking at what you are actually looking at during the head camera. There's also this concept of looking is not always understanding either. So you can actually look at things and not understand. Who can relate to the fact of going into a room and swear that you're looking for your keys? They're not in there. Absolutely not. They are not in there. But then you walk out, you come back in, and there they are on the table. The likelihood is that you did look at them. The likelihood is that you scanned past them. The likelihood is that you did look at them at some point, you just didn't take it in. Because looking or seeing is not always seeing. So the central problem is this. So the information that we need is in the environment that we are in. The information that we need to be successful in that environment is there. We just need to know exactly how people process that information. We need to know what people use, in what order, what other things are starting to affect it, all of those kind of things. Because in the effort, in order to make sure that that happens, we need to have an accurate read of that. But it's still not necessarily detected in the most accurate way sometimes. And this is what I'm here to kind of show our way in which we'll be able to do that. Another kind of element of this is that you need to make sure that you are aware of what that person's role in that situation is. Are they someone that has to see the information and also directly influence that information or that environment? Are they someone that is actually doing something there? Or are they someone that is sitting from far away, looking at the information and making decisions about that information, but not having to directly influence it, so to speak? They have to tell other people to tell what to do. Or are you the retrospective brigade? Are you people that are assessing the situation? Are you kind of coming at this from a point of view, we have all of this information now, but we didn't at the time. We didn't fully have that at the time. But we are now, as an assessor, assessing the situation. We know the outcome, so we can literally go from outcome all the way back to potentially where it went wrong or where it went right, either way. Okay, so it's really, really important that we acknowledge the fact of who we are dealing with at this present moment in time, because this is the kind of the implications for that. Seeing late means acting late. If we are seeing things late in a situation that we are directly influencing, that literally in the situations that you are dealing with, literally can mean life and death. Literally. If we see things late. From a compound perspective, it means that we are directing people. Potentially, if we see things late and we don't interpret that information, we don't necessarily see the information, potentially could lead to us directing people. And then obviously from assessment, we could make the wrong conclusions in some capacity. But it does have really, really fierce implications. So knowing this stuff is really, really important. So once again, come back to this whole scanning element. Scanning is incredibly important. It really, really is. Scanning our situation, knowing our situation, gives us the opportunity to understand it. But if we are going into a situation and we're effectively looking all over the place, we're looking up, we're looking down, we're looking left, we're looking right, all of those kind of things, and we're moving, darting all over the place, actually, I guarantee you are not going to be seeing as much because you are not processing that information. You are just visibly moving your eyes, which is unfortunately, in some settings that I've worked in, what they've been instructed to do. And that can have some serious implications. So the better question is what does this role need, when, and why? And then ultimately understand how people then process that information. Once again, tools to be able to do that. So when we're thinking of those things, we talked about seeing, we talked about perceiving, this understanding concept. The understanding comes from our memories, our knowledge, and how they have been built up during our training at certain points. Ultimately, we are human beings. We will revert back to whatever we have been trained to do. So if our training doesn't necessarily match what we are expecting, or the environment we're expected to perform in, how can we possibly be expected to perform accurately in this regard? So the first step in some ways in this area is to understand definitively what people are doing. And that's exactly what we've been doing in a variety of different sports. And I'll show you a couple of other layers in a couple of minutes. Under pressure, various things start to happen and we start to overscan. We start to misread things. We potentially don't start to look at things in as much detail. Our attention begins to narrow. They're just words. Let me show you it. So once again, with an ice hockey official, I've used ice hockey. It's a very, very dynamic environment. This is this official's how hard their brain is working. So at certain points, you can see the peaks, you can see the red parts. That is their what's called cognitive load, and it is how hard their brain is working and how able they are able to deal with that given situation. Do they have any more capacity in order to take in new information and then be able to do something with it and then actually action it, put that behaviour into it? What we're wanting to know is exactly what they go through during the actual games they are, or the games that they're performing in, and then ultimately make sure that their training is then matched with that, or at least as close as we possibly can. Ideally, what we have with cognitive load is that we have sudden peaks, and then from there we have a peak, and then ideally it kind of levels off and it comes straight back down again because we have our coping mechanisms hopefully put in place. If not, that is why the conversation comes into place as to what needs to be done. What that means is we've got our attention field. So we've got relevant and irrelevant pieces of information. As we become more cognitively loaded, as we become more aroused, as we become more and more anxious, our field of vision actually starts to narrow. It's a primitive thing. It's something that we had when we were running away from, I don't know, saber-toothed tigers. And historians in the room don't quote me on that. But it was one of those things that when we were running away from threats, actually it helped us because we were looking at the threat necessary to kind of see. In the modern world, and the amount of things that we're having to deal with, actually it is something that is becoming a bit of a hindrance in a lot of situations. So we need to be aware of it. We can train this, we can look at this, we can break through this, and we can also understand it as we go through. The next cool level is, though, we're able to see whether people are taking in information from the environment or whether they're taking things in from an internal perspective, whether they are thinking internally. I don't know if we've got any cricketers in the world or any cricketers in here, but this is in the world of cricket. This is a certain international cricketer that is currently in one of the tests right now, just in the wicket. So we've got internal, external information on the graph above. Obviously, I'm not allowed to show too much of that. But the point is that we are now able to measure whether they are taking in information from their external environment, which is predominantly where we want them to be taking in information, or whether they're inside themselves and they're now thinking about what they're having for dinner potentially later. Okay, so what we're trying to think of is making sure that they are mainly external. Yes, we want reflective practitioners. Yes, we want them to think about what's just happened. Yes, we want them to be thinking about things and kind of getting information from themselves as well, relying on the training that I've mentioned about, but mainly we want them to be interacting with their environment and taking in information from their environment, okay? Because that's where things are happening, and we can measure that. In closing, what could make things better? Identify where the key focus areas are, common visual strategies within certain things. So within the most dynamic situations that I've worked in, something called a gaze anchor is incredibly important. You pick a central point of where the majority of the information is, and you go to one piece of information, the next piece of information, back to that, another piece, back to that, another piece, back to that, another piece, back to that. And the reason for that is because that leaves you with the opportunity to be able to pick up information as you go through and effectively build up your what's known as your periphery vision. We talk about hard focus and soft focus. So our hard focus is the main piece of information that we are wanting to take in, because as we focus on something, that's going to be the detail. But then we've got soft focus around. We've also got this concept of, well, we should be aware of when things are moving, and then where we need to kind of then shift our focus, shift our scanning as we go through. Because if we're constantly scanning from there, over to here, over to there, over to here, once again, we are not seeing during eye movement. We only see when we stop, fixate, and take in that information. So in closing the loop, looking at what's available, what was perceived, what was understood, and ultimately what was kind of acted upon. But imagine if we were in the situation of being able to know exactly what someone looked at, in what order, how long for, being able to measure their cognitive load, how well they were dealing with that situation, and then whether they were taking in information from that environment or whether they were thinking internally. Imagine if we could do that. We can.
I think it's a good idea. It's coming together, isn't it? Right. Okay, got loads of questions on here. First question, has eye tracking technology been used in court?
In court?
Yeah.
Yes, for witness testimonies and things like that, yes.
Cool. Could you use this technology to build resilience in decision making?
Absolutely, because we can, because we're able to take it into situations, training situations, real life situations at certain points, obviously depending on the situation. I wouldn't necessarily recommend taking it until 5. Quite expensive. With that, we can go through that process of understanding how that person reacts to certain situations, put training in place to be able to go through whether they need to calm down, whether they need to kind of reduce their anxiety levels, and then see whether that has an effect. If it has an effect, great, we're on to a winner. If it doesn't, please try something new. So this is the data behind that, because a lot of the things I work a lot within sports psychology, a lot of the things that you get told is sports psychology is great, but it's wishy-washy tosh because you can't prove it. Actually, now we're at that stage where we can start to. Is it perfect? It's not 100% perfect, but it's 99% pretty.
Do you find that his practice repetition helps, or can it inform biases?
So it depends. Once again, scanning is completely dependent on the situation that you are in. So if you are in this room, for example, and you are training predominantly in this room, and you are training to deal with an incident in this room, you are training scanning to deal with the parameters, the set parameters of this room. If we then went out into the car park and then dealt with a totally different situation, have you set yourself up to be able, from a scanning perspective, if you've purely just been dealing with in here, to then go out into the car park to deal with that? Have you set yourself up to do that? Not necessarily, because the room has changed, the dynamic changed, the environment has changed. So it is something that you need to be aware of, that the training needs to be setting up mobile or adaptive training, adaptive kind of behaviours in order to kind of deal with those.
Okay, another question here. A number of the, you can see the fire sector, we've got a high level of neurodivergence in fire sector. Do they behave differently?
Yeah.
Can you see differences?
Yeah. Scanning. This weekend I was actually at a ice hockey goalie camp, and anyone that knows any ice hockey players or anyone that's been a goalie or anything like that, you will know that they're a slightly different breed. So they typically have a very, very different scanning behaviour. They're typically a little bit more erratic. So going through this training process of kind of demonstrating that, showing them to say, well, actually, you need a stable head, you need to stabilise, you need to be focused to go from place to place. Actually showing them that on a screen genuinely has made, in my experience, has genuinely made an effect, or made a difference, because now this abstract thing that someone's been talking about, they can now see it, they can now go, oh, okay, I can action that, I can do something about that, and I now know what you're talking about. So yes, there is a difference, and it can make a positive change in simple words.
Okay, I'm still going to keep up with other questions on there, and it keeps moving down, so bear with. Can you match cognitive peaks, whether if he's looking at the point a decision's made, and can you correlate that between officials to assess the consistency of good decisions?
Yes. Yeah, so we can see whether they're happy with that decision or whether they are not. Typically, because if they are happy with that decision, they have a very, very high peak in cognitive demand, because they are having to process the information. They call a tripping, they call a whatever it is, a cross-check. And then if they are happy with that decision, generally, more often than not, their cognitive load then just goes straight down. I can see when they are not happy with that situation, because they make the decision and then their cognitive load then starts to stay there for a period of time, for a good few seconds, and then depending on how happy they are with it, depends on how far that goes, how close that goes on. But you can see it, yes.
Okay. How would we use this within the emergency response sector? Would you suggest scenarios, simulations, for real?
Straight off the bat, you could use drivers. I mean, it's been used with Formula One drivers, so I'm pretty sure it'll be fine with going out. So I've used them quite happily driving in my car just to make sure that everything's fine. But yeah, you can see them. You can go through busy intersections, see what's being taken in at certain points. Once you get on site, taking in the information. Do you actually take in the information? How much information do you take on? All of those kind of things. There's a variety of different situations that could be used. Obviously, I would genuinely go to the point of saying, well, other than a fire, you could probably go with most, because it is a mobile thing. It's not the thing where you had to wear a laptop on your back and you had to run around like a Ghostbuster. It is like you see that. and they're getting better as well.
Does anyone know how much time I've got left for questions? One more. Okay, thanks. Any implications for an inquiry if used by EMS?
No implications now.
Okay, perfect. Loads of questions. We're going to have a 40-minute coffee break. I'm looking for them. Yeah. Short. One more speaker, and then we'll have a coffee break. So I think we just pick up all these conversations then. Super interesting. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. John's role as a coach and mentor is driven by a desire to enable individuals, particularly young, to unlock their potential and raise their aspirations. With a focus on goals and personal development, John's practical approach is inspired by his own personal experiences and has led him to a solution-focused approach to his practice. His experience in the fire service has allowed him to deliver an experiential methodology to practice both and support and challenge clients' thinking. John, you're up.
Thanks, Catherine.
Thank you.
Okay, guys. At this moment in time, as we're sat in this room, what time is it on? You just have a quick check of your watch. What time is it now on your watch? It's just 2:15 on my watch. So someone somewhere is likely to be, as we speak here, as we're here now, in a car crash. There's going to be houses on fire, there's going to be farmers injured, and it's going to be the job of first responders to turn up. I don't know how many first responders are on duty right here, right now. Do you? Any idea how many we've got on duty today? What do you reckon? 50,000, 100,000, 200,000? Quite a lot of people. And for some of those people, the experience of turning out to those incidents, they might be experiencing it for the first time as a new firefighter, as a new police officer, as a new ambulance paramedic, as a new officer in charge. And that's what I'm going to look at today in terms of how we can train those people to do that. So they might turn up for the first time to something like this. So just have a quick look and see what you can see. Lee's just given us an idea of the scanning. So this was an incident for real that I turned up to. A major incident on the motorway in Lancashire with one pump with a crew of 4. Luckily enough, on that day we all had over 20 years experience. So in our mind, our standard operating procedure would be to arrive on scene, set up a kit pool, all the cutting equipment sorted, sort out the water so if there's any fire, then we're going to get stuck in and do what we do. On this occasion, it had only happened 3 or 4 minutes before because we were already out on the fire engine. So it happened pretty quick. It was still dynamic. Lane 3 on the motorway, which is behind us over here, is still moving, with people trying to aggressively still get through the crowd. In front of this van here, up at front, is 20 odd cars. Still moving, still people getting out of the cars and being helped. I was tasked to do first aid. That was my job on the day. So my mindset is we're going to set up an equipment pool. We've got this plan, and within seconds it's gone. It's absolutely gone. Now, in terms of this, there was 2 fatalities, including child. So we've talked about the emotional involvement in an incident, and 6 seriously injured casualties. It was a cold day. It was a proper February day on an open motorway with a high wind. It was freezing. This position here, this is the photograph that I took retrospectively. So when I arrived on scene, there was a casualty here on the floor. Just to add a bit more cognitive load into the picture, is that it was a minibus full of kids who were autistic. So in terms of gleaning information from them, that is not possible. And then to add further detail to it, in the standing traffic behind it, there's another car crash with another fatality. So there's 4 of us, 6 to 8 casualties, 1 first aid kit, and I came down here and I knelt down to deal with the first casualty that I came across. But there was a decision made by myself, and I still don't know where it came from. I knelt down and I made the decision to not get involved in first aid. I stood up and I did a 360 around the scene to work out what was going on. That's what I did. And retrospectively, it was a successful day. We didn't lose anybody. There was no further fatalities when we were there. We got good feedback from the paramedics because we did two basic things from a technical point of view. And that is we kept the casualties warm and we talked to them and got some numbers. So when the paramedics turned up, when the air ambulances turned up, we had already started to triage. That's what we did. From my point of view, I can only recall the moments at which I made the decision down here, and I felt confident and I felt competent that that was the right decision not to get stuck into first aid. But I still don't know where that experience came from to make that decision. And I was happy to make that decision at the time. So my background is coaching and mentoring and facilitation, and as a trainer. I'm a first aid trainer. And what I wanted to know was why, when we look back at that minibus and that story I've just told you, why did everything go according to plan? Why was it successful? What was going on? So then I worked back and I looked at what we did as a fire service for our training, and I wanted to use a methodology to look back about how we'd done it. I don't know, has anyone ever seen this diagram before? Yeah, it's quite a popular diagram. So what I know from this diagram, and this was me about approaching how am I going to look back and work out what training was good for that minibus crash. What was that play? What had gone on? So I used this. What's the story? Anyone know the story behind this diagram? Anybody know the story?
Adding armour to bombers in the Second World War.
Yeah, Second World War. Anybody got anything to add?
They were analysing where they were getting shot, but they should have been looking at where they weren't getting shot, because they're the ones that came back.
Yeah, so what they were doing when these planes were coming back during the war is that they put new armament on where the planes were shot. And it was a bystander who said, yeah, but what about the planes that don't come back? Because that's where you need to rearm and replate the planes. So that insightful notion from a bystander to say, actually you get more information from those that are not returning than what's right in front of you. So I used this methodology to look back at how we were training. So I used the foresight, the insight and the hindsight. I tried to cover all three elements of that. What I'd like you to do now is just have a quick moment. What's the difference, do you think, between foresight, insight and hindsight? If you've got someone next to you, just have a quick, that's literally 30 seconds. What do you think is the difference between those three elements? Because I had to work this out before I started probing what we'd done well from a training point of view. Just have a quick 30 seconds with the person next to you. What's the difference between the three? Okay guys, so what I'm going to ask you to do now is, if it's okay with you guys, can I give you a bit of a prompt? On your notes, for those guys who are taking notes, can you just write those three words down so you've got a bit of homework to take away? What is the difference between the foresight, the insight and the hindsight? Because I tried to cover and to make sure I was covering all three elements of that. And the way I did it was that I went round and I spent 2 years working out what had gone on. I asked other trainers, we went to other jobs, worked out why things were going well with the same members of the team and why they didn't go so well with the same staff. Couldn't understand what the difference was there. So we started to explore that, spoke to trainers, spoke to bosses, spoke to police officers, ambulance, really spoke and got around to work out what do we need, what's the methodology that we need in order to prepare somebody for turning up at that minibus. Maybe it's a firefighter on their first day. Maybe it's an ambulance, a paramedic guy turning up, and that's the first instant they come from. Well, the only thing that's going to help them at that moment, I think Lee's just mentioned it, is your training. So I'm interested in the methodology about how we train. So what I came up with is this. This is the idea. It took me 2 years to draft it, and this is what I came up with. So I'm going to give you a chance just to scan that, if that's okay, Lee. I'm onto that. So it's based on the Yerkes-Dodson curve. On the far axis, the vertical axis, you've got the performance, and on the bottom axis down here, you've got pressure. You've got your three different colours. You've got your amber, your green and your red, and also your blue curves. and you've got the writing that is associated with that. So just let me give you a few seconds to see those 3 different areas on the curve. So the Yerkes-Dodson curve is based on the premise that there's a positive correlation between pressure and performance to a certain point. If I use the example, I use it all the time, when my son was learning to drive, yeah, he was quite blasé about it. Yeah, it'll be okay, Dad. And then when he got his date through for his exam, the pressure was applied, and all of a sudden, we're going to drive more, he listened more, he did more, he was asking me to go out, because there was a positive correlation. The pressure was applied, yeah, and that's for the response. So in terms of how I train, the basic methodology that I approach is that there's 3 zones of pressure within this. On the bottom line here, you'll see the comfort zone, the stretch zone, the panic zone. Can you all see that table in the way? Is this table in the way? Can we get that? Can we shift that table for us? Thank you. Thanks, bud. So what I noticed when I started looking at what people were doing for training, a lot of firefighters on some occasions were remaining in the amber. It'd be PowerPoint driven, it'd be question driven, they'd be doing first aid in a room with the lights on, the kettle's there. Yeah, in actual fact, you need to be doing first aid outside in the dark when it's raining, when it's wet, because it replicates real life. It's an emotional experience. That's what we should be doing. So in terms of what goes on, the signs and symptoms, you can see if you remain in the amber, yeah, there's the things to point out there are this bit, APL, can you see APL debriefs? Yeah, what all the learning has gone on in previous instances and previous training. And then we've got the green bits where initially you'll stumble, so when your performance really starts getting going, when you're in the flow as they talk about it, your self-awareness kicks in. So I described to you before my experience about kneeling down with the first casualty on the floor and having this self-awareness that I don't need to do that. I'm better doing triage rather than treating one casualty. And I can definitely remember taking him in one breath. From a training point of view, at the top of the curve, we've got the 5. Well, I know that in a single moment, your brain is only able to capture and process 5 pieces of information. Any more than that and it'll be overloaded. It can't take on, it can't process more than that. And what we've started to introduce into this methodology of training is you'll see the NT and the T. The NT stands for non-technical training. So that is situational awareness, decision making, communication. It's that list of the non-technical stuff. The other stuff, the T stuff, is the technical stuff. That's, on this occasion, would be the medicine. And you've got to put those 2 things together to get that synergy, to get people performing at that top of the green, the green part there. What then happens is as the pressure then really starts to crank up, it still remains green, so it's still okay, but performance is now tailing off. And what you'll notice is there's some signs and symptoms, and we notice this all the time, is that the red bit here, we start to see this. People start taking shortcuts. They start multitasking. They start making errors and mistakes. They forget to do stuff. And at that moment in time, what you know is that from a cognitive point of view and an emotional point of view, is they're about to become overloaded. And that's where the learning happens. The learning happens between the red and the green, that real zone. And from our point of view, the training, the scenario-based training, it must be cognitive and it must be emotional. And we use the 7 senses from a firefighter point of view. So our 5 primary senses, yeah, plus balance, because at that RTC you've got to get in and out of cars, and all those other bits and pieces in terms of that. That's what we've got to do. And when we're training, we scatter artifacts all over the place, so we try to replicate it as much as we can. However, we calibrate the pressure. The blue lines in the middle zone there, each one of those blue pressure curves indicates us cranking up the pressure after one scenario, second scenario, third scenario, fourth scenario. So we build it up, because what we don't do is take them from amber to red straight away. We build it up through context. That's what we do. We replicate it and we just make it more complicated each time. You'll notice that sometimes some people get overwhelmed, and I've seen it at jobs where people lose their head and they literally, I'm out, and they just need a minute or two to capture their own thoughts, to make sense of what's going on. So just have another quick look of that, what's going on. The thing that we also try to encourage through debriefs and coaching and mentoring is that when people are in the red, we've got these things up at the top that help them reset themselves to get yourself back into the green. So a mantra that I use that gives me confidence is, I'm not a medic. I'm going to treat first what kills first. These are things that come to mind when you're under pressure. It's the simple stuff and the self-talk that goes on. We've got the attributes. There's about 25 characteristic attributes. So this idea, when things things start getting tough, are you the sort of person that goes, right, come on guys, let's have time out, what are we going to do? Have you got that in your character to say, right, this is not going where it needs to go, let's have a reset? Or have you got that? And it comes from experience in training. The checklist, so someone will get a checklist out, the crew resource management, and we'll literally read out what needs to be done. We've got the mental models that you might be using, and they come up, and the habits and rituals and experience. And Lee touched on this a little bit, and so did Sean, in terms of the skills, the drills, and the muscle memories. Because what you're trying to do with this scenario is you're trying to build a memory, a high definition memory. So when you're under pressure, your brain can access really quickly that last memory. Your training should be memorable. Because if I step up to the car crash, all I'm going to be reliant on completely is my training. And the narrower the gap between the top blue curve and the green in there, the narrower that gap is, then that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to narrow that gap. But what we can't do is have car smashers and go to them for training. So there's a gap, and we've got to try and plug that gap. Just quickly, Katherine, so this is massively overlooked for me, is the debriefing, post-incident and post-training. So this one here, this is the pump at Skelmersdale. They've got a real strong culture of debriefing. Yeah, they're the same team that went to the car crash, because this is where the learning happens. Catherine's just mentioned it in terms of Sean's model, and that this is intentional. Tony in the middle there is going through, and they're talking through. They can still see the incident. This was at a fire. They can still see the incident of what's going on, the hot debrief. They then capture the key learning points, and then that goes on to a formal or a structured debrief.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Katherine.
I'll just grab my mic and I'll go and quiz with Megala. Another super interesting presentation. My brain's already whizzing at how we overlay those last couple of presentations and then correlate all the data. So, okay. So, first question on here. Red line, is it static or dynamic?
Well, the curve can be whatever it is. It'll be different for different people. But what you're trying to do is to get this to move out, so it can be dynamic, definitely, for me.
And a question from me, how do we measure whether somebody is in which of those zones?
So that's a real hard thing, and I would use something from the medical world about signs and symptoms, and on the debrief, from a coaching and mentoring point of view, is to keep people in there when you're doing the debrief and then saying, John, how did it feel at that moment? And when you do it properly, the amount of times when people go, I don't know, I can't remember what I was doing, and you understand then that they were declaring where they were. Because the other thing that we do is when we're training people is that we show them this curve, and we'll have to say to people, where were you on the curve? And when you were there on the red and they go and touch it, we go, okay, what was going on for you? What were you thinking? What were you worried about? And it's often emotional expression that comes through, which is where we want them to be, because they need to be emotionally and cognitively engaged.
I guess they could move between all of those phases, joining into the different peaks and troughs.
Absolutely, yeah.
Absolutely. Okay. Any difference between coaching and mentoring?
Coaching for me is driven by questions. Mentoring is you sharing your experience or the experience of other people. So.
Okay. What about multitasking?
Multitasking. So what you'll see is when you're standing back, you'll see people starting to multitask. So it may well be from a first aid point of view, they start doing one job which remains unfinished, and then they start another job. It might be send a message, get the hose reel on, and you can see people trying to do two jobs at once, and it's often the first sign that you will see people trying to do two jobs at once because they're trying to fix the problem.
Yeah. I want to see what this looks like overlaid with Lee's glasses and competency assessment data. There's a whole project.
No, I agree. Yeah, 100%. Yeah,
because that's where the the magic really happens, how we use these tools for the betterment of officers and the improvement outcomes.
And it'd be interesting to see where Lee's glasses go here,
Yeah.
and how Sean's debrief model fits in the debrief bit.
Sorry, just hijacking the conversation here. Okay, so have we tested it in anger?
In anger, well, it was written, and it remained on the pumps for a couple of years afterwards, after I wrote it, so I've felt it. It does sort of work, and I've been training it for 5 or 6 years now. When I go around the country training trauma trainers how to train firefighters, and we use it. So we use scenarios, immersive scenarios, which is full CAS sim, actors, and people love this because they know what's going to happen, and they know it's okay to be in the red. They know it's okay, and then each time they practice it, so the bandwidth, and they get used to the cognitive load. It's okay to be cognitively overloaded. We're humans. That's what will happen. What you've got to do is recognise it. I think the most important bit for me is the self-awareness. Having that self-awareness in the moment to go, oh, my bandwidth's gone here. That's that recognition, that's self-recognition, and be brave enough to say it.
Yeah, and is that a sign of failure? You know, we're horrendous within
Yeah,
our
yeah.
sector. It's just don't want to be seen as being weak.
Yeah, I agree.
But we can acknowledge we need help. Somebody's asking about trialling it. Is there scope, some kind of pilots within
Well,
organisations?
yeah, absolutely. We're looking for different people, different environments to trial that in. We've been running it in the fire service for about 5 or 6 years with trauma trainers. They love it because it gets them to accept that this is how your brain works. All the stuff that Sean's talked about and Lee's talked about, it brings it together. And plus the fact it's visual, and they can see themselves on it.
Is it academically published anywhere?
No.
Well, we need to do that.
I know.
We need to do that.
I know.
Okay.
That's why I'm here.
Okay. Transfer command. Does it impact responders? Pressure curve. Quick reset. How does that work?
Say that first bit again.
Transfer of command.
Yeah. I mean,
Where would you see that on your curve, and how would you overlap the cognitive processing or the comfort zone, if you like, with commanders through an escalating incident? Would you anticipate we've got multiple humps?
yeah. Oh, yeah. There'd be different. There'd be loads of curves going on, and there could be 2 or 3 curves going on for different people at any one time. Yeah. This is probably just a personal thing that you think and feel at that time, because it's a cognitive and emotional experience, isn't it? The two are, you can't separate them. It's just how it is. So, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. Has anybody got anything else that's not on here? I hijacked some of those, sorry. Everybody happy? Okay, next up we've got Rob Grayston. Rob's been involved in exercising and related activities in one form or another for the last decade, including the delivery of local resilience forums, the rail industry and parliamentary bodies. He's a resilience officer with Nottingham LRF and associate of the UK Resilience Academy. Over to you. Thank you so much.
Hello everybody, thank you very much. So yeah, we're going to be talking about wargaming, which is a bit of a hot topic. One of those things that, I just realised camera, I'll stay here. One of those things that is a little bit of a buzzword at the moment, and there are some things about it which I think are genuinely useful for the resilience sector, for exercising, validation, etc. But it's not a scary subject, and we'll jump into it, and by the end of it, you'll all be experts ready to go off and run your own war games. So, well, you just heard a little blurb about who I am. So I've been doing this kind of stuff for over a decade for various people. I'm a relatively sort of young resilience person in that I've only been in it since 2021, but during that time I've been fortunate enough to have experience in local authority as an emergency planner, so occasionally opening up a rest centre and chunking through a load of plans, British Transport Police as a testing and exercising officer, which was going around doing a lot of exercises, live, tabletop, hybrid, anything in between. And I am now a local resilience forum resilience officer in Nottinghamshire, which is much more governance focused, making sure that there's a sort of firm foundation in place so that everyone else can get on with their jobs. And I have also mentioned at the bottom, I am a recreational gamer. This is not necessary for the rest of it, but you will be unsurprised to learn that various people who end up in exercising or wargaming are also big nerds. So, and then just to prove that I'm not just a nerd, I do serious things, there's me in the umpire tabard whilst everyone else is getting on with the important stuff. Oh. There we go. So, to start off, I've already mentioned exercising and wargaming are similar. They are effectively the same thing. We can argue about it in the pub later if you would like. But in terms of this, I've got a big cross through taxonomy. Taxonomy, or effectively how you call things what they are. Scientists love to do it with animals and argue about it all the time. But in terms of what is wargaming, you can use exercising as well, and it's fine. Wargaming is a bit of a buzzword at the moment, and it is normally more applicable to our colleagues in camo, or nice dress uniforms as an alternative. So for us, it's just a form of exercising where stuff happens, and you don't just write it on a bit of paper or have a nice chat. It means something. So you take a choice, you make a decision, and that will be reflected in the rest of the scenario. It doesn't sound groundbreaking, and some of you are probably already doing it. But having previously been around the country to lots of local resilience forums, lots of different agencies, private sector, that is not always the case. It's a chance to make sure you can see what happens when things go wrong. But Rob, incidents, that's what you're looking at anyway. Yep, no, I agree. It's what happens when things go wrong when you're responding to the incident. Because a lot of the time, it's a perfect day with ideal weather, everyone turns up to their shift, all of your kit is working, everyone knows where the plans are, and the duty officer has picked up their phone. And that's often the environment where we are testing things. And then it is effectively a way of thinking about things. So it's to do with challenge, it's to do with not being awkward for the sake of awkwardness, not being mean about people's plans. It's, okay, we've come together because bad things do happen. Let's ask a question about what if everything doesn't go 100%. Quick example, which will hopefully ground it for a few people here. So TCG, Tactical Coordinating Group exercise, which is true to life. The vast majority that I've seen attended, whether for real or in an exercise, have all been online, with live response from subject matter expert adjudicators. So people who are there and will say, okay, this course of action you've chosen won't work. They'll then feed that back. So they'll decide what's successful and what the consequences may be. This is a very basic setup, very easy to do. I've run it in multiple locations previously, and we don't really do it very often in resilience in the UK. And then another version, which is tabletop exercise. So everyone's in the same environment, and it actually accounts for the availability of your resources, time of day, and competing priorities. Because again, we don't really do much with concurrence. Often something bad's happened, and we are all focusing on that. And there is good reason for some of this. You don't want to test every single plan you have, but it is also useful to be able to see how people respond to, and how plans react to, and the whole structure responds to more than one bad thing going on at the same time. So, adding to what I've previously said around the current state of exercising in a lot of places, but again, I'll reiterate, not all. You have a chat, you come together, you have your slide deck, and you will be on a table, you'll chat with the people around the table, you'll write something on a piece of paper about what you might do. The piece of paper may get logged, it may get added to a spreadsheet, it may just get turned into hamster bedding and no one ever looks at it ever again. This is a genuinely useful environment for making friends before you need them. It's already been mentioned. It is a good place for meeting the people you will call at 3 o'clock in the morning, who you will need to talk to about response. But we don't really do decision making, and it doesn't test plans that much. You'll have a chat about them, it raises awareness, it helps with education, again, useful stuff, but it's not stress testing anything. There's not much challenge. Drills. A lot of what we do are less exercises than they are more drills. For live play, That's very understandable. A lot of resource goes into it. You don't necessarily want people running off-piste with something that's got 300 participants that's taken 12 months to organise. But this is somewhere where you look at what's in front of you and you just say, okay, we're going to run through it point by point and there will be no deviation. Again, slideshows, fantastic for this, bad for this. No matter what you've said, what you've chosen, there will be another slide and it'll tell you what's happened. And it doesn't matter what you have actually said about it. And then this is less in this area of dynamic events or wargaming, and more a general point about the fact that we are treating a lot of this as something big, special, separate from everything else, and it needs to be embedded more. That's just me getting up on a soapbox slightly. But the other points, we're good at chatting, which is useful, but it doesn't challenge things, and we're good at doing drills. So we run through things so people have that rehearsal, but they don't really push themselves beyond that. I think you'll guess what my answer is to the question at the top. So in terms of the dynamic exercising approach you get with wargaming, there is a degree of credibility. So if you are properly testing things, if you are going through a plan and things don't work out, you can say, okay, we have checked it, we've seen this. I'm sure for lots of you, whether you've been a participant or you've been organising an exercise, you have had someone call a number and the number doesn't work anymore, or the person doesn't work there anymore, or it goes through to a takeaway. There's various instances I can think of where people have also just turned up and said, it's fine, we know this would work, it's cool. Having been to some exercises where approaches by different organisations are, some will communicate with their colleagues and ask for resources, find out what's available, and others have just turned up and said, yeah, we know it would be fine. And at the end of it, comparing how they have both done can be quite enlightening, especially because sometimes there can be some resistance from the people who haven't done that work to check, as that they are often keen to emphasise that it would be okay on the day. Confidence. Exercises shouldn't be there to test people necessarily, but they can tie in very well to training. They can effectively be the same thing. Some people less keen on that, but you can train people via exercising, and it will build confidence. It's a safe to fail environment. If you blow up a school bus in an exercise by accident, it's not ideal, but it's okay, there are no fatalities. People are often also not always confident at making decisions under pressure. This might also be something some people could have seen. Often in multi-agency environments, there will be a desire to get consensus, talk about things, make sure you've got as much information as possible, and people need to get a bit more comfortable with being uncomfortable. So that is something else that this can help with. And then adaptability. As mentioned, what happens when something unexpected occurs. Benefits, as mentioned, you've got challenge, confidence, creativity. Identifying gaps, making sure that you've got something as valid as possible when you actually look at your plans. Making sure that people can say with their hand on their heart, we gave this a proper test. Not just we talked about it for half an hour in the middle of something else, and we didn't record anything from it. Analysis paralysis, it's not great when you're in a TCG and there is a debate, discussion, disagreement about who should be chairing it for 10 minutes. And creativity. So giving people the permission to think innovatively. As a lot of you will be actually very creative in this kind of environment, you just don't always think you necessarily can be. All right, I've gotten to the bit about how we actually do these things. So, red teaming. Having some people who are constructively critical. You talk to them beforehand, you make sure they're on side, you make sure what's in bounds, out of bounds, and they can react in realistic, credible ways around how things could fall over, how things could go bad, how that fire could go out of control, how the fact that actually you have used that swimming pool to pull all the water out and use it because you couldn't access any water anywhere else, but that swimming pool was structurally important to the building you've just taken all the water out of and now the swimming pool's collapsed. Things like that which do happen in reality. Keeping track. I mentioned resources. We don't really keep track of what would be working, what is available, who is available, what time. Often exercises will be, everything's there, all the toys, go. You don't have to fear dice, but you don't have to use dice. Random generators, chance, deck of cards, the fact that sometimes things don't go your way. Subject matter experts, also fantastic for this. I've also put the military handy to steal from, as they do have a load of content on this, with the Red Teaming Handbook and the MOD's Wargaming Handbook, which can be used for our purposes. What some of it looks like, you do not need to use all the tokens and things. Up at the right, that is an 1810 map of Cambridge with some poker chips talking about rest centres. We have someone just doing a slide deck down at the bottom right, which is going through how would things be affected based on the pandemic and different countries working together. We've got a NATO cyber game up here, and we've also got effectively a map and what's called a matrix game, bottom right, which is where you crowdsource responses from everyone. So you go round the whole table and say, do you think this is plausible? Do you think that would work? And that can also be very powerful, especially when you've got the right people in the room. And then also, if you do wish to so do it, anything which has tiny ambulances normally goes down pretty well. So for you, there are commercial off-the-shelf products. Quickest, easiest to think about are things like the National Cybersecurity Centre Exercise in a Box. But there are other products out there. Matrix scenarios, as just mentioned, there'll be a link at the end and I can tell people what to Google. As these are often, you get people in a room, you might have a map, you might have a notepad, and you just talk about what could happen and how could it go wrong. Very quick, very easy, and it's easy to write them for yourselves. And then ask your trusted colleagues what failure looks like in a scenario for you, and how to integrate it to help with your learning. So, effectively, these are all things that aren't expensive, aren't hugely time-consuming, and you are all capable of doing. And I say that also being aware that we've all got 50 things on our to-do list, but it's not as big a hurdle as you might think it is. How does it stick? Networks. Thank you, Katherine. This is great. Anything like this. Little and often, you can do short form, 20-minute, 30-minute, 15-minute, before a meeting, before a strategic meeting, before a tactical meeting, whatever your normal meetings are. You say to people, right, we're going to do 10 minutes of, here's a wicked problem, and we're going to crowdsource what the answers might be. That is effectively a form of wargaming. And then buy-in, getting decision makers on side. There is more academic literature coming out to support this. There is the Wargame podcast. There is Ernstfall, which is the German version, which I think has come out today. So there's stuff in the public sphere. The new ITV Channel 4 programme on Cobra coming out, for example, and the Wargame TV show that's coming up. People are paying attention to this, and it is starting to get traction. You can use that. And then resources. So I'll let people... if you want to take a picture, and then you can Google these things yourself. But who knows? Maybe next year we'll be putting Closing the Loop on this list. So I'll leave that because the next slide is just questions with my contact details. So if people have any questions, I know that this has been a really quick run through, but I'm happy to share thoughts, comments, opinions. And if you disagree that wargaming and exercising is the same thing, then let's go out into the car park and I'll take my jacket off.
Thank you very much.
I'll go stand over there and I'll shout the questions at you.
He's really small, I'm sure we could take him.
Challenge accepted.
But it's really interesting. I've been working in the exercising domain for the last 10 years, and wargaming is not something I'd ever considered that I was ever doing, but maybe we are. Are we? I don't know. It does sound that there's a huge crossover.
So I would just say with that, the one thing is that there's a chap who's the head of the Wargaming Simulation and Modelling School at the Defence Academy in Shrivenham. So he's got a lot of military experience. I think he's been in uniform for 40 years or something. And he would say when it comes to what you call things, it doesn't matter. It's whatever the senior person wants you to call it.
And Walter, we've talked about dice. Hey, we've got dice, Wargaming, Dungeons and Dragons, and Warhammer. Hey, we've crossed the boundary, which is cool. Okay, so over to you, Rob. Can you explain what you mean by big events and exercising on the exercising slide? Thoughts and what your thoughts are on that, please. Big events.
So big events. I will hop back to. Okay. So this is effectively a lot of the time people are terrified of exercises. You will have someone who is voluntold that they need to do an exercise in 6 months, and they do not necessarily have a background in this. They do not necessarily know where to start, and that's not really fair on them. But this culture exists within organisations, within local resilience forums, within government departments. It is not uniform. There are definitely places where they just go, oh yeah, exercise, great, yeah, we'll just do it. 20 minutes, tomorrow, fine. There are tools you can get where you can find out what someone wants at 9 a.m, and then by 12, or 1 if they let you have lunch, you can then just run a 2-hour exercise for them. Like, there is this stuff out there, and we need to be better at accepting that the culture around exercising is one of slight fear, and you don't need to be scared.
Thank you. Is there a strategy for determining which unknowns you want to include in any war game that's centric around an operational response?
So I'd say that test plans as you would normally. This is format, so it's you can sit down, you can talk about things, but you also want to make sure that if you are sitting down and talking about these things, sometimes something goes wrong. Sometimes you make a decision, and even if it's the right decision, it's in guidance, it's what experience says has worked, you may have a subject matter expert, or more than one, who says, well, we've also seen where this has worked, we've also seen where it hasn't worked, because we think that would be more beneficial for the scenario. So it is basically look at what you would normally, but this is an approach in how to look at it.
Follow-on questions of mine, sorry.
Yeah.
So do you ever pull the learning from a war game to ensure that it feeds back into changing these plans?
So you would treat it, I've avoided learning here because as far as I'm concerned, learning is something that we're all not 100% on. But yeah, so your learning process should be ideally the good learning process you have already got embedded within your organisation, but there shouldn't be anything that is much different between a war game type exercise and a lot of the exercises you might be doing otherwise. With a war game type, you might sometimes have resources to record. When did people, what kind of things got used, what didn't get used. You might want to use something along the lines of an order, or it's a bit like logging, order or action sheet, which is effectively what did you do, and then it will also have what the consequences of that were. But this is stuff that's adjacent to what we should be doing already. So you've got your log. It's just that with the logging, you're also saying how the actions panned out. So yeah, in terms of learning, it should be a lot of the ways we're doing it already.
And another part of this question, have you ever looked at those unknowns and applied them to more than one different wargaming type scenario for that, maintain that continuity? So you've got specific unknowns maybe around personal competence or maybe situational awareness. Can you pivot those to multiple scenarios?
Yeah, there's no reason that you can't take a generic model and then basically lay what you want over the top. There are multiple different kinds of wargame exercise that can be more or less useful. I've mentioned matrix gaming. I don't think a double-blind Kriegspiel would necessarily be super useful here, but there are lots of different models you can use, basically.
Okay, you've got a lot more questions on here. I want to very complimentary one about your suit, so I'm just about to know.
Thank you. So that's good. You see, because I've previously worked for police and now working for fire, I wanted to trick you all into thinking that I was paramedic.
Excellent.
So there we go.
I'm being frowned at from a timekeeping perspective, so I'm going to call that a stop.
Okay.
Hopefully these questions can be picked up in the bar later or tomorrow at lunch. Thank you so much for your time. Next speaker. So next up is Liz. Liz teaches game design, transmedia production and interactive storytelling at Leeds University. She spent Leeds Trinity University, apologies, near slip of the tongue there. Spent 7 years in Surrey Police creating computer-based training courses and founded the Police Multimedia User Group for learning with interactive video. It was included a firing range inspired by the video game Mad Dog McCree.
Does anyone else remember Mad Dog McCree? No, I'm really going to date myself.
I'm sure it was
during this
wonderful.
presentation.
Liz teaches us and devises game-based learning, and the session will look at 3 innovative examples of her use of serious games for induction, reflection and interprofessional education. Liz, over to you.
Thank you so much. Hello everybody, thank you for inviting me. It's lovely to be here. This is going to be something a little bit different. I'm going to try and squish 3 case studies or 3 scenarios. Before you ask, yes, you can have the slides if you want. You can also have access to all the games I create. I'm known for creating games on very small budgets because I work in HE. I've written some books about what I do. The one on the left is actually available. You can download it or hit me up afterwards and I'll send you a copy. And that was a project around using escape games to resolve issues with stereotypes and prejudices. And it actually, we were talking about cognitive bias earlier. When you play the game, it actually uses your own cognitive biases to get you to solve the problems and the puzzles in the game. And then afterwards, you can't deny that you had cognitive bias. Yeah? So it's quite cool. So if you want a copy of that, I'll send it to you. I'll send a copy of anything to anyone. So the first thing I wanted to talk about is a tool called Action Bound. And one of the things I hate, hands up if you hate them too, is icebreakers. Oh my Gideon. And mostly that's because people do want, they do it about the person and the people, and it becomes this popularity contest, 2 truths and a lie, all of that. And what you want to do actually is make it very task focused. So if people go into a room like you saw my first slide, and there's just stuff on the table and they've got to figure it out and open it, they're immediately involved in the task that they're doing rather than thinking about, I've got to introduce myself and I've got to think of something funny and witty to say. So for me, induction is really, icebreaker is really important to make it so it actually pulls the team together and allows people to get stuck into a new community. And that's what this is as well. We have this induction game. Has anybody seen Action Bound before? You can make a location-based mobile game really easily. This is what it looks like from the inside. So this is Joan. She's not very well, and so our trainee nurses have to find out her blood pressure. Very, very simple task in this mocked-up ward that we have at Leeds Trinity University. And we can use logic switches to personalise the content to the cohorts. So the police officers will get something else, the police apprenticeships will get something else, the psychology students, the forensic scientists, they'll all get something else. But 80%, maybe even 90% of the game is shared, and therefore it's a great way of reskinning the game for other cohorts and other trainees. Okay, and for larger player groups, if you're setting people off, we'll have all 300 members of the nursing cohort or the policing cohort on campus at once. Action Bound can actually randomise the start points. So instead of everybody walking round the campus together on their mobile phones, which is 1 mobile phone per team, it actually spreads them out automatically, and so they're walking around in different places. So that's my first case study. So Action Bound is really cool. It's free to play with if you want to make one for your birthday. And then I think we pay £500 for a licence every year. It's not expensive. I'm not here to sell it to you though. So one of the problems we had in the police service, people come to me because I solve their problems with game-based learning. I design applied games for learning, or I'll find games that already exist and use them for learning. And one of the problems we had with our policing apprentices is some of them have been, in the job 10 years and they were just getting their degree. And what that meant, if you come across this unconscious competence diagram before, so when you learn something new, you're unconsciously incompetent. Yeah, I don't know I can't ride a bike until I get on it and I fall off, okay? Then, through learning and training, I become consciously incompetent. And we need to remember, this is a really uncomfortable place to be. People don't like being shown that they don't know how to do something. So this is where we really have to scaffold their learning. Then they become consciously competent, and then eventually they become unconsciously competent. And this is what was happening with our policing apprentices. And what you have to do in an apprenticeship that's different from the degree programme is evidence, evidence, evidence. You have to be able to reflect. You have to be able to say, well, I could have done this, I could have done that. And as Katie Oxley put it, who worked on this with me, I am not a subject matter expert, by the way, in any of this. So Katie Oxley worked with me on this, and she talked about they have to hold this, she called it a carousel in their head of the national decision model. Every time they went out to a call, every time they went out to resolve a problem in the community, they had to be thinking about all the things they could have done, as well as the things that they should have done and what they could do. And I thought, you know what that sounds like to me? Sounds like Choose Your Own Adventure books. This is another one that's going to date me. Anybody else remember Warlock of Firetop Mountain, Choose Your Own Adventure, interactive policing? This tool on the right is Twine. I showed this to Katie. I just built a Twine game. It's a really simple tool to use to create interactive scenarios with where you just click on yes, no, or you just have really simple options of what you would do in a particular scenario. So I made this one to show it to Katie, and we said, right, what we're going to do is we're going to get these police apprentices to design their own adventures as if they were police officers. So we're looking at something called the mantle of the expert, really, where you ask people to step into a role. And we said, right, what we want you to do is to create some choose your own adventures that are actually about attending an incident. And we're going to create these in Twine. After you've written the script, you're going to have to think about all the things you woulda, coulda, shoulda done at a particular instant, at every point as that incident plays out. And you're going to design these, and then we're going to give them to my Twine students, and they're going to write them up, and then we're going to give them to the policing graduates, which is what I'm hoping to do next term. One of the ways I did this, and this is one of the tools I want to share with you as well, I don't know if you've come across the Jigsaw Classroom, which was invented by Aronson in the 1970s, and it was in fact to prevent racism in the classroom and this formation of cliques. And the idea is you start off in a team, in your home group, and then you're split off, and each of you gets to learn a different topic. So when you come back to your group at the end, you have to rely on the other people, because we've now got asymmetric knowledge. A knows something that B doesn't know. B knows something that C doesn't know. So they have to talk to each other. If you want a classroom to erupt in noise in a way that doesn't normally happen in the modern classroom, may I recommend the Jigsaw Classroom to you. And I've put these on there just to demonstrate. I went down to the Natural History Museum, and they did a murder mystery evening, and some of us went off and learned about blood splatter patterns. Some of us went off and learned about tyre tracks. I went and learned how to look at the inside of somebody's stomach, which was lovely. And then we had a murder mystery to solve, and we actually used all of those skills as a team to solve the murder mystery. And of course, we got it right. But that's an example of Aronson's Jigsaw Classroom. I changed this a little bit for my policing Twine game. And what I did was the first time they wrote their games, and then they went and swapped with another group as critical friends. And then they swapped with another group as consultants. And all the time they were learning about the incidents that the other students had decided on. So it might be a burglary, it might be a domestic, it might be a car crash, RTA. I should use the right terminology, shouldn't I? And so each time they went through looking at other people's games, they were advising and then eventually play testing. So just this way again of getting them all to talk to each other, to play test, and by the end of it they had lived experience of 4 different incidents. And this afterwards, the improvement in reflection was palpable and measurable, and this has now been rolled across the West Yorkshire region, and all of the assessors for the apprenticeships have now been trained in this methodology as well. How long have I got?
You keep going, you're good.
Brilliant, good. Right, this is my final one. So this is inspired by Rob. Rob introduced me to mega games. One of the things I understand about a mega game is the first thing you have is a big map on which everything happens. So I was asked, what did you call it, voluntold? One of my colleagues was voluntold. He was going to create the university's first interprofessional education event. Up to 150 people, Liz. Come and write a game. I went, oh yeah, I'll do a mega game. So this is the map I made. This is actually Olly, and a cartographer friend of mine stripped all the names out so that we could rebuild it. And with all of the tutors, we had 12 different degree programs represented, I think, and all the tutors sort of said, this is where my graduates might be working once they come out of the university. So obviously we've got the police station. The one in Olly is actually quite down by the riverside. It's very nice. It would be the first place to be flooded, which is ironic in a game about flooding. But you can see from this is what inspired me. I wanted to have a really safe space that the students could imagine them being in. They could get to know these are the characters or the NPCs. I found out AI was very, very racist when I started doing this, but this is not the talk for that. I was inspired by a couple of games. So this is In Our Shoes, which is a 30-minute micro live action role play played on cards, and it's about refugees in the community. This one I wasn't inspired by but found since, and because it's free I thought I'd bring it with me. You can get this online at Stronger Together, a company called Blue Heart. And they've created one again. It's a 30-minute game. Each of the cards is a doorway, and then when you turn it over, it's got a character on the back, which I just love that concept. Anyway, so I thought I'd just share that with you so you can Google it. So we created a game based on a flood. We didn't want terrorism or something too scary. Okay. So we had 12 degree programs and apprenticeships. I had to keep paring it down and making it smaller and more manageable. And at no point until the day itself did anybody know how many people were going to come. I had to write a game that could be 3 people or could be 150 people. And so I'm going to show you how I did that. We used Action Bound and the QR codes, which were different on each table for the release of the information. So Action Bound again, we're using that same thing, but none of the location-based stuff, simply the ability for people to say, I'm a police officer, but here's my QR code, give me what the police would know at this incident, give me what the health people would know, give me what the law. So I had law, health and community as my 3 teams. Let me show you this. So the minimum unit was 3 people, 1 person per role. So I could play the game with 3, 1 health person, 1 law person, 1 community person. I then scaled that up, so in each cohort, there would be up to 3 people in each role, and then I created 4 cohorts. So I'm up to 36 people now. Need to make it bigger. So I doubled it. So one end of the room was 1 letter 4, another end of the room, and in fact out in the corridor was another set of 4. And this was the interesting one, I was only up to 72 by then. I thought, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to double up the players. These are first years. We've never done this before. The whole thing is a play test. No idea what's going to happen. Let's have every person who is in the game, every character in the game, played by 2 players. So everybody buddied up. Oh my gosh, the difference that made. They loved it. The people who were keen were keen together. The people who weren't too keen and didn't know too much about gaming were much more reassured because they were paired up. And if there was a mixed pair, that worked as well. And so we ended up actually having about 177 people, possibly. We also had roles for media because, as Rob will, any other mega game will know, you always have the press. Some teams playing the press, they're always putting pressure on you by sticking a microphone in front of you. We also had a bunch of linguists doing a piece of research around the language that the different professions in the room were using, both towards each other, about do we call them clients, customers, you know. So the 3-hour session broke down like this. So the first one, I have brought these materials with me if anybody wants to have a look, but they picked a character from the table. There were 100 characters I designed who all lived in this village, and the first thing they had to do was just pick up a character and go and find somebody else who was connected to that character. So it might be their mother or their sister, or they might be in the brownies together, or they might work at the same shop, or whatever it was. So again, this is about, as an individual, not having to do that horrible vulnerable thing where you have to talk about yourself, but instead you're walking around with a character saying, is anybody connected to my character? And it was also a great way of introducing the day, because not only did I not know how many people were going to be there, some of them were going on shift, some of them were coming off shift, so the day was constantly changing with people walking in and people walking out. So this was a great way for the first 20 minutes while people were coming in, getting signed up to tables, they could take a character and walk around and introduce that character. And then they did, this is standard mega game stuff, you play it in rounds. So in your team you get given a challenge and you have to make a plan. And then you have to go and negotiate with the other professional teams, and this time they were in these paired partners. And then you go back to your team, hopefully it's resolved, and you can write up the agreed solution. Of course, what they discovered when they went to the other teams, there was a hand shot up and said, Liz, the police have got a different problem to us, and they had no idea that the nurses would have their problem, the community would have their problem, the police would have their problem, and therefore they had to solve all three problems by working together at the same time. Round 3, same thing again, except a different challenge, and then round 4 we gave them a new challenge, but then 10 minutes in, flood warning. I went and filmed a news flash in the media suite, and we did a flood warning, and all of a sudden it was all hands on deck. And again, we had somebody a nurse sitting there in scrubs going, I'm the only person left on my table, I'm here on my own. We said, well, that is could possibly happen in real life. What are you going to do? And so obviously they had to start trying to move people. And so the community team went to the police team and said, we need to evacuate the old people's home down here. And the police said, what crime has been committed? And that is where they started learning about interprofessional communication. So it worked really well. And then finally at the end, the result of our paired playering, which if you remember I did necessity is the mother of invention, because I had to just double up the number of players, all of a sudden the debrief was extraordinary. Because they'd had to reflect on action, in action while they were doing it, because they'd had to articulate to their paired partner what they were thinking, what they should do, they had to agree and then move on. And this wasn't one person doing the driving and the other person doing the navigating. It was two people thinking as two sides of one brain. The quality of the reflections afterwards was superb. So we're actually doing a bit of research into this concept of paired playering. And I think that's the end, apart from, buy my books. I'll look at the microphone. Low production values.
I love it. I love it. Okay, so Liz, you've got a couple of questions on here at the minute. I suspect more will live in a second and trip me up. Any plans to roll out the choose your own and jigsaw class method to the resilience and emergency degree apprenticeship? That sounds like an inside question.
Absolutely. If somebody wants that, I'd very happily work with them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the jigsaw classroom's been around forever though, but that whole we can pass that on. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Interprofessional education game. Did you do wider feedback between groups at the end of each round?
At the end of each round. Well, they talked together. They didn't sort of do a debrief. They all talked together in mega game fashion. So they sort of, at each round when you're given the challenge, you have a point where you talk about what you're going to do, then you go out and try and make it happen, then you come back and say, okay, this is what I had to do.
Okay, and at the end of the whole exercise, did you try and determine if there was a noticeable difference in the outcomes?
Noticeable difference in outcomes between what? Because this was the first IP game we'd done, so I don't know whether that form of training is better than another form of training, because it was the first thing we'd ever done.
Do you have any challenges with running this type of game with people who are on an apprenticeships programme who don't maybe have the skills and competencies to do the role you're expecting them to do?
Because we're doing this whole, so Mantle of the Expert, and I've forgotten that, you can Google it, I've forgotten her name, but it was invented for primary school children, and it's like this idea of getting them to role play. So if primary school children can do it, then adults could do it, and I found that they did. And also this paired partner. But there was also mentors with every team. So with every group of police officers, with every health group, with every community group, there was a mentor with them. Not necessarily a subject matter expert in that area, but there was a mentor with them who could help them talk through the issue and how to solve the wicked problems they were being presented with.
Interesting. And I've been involved in some of the stuff that's been done at Coventry with training people in TCGs. And when I first was asked about getting involved, I'm like, how can these students who've never been operational perform a function at a TCG? I was a bit bemused. But they genuinely can.
If you expect it of them, they will rise to the occasion.
And that whole facilitated conversation and that sector competence piece is super interesting.
Rob said earlier about being safe to fail is really important. you know, inviting them to step into what Herzinger calls that magical circle of play. You know, this is a safe space. This is a safe space to fall and to fail, because that's how you're going to learn.
Yeah, perfect. Another question. Could you choose your own method work with the morning speakers on perception? If they see one thing, it leads to another different outcome.
No idea.
I don't know what it means. I'm just reading it to you. Whose question is that one?
Oh, the choose your own adventure method.
Choose your own adventure. Okay.
Yes, I was thinking that when I was watching that presentation. I made some notes on that. I thought that was a really interesting connection as well. That was the one about perception. I've got that written down here. Yeah. There was a question then about a lack of operational experience came up with the questions for Sean as well. And then that thing about looking at the situation and scanning it and how to live it. Yeah, I think it ties in really well with that.
Wonderful. Well, Liz, a super interesting presentation that you've definitely got my brain whizzing about things that we can do differently or better regarding training and exercising within our response domain that I currently work in. It's always a challenge trying to come up with new ideas to build scenarios, but maybe we're thinking too hard. Maybe we can...
Yeah, do you know what? I had a realisation when I was trying to build the rules and I was trying to... Rob talked about dice and random number generators. Do you know what? The first time you play it, everything's random. Yeah. And I just thought, I don't have to do all of that random stuff because it's going to appear random to them anyway.
Yeah, completely.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Liz, thank you so much for that. Okay. Next up, we have Olly Sapsford. Olly is a fire commander in London Fire Brigade, lecturer in disaster emergency management at Coventry University, and a PhD student. He has 2 kids, an allotment, a building project, and I don't know if he has any free time in the slightest. You don't, do you?
I've loads of free time.
Yeah, whatever. His research is exploring novel methods towards development of decision expertise in the context of the UK Fire Service and multi-agency response domains through naturalistic decision making. Olly, over to you, dude.
Cheers. Did you write that?
I don't know who wrote it. Is it true?
Yeah, that's all lies. How you doing? All right. My name's Olly. That's what we're talking about today, really. Might be a bit of a red herring, but let's have a look. I mean, you kind of stole my thunder with that now. But introductions, questions for you. Who is a practitioner in the room? Who's a practitioner? Anyone consider themselves a practitioner? Yeah, fine. Who's an expert? Oh, look at you, hands down. Who works in ops, actually? Serious question. Who works in ops? Yeah, loads of us. Cool, brilliant. I mean, Katherine's really said it all. Basically, first and foremost, I'm a firefighter. Yeah, that's kind of at the heart of everything I do. Ended up in a weird position where I do a bit of teaching as a lecturer at university. Great fun. And again, even stranger, ended up having the opportunity to mess about, test my own thoughts and prove myself wrong. In a computer science department. Who was it said about nerds, anyone? I haven't got a clue how I've ended up in a computer science department. Literally. It's a running joke at the moment, especially, you know, Paul. You do forced to teach the cybersecurity stuff to me. A big thing for me about all of these conversations today, and on a more serious note, is that everything we talk about has got to have meaning when boots hit the ground. So for me, that's quite an important thing. Ta-da, there they are. Recent trip to Ibiza, great fun. But as a construct, there's a really interesting bit of writing, manifesto for reality-based safety science, which actually makes the case for all of this kind of conversation, these kind of thoughts, these kind of things we talk about, actually needing to have meaning where the boots hit the ground. So, like our colleagues in green at the back there, you know, obviously firefighters amongst the cops, you guys working in the resilience sector. We've got to have meaning. It's got, all of these kind of conversations got to be, you know, rooted, and that's why what we've organised today here is really good. My next question for you is, who's got magpies in their garden? Anyone? Yeah, who shoots them? Who's going to know how to shoot them? You nearly did, I saw you. It's always the old people. Today we're here talking about, I'm attempting to talk about technology. Who here works in an organisation where you're madly grasping at technology, or you've got colleagues, or you might do yourself, you're asked a question, you could jump onto Copilot and you start asking it questions, or you might use Claude or ChatGTP, or you might be going to the Emergency Services show in September, that was on a slide earlier on, and you're going to dive into the Emergency Tech Hall where everyone's trying to flog your products. Who works in an organisation like that, where tech is a real big issue for the moment? Yeah, everyone put your hands up. We all do. We all do. You know, at the moment, the way the world is, 2026, everyone's tussling with this idea of how do we get technology into organisations in an intelligent kind of way. We might have a bit of a magpie syndrome going on, you know. When we see these things, when we see this tech on the table, when we start hearing all the conversations around AI, good and bad, we kind of got this, we must gather it all towards us, we must use it. And there's actually a risk that we do that without actually thinking about why, without actually taking an intelligent approach to it. That reference there, Mr. Kneebane, when you look it up, actually it's a red herring. That's been created by AI. The whole thing's a load of rubbish. It's complete and utter, it's just a load of rubbish, basically. And another thing is as well, when we're using AI, at the moment it's been proven, like a good friend over there just said a minute ago, it's been proven to demonstrate bias. That's a fact. It's also been proven that actually it's killing creativity. When we sit down to do a task, answer a question, plan some training, what does Claude say? What does AI say? We're biasing ourselves already. We're going to use whatever AI's got to say, whatever we think about it, it's going to ruin it to start with because we're going to be biased. So something I learned last week from somebody a lot smarter than me is before you even start thinking about something, jot your own notes down. That's just a thought. But the bigger question that leads us on to, what's the intelligent way forwards? Anyone got an idea? I hate the sound of my own voice. Anybody? No? Fine. Well, my big question for me is, can we use future tech to make expertise visible? We've had some fantastic discussions already today, some of these different things that are going on about actually some of the cognitive stuff that we're thinking about. And for me, it's about what is expertise. And I've sort of had a little play around with a few definitions. And for me, this kind of covers it. The experience-based ability to recognise patterns, diagnose cues, anticipate development, evaluate actions, adapt in complex situations. Now, where most of us work in the response sector, the very environment we're working in is complex. The goals are changing. We have incomplete information. We have shifting goals. We probably work in teams, some sort of bounded structure. For me, that gets a little bit close to it. I don't know what you think about that. Interestingly, the guy on the left, Hoffman, I was lucky enough to meet him last week, and one of the things he said was actually expertise doesn't exist. So we can talk about that another time. But what I really like is this idea of the types of knowledge we have. Is everyone, I don't know, Lee's nodding, that's a good sign. Generally, in a really binary kind of way, a really sort of really simplistic kind of way, you've got two types of knowledge. You've got explicit knowledge, that's where I'm from. Explicit knowledge, which is the stuff we can declare, it's the routines, it's the skills, the drills, it's the procedures. When we sit down to watch a presentation with a 5% retention rate afterwards, it's that kind of stuff. The good stuff, in my opinion, and a few other people's opinions, is the invisible stuff, the lower end of this, iceberg, the patterns we develop, the mental models, we sometimes call them schemata, the ability to actually judge things as a human, be able to recognise cues, the different mindsets we kind of set from maybe the cultures we work in, the habits we develop. For me, that's really, really important. I don't know about you guys. And it's a really, really key part of what we do. And I think it's a really, really key part as well about actually understanding how we maybe decode expertise, to actually work out what the traits of expertise really, really are, and then actually use them to inform how we train, how we develop, how we do ops, how we do operations, how we respond, basically. What's my next slide? There we go. Right, so for me, a big part of what I'm getting into, and this whole PhD thing's only a couple of months old, it's brand spanking new, but I've been asking these questions for a while now, for a couple, sort of 2-3 years, is that naturalistic decision making as a research approach. Is anyone familiar with it? Raise your hands. No? Oh, one or two, yeah. Okay, a few funny faces like that. Yeah, so naturalistic decision making as an approach to research, as a kind of methodology and as a theory, potentially offers us a really valuable way in to actually explore how real people make decisions in the real world in complex and high pressure environments. And last week I went to the States, went to the conference, and I got to shake the man himself's hand, Gary Klein. You put his name on the board earlier on. That was a really, really cool experience. Here, spending the week listening to him talk, going to workshops, talking about some of the things that really directly impact and affect how we sort of look at decision making in the fire service was mental. It was really, really good. And I got a bit of sunburn as well. But yeah, for me, this is where we've taken science, we've taken social science outside of the lab, and it's been applied in the real world. And it's had a really, really big impact. For those of you who are kind of in the know, some of the big things we talk about, maybe decision making in response, recognition from decision making. Is anyone familiar with that? Yeah, some nodding going. We don't like hands, do we? But we do like a nod. Very good moustache at the back of the room there. Thank you. some of these models and some of these things that's developing give us a real insight actually to how we work in the real world. And one of the big reasons I've ended up down this strange path of kind of treading the line between ops and academia, sort of making that all those abstract, sort of constructs concrete, is the fact that for me, when I first came across these things, it answers so many of the questions I had about what we do on the incident ground, or why, as a firefighter, when, an officer in charge is saying start up, those two words would elicit so much unconscious action. There's a lot of firefighters nodding in the room, and that's reassuring. A few of the things, though, that NDM can actually offer us in terms of what it can do for us, it can actually show us how decision makers recognise and interpret environmental cues. We've heard a lot about cues in the environment this afternoon, and this gives us a real insight actually to how experts do that, and actually conversely how novices do it as well. It gives us a really good ability to actually understand how the performance of experts differs from novices. There's no other way of saying it. If you've done a particular role and engaged with it for a number of years, you're going to have a really interesting skill set that actually we need to pass on to the next generations coming through. It also gives us an idea actually about how teams operate and actually how teams work together, and it can be a whole range of different styles of teams to actually develop shared models, whether it's decision making, whether it's situational awareness, whether it's communication. It gives us the insight to actually study these things. And actually, once we unlock these tacit skills, these kind of unspoken cognitive bits and bobs, what a way of saying it, we can actually then use these to develop training. And it's not just about developing training that we think looks cool on a page or AI has told us to develop. It's about developing training that actually is based on facts, which I think is really important. And importantly for the conversation today, it's actually how can we actually develop technology that complements the human as opposed to actually replacing it. One of the big things we talk about at the moment, and one of the big discussions you keep hearing, is that AI is going to, make us all redundant. We're going to end up killing ourselves off in some wonderful leisure-filled utopia. It's potentially not. It's not the case. And it's a superpower. That's the words from the man himself last week. NDM offers us a superpower. Yeah, we can elicit that tacit knowledge from the experts to actually inform how we move forwards. Very conscious of time. So what I'm up to at the moment is basically all these abstract constructs, all these different theories, all these things that people come up with, trying to basically turn them into a framework for working out the difference between good, bad, and medium. So for actually evaluating how we do things towards kind of two questions. Working out actually what decision making is as a process, what it looks like. A big thing for me at the moment is that a lot of the models and the way we evaluate decision making is very much based on outcome. I've been in the fire service 12 years and I'm getting old, but it's not maybe as long as a lot of people in the room. But it's always struck me that as we turn out the doors a lot of the time, the die is cast, sadly, for a good number of people that we get to and we don't save. They end up in body bags. The die is cast. However well we perform, however we make decisions, how good our decisions are, regardless. Sadly, those people are going to end up in that state, which when then comes through to the end of evaluating decision making, working out what was good, what was bad. Potentially, we actually need to move to a stage where actually we're more focused on process. Actually, how good was the decision making at that time, in that moment, in that environment? And a big part of that for me is understanding the ecology, the environmental issues at play when people are making these huge, big ticket decisions under huge amounts of pressure. And this is where the computer science comes in. Thank God, got to justify my existence there in some kind of way. Is it possible now to use future and emerging technology to evaluate performance in the moment? A lot of the research that's been done, a lot of the very good research that's happened in the past, Sabrina Cohen-Hatton, Phil Butler's work, Rob Honey at Cardiff, retrospective interviews of footage, phenomenal paper, I love it, read about 10 times. But is there a way now of doing this in the moment? Potentially there is. So this is some footage from some training exercises that went and took part in. I'm hiding at the back somewhere. What we've started to do is use image recognition technology to actually start identifying objects. So for example, you see the blue and yellow boxes turning up. This is a very early version of it, just simply because, what's that? Because it's the only one I could cut down to size. So actually we can individually identify people in the images, so firefighters in this case. And as you can see here, the blue box, it's identifying objects. This is now a few further iterations on, so we're able to identify tools, identify things like smoke, the density of smoke, identify actions as well. So, for example, we've managed to train or teach the system, however you want to call it. I'm not a computer scientist. A firefighter, for example, using blocks and chocks to stabilise a vehicle, it's now recognising that action. Using HRE, Jaws of Life, to take a door off, it's recognising those actions. This is audio on this hasn't come through on this presentation, sadly. What it's also able to do is we're taking live audio transcripts. So there you've got an example on the left of a transcript from that very, very scene, and the highlights on there are just my own very quick kind of off-the-cuff codings for that. So that's just a coding based off Sabrina Cohen-Hatton and Phil Butler's paper from 2015 about decision making. So the idea that we assess a scene, make a plan, execute a plan, or if we're working intuitively, like RPD, we assess a scene and just go straight to action. That's just a really quick coding applied to that. And the idea is that by combining image recognition, by training it with, for example, a system like effective command, which is a measure for a behavioural marking system, combining it with all these indicators in speech, we can develop a system that actually, at the end of it, can evaluate what's going on, which obviously has some handy implications for like training, modelling decision making, a whole range of things. There's a list at the end. Equally, what about the multi-agency space? There's the Wheel of Doom, JDM. That's not my phrase, someone else's. What about if we are now able to apply that same methodology to the multi-agency space, the Jessup space, the interoperable space, and actually track how different teams of experts, so whether you wear blue, green, red, whether you're coming from local resilience forum sector, is it possible then to actually track how information flows? Is it possible to track how decisions are made and actually how expertise is shared, that situational awareness thing? I'm pretty sure yes. And the basic methodology at the moment, which I'm sort of kicking off with in a month's time, is going out to fire brigades, essentially strapping cameras to people, borrowing Lee's lovely 40 grand eye tracking glasses, thank you very much, and getting data and then sitting down and interviewing people using traditional methods to then feed the machine to compare, do the traditional NDM methods of interviewing, of retrospective interviewing with footage, line up. And then if that works for firefighters alone, I'm very biased, it makes my life easy, so, I'm in the sector, then we apply it to the multi-agency domain. So if anyone's got any big exercises they're planning in the next 2 years, I'd love to come. We'll bring a bundle of people. Before I get glared at for time, what are the outputs? I think we can probably produce better models of decision making. I said domain specific. I'm a firefighter at heart. That's what I'm really interested in. But equally for trauma surgeons, for critical care medics, and this is another thing as well. So much of what we talked about in terms of this kind of expertise has been about commanders. It's about firefighters as well. It's about operators as well, not just the guys making the decisions at the tactical or strategic level. It's about operator level. When you're in a BA set with your partner, flames blowing over your head, loads of smoke, you're on your own. So how do we get insight about how we make decisions like that? Can I create, or can we create another validated marking framework for behavioural marking? Can we validate existing behavioural marking systems? There are for some effective command. There we go. There's helinots for the helicopter services. There's one for vets now. Can we actually create a system for validating this? And can we create a tool for informing training? And maybe a bit more on the other side. Can we actually then, which is important to me, can we create evidence-based recommendations for training and ops? And intriguingly as well, as AI and as technology is sort of flooding the market, can we actually create some kind of ethical guidance for using it? I don't know. These have all got question marks. Well, they should all have question marks. Look at that. Oh no, it's there. It's fine because it's very early days. That's kind of it, really. It's a very genuine call to action. It's almost like a sales pitch. If your organisation potentially would be interested in getting involved with some of the research, please connect. That's a fancy QR code from a LinkedIn page. There's my email address. Thank you very much. Cheers. But I will say as well, if you're interested in any of this kind of stuff, there's a few kind of resources there. I mean, I'll share those afterwards, but that's the important one, really. Any questions, dare I ask?
Okay, yeah, you've got some questions, hold on. Okay, so, is our focus on the role of natural decision making, including the role of expertise, too focused on psychological or psychometrical perspectives at the expense of societal or group dynamics?
That's a great question. Someone's a no. Who's asked that? Who's grinning? Oh, it's you, isn't it? I knew it'd be you. Honestly. No, because it gives us the ability to take all of those things into account. There's another side of that coin. There's something called the perpetual cycle model. There's also something loaded writing by a guy called Gibson about affordance, which is actually taking in the ecological, environmental impact in which cognition happens, or in this case, decision making happens. You know, a big thing for me is when, you know, I've had it where you're questioned as a decision maker about what you did and why in when, you know, lovely warm room and everyone's calm. We don't always take into account that really critical part of the puzzle, you know. And no, it doesn't, because it gives us the ability to actually absorb all of those things into the mix. That's the beauty of it being a real world, out of the lab applied method. And also, it's not just about NDM. The part of the plan is to incorporate all those things as well. Thank you, Paul.
Okay, how do you walk the fine line between academic theory and operations so it actually becomes a useful tool to less academic focused individuals?
I think, to be honest, the fine line's the absolute beauty spot, because I spend a lot of my time at the moment falling asleep on planes reading academic papers. But then when I go back to work and I sit down with my watch and my team, and I'm very quickly humbled by them, as anyone who's in the fire service will know you are, every day of the week, every moment you're awake. It's about actually, for me, it's about just being able to make these things so they're discussion points. You know, things like wargaming, you know, gaming them, actually just having conversations. You know, the best thing ever is, I remember sort of quite early on as a lecturer using the word metacognition to a bunch of fire control operators, actually. And the best thing about that was one of them, she looked up at me, she was like, that's giving me the ick. I was like, oh, Christ, okay, that's a wake-up call. Think about your thinking. Yeah, and I feel like personally I'm in a really nice position where I'm, you know, before I was teaching at uni, I was basically digging holes for part-time. So, do you know what I mean? I'm coming from the real world, and I think that's a really nice place to be. And actually every 4 days I go back on duty and get very much reminded about what this is all about. So that's quite cool.
You have a big responsibility as a pracademic.
I thought you were going to say another word then, which would be very accurate. Yeah.
Pracademic.
Pracademic.
So what do you anticipate, got your crystal ball out, we are going to be using on the instant ground in 10 years' time to inform or better place our decision making?
I think we'll be using really well-trained humans who potentially are informed by a system with maybe with an earpiece in that helps them sense check what they're doing. So when you're in that really high pressure moment of I've turned up, I'm in charge of whatever, people need my help really quickly. Well, potentially I've got an earpiece in, which links me back to a system that might be prompting me, because it's reading the environment for you. So you've got a sense check there. So you're looking at smoke that's blowing out the window, there's people calling for help, there's a ladder going up, you're briefing your BA crew. In something in your mind, in your ear said, have you made up for more resources? Have you sent an informative? Has somebody gone round the back to check there's not people out the back window? Something like that. Or you've just got a really highly trained team around you, because actually all of this kind of insights led to better training. That's what I'd like, but I'm not really a techie.
So we're hearing voices in our heads.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. You know what that's like. Yeah.
Excellent. I completely agree with you that there's lots of tech available, lots of technology, lots of forethought, but we've got to mustn't lose sight of its practical application, and importantly its affordability for boots on the ground.
Yeah, this is it.
Training budgets are so pinched as it is, without there being too much reliance on crazy expensive tech.
Yeah, this is it. No, I know I might make a few jokes, but for me it is about the people. Like, we've got to use tech to really train the people, because systems fail, systems are fallible, they're always going to break at some point. And actually, like you said about tech, we don't know what's going to be on the market in 10 years. Think back to 10 years ago from now, we don't know. So it's got to be human-centric. I think that's really important.
But we do have a habit of predicting the future in films, don't we?
Yeah, The Simpsons.
Not the Simpsons.
Oh, sorry.
But it's frightening how predictable we've been with this kind of tech. So thank you so much, Olly.
Thank you. Yeah, cheers, thanks.
Joao.
Joao.
I'm so terrible, replied from Portugal, and I'm like, he wants to come from Portugal for this? Wow, that's amazing. Thank you so much for making the journey. Really wonderful to have you here, and incredibly sorry for getting your name wrong just then.
Don't worry.
I knew that was going to happen. Apologies in advance.
Okay, so you are a Portuguese fire service leader, educator and researcher. You've got a master's degree in leadership, people organisations, and a bachelor degree in security management and civil protection, as well as postgraduate qualifications in civil protection management. You've just completed some advanced studies in statistical analysis and civil protection law and disaster medicine, resilience and public administration. And you're here to give us a presentation on the proficiency leadership competences in the fire service in Lisbon. Thank you so much. Over to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'll just try to make this difficult task before everyone gets out of the room to see the football, or Katherine shows me a 1 minute red card to finish my conversation. My name is Joao. I'm a technical deputy assistant for the Lisbon Fire Service Commander. And on behalf of the Lisbon Fire Service and the Lisbon Municipality, I would like to thank West Yorkshire Fire and Rescue Service and Katherine Lamb for the opportunity to bring you what came to be my master thesis about the initial training course for the Lisbon Fire Service firefighters. So basically, we tried to understand what was the impact of the training course on the new candidates, how they came to us, and how during 1 year training they would eventually finish. But like I'm from Portugal, so I need to get you a framework from our country and how are we organized. So basically this is my agenda. I would try to quickly move forward. So we have at a National Authority for Civil Protection, it's organized in the national, regional and sub-regional level. The municipalities also have civil protection services, but they coordinate different agencies in response to emergency, okay? When we talk about fire services, that's a different conversation. We have 449 fire services in Portugal. The majority are volunteer based, but they have paid firefighters also. But we have 36 professional fire services and 11 private fire services that only act within the industrial facilities they are compelled to protect. Basically, Lisbon is the Portuguese capital, has about 500,000 inhabitants, more or less, 100 square kilometers, 24 parishes, and Lisbon Fire Service is the oldest and biggest fire service in Portugal. So we came from the period that we have a king, and now we are moving. We are about 1,000 firefighters in our ranks, more or less. But we are all professional. We are all paid firefighters, and basically we run our business 24/7 every day. We are organized in 3 operational battalions and 1 special intervention battalion. Our area of intervention is the Lisbon municipality, but we are also called for assisting the country if necessary, or outside the country. For example, at this moment, like UK has teams in Venezuela, we also have 15 firefighters from the Lisbon Fire Service in Venezuela. Each battalion usually has 2 companies, and each company usually has 2 stations, which means we have a total of 11 stations in Lisbon, 1 dispatch center, and 1 fire training school. So, about human resources, our human resources map applies for 1,112 firefighters. We are now understaffed. We have 990. We are getting old, very old, and this is not looking better in the next few years. We are currently having issues with recruitment, but I'm happy because today I understood that it's general, so it's not just our problem, it's everyone's problem. We have a current recruitment process for 80 candidates, but we only have 61 available. And next year we wanted to open for 60, and now we have to open for 80 to compensate. But it's a challenge. Our rate of operations, we have about an average of 20,000 emergency dispatches per year. Last year, our dispatch center received 80,000 calls. After triage, they resulted in 22,000 emergency dispatches. About training, our initial training course is performed in our fire school. It's just this building over here. These are new facilities. And we provide initial training, promotion, specialization, and qualification, and also updating and improvement for our workers, but also for other municipalities that have professional firefighters. Along the years, we have been moving because of COVID, we decreased our capacity, because the staff that was in the Lisbon Fire School was directed for training other firefighters from other municipalities in decontamination process of nursing homes and other spaces, and also for doing that exact action in the Lisbon municipality. So basically, what's the initial training course and how does it work? It's a 1 year long period of training. We have a school training context that it's around 910 hours, divided on theoretical sessions, practical sessions, and physical training sessions. We talk about the basic stuff, the basic firefighter stuff, hydraulics, electricity, hoses, everything, fire suppression. And in the practical area, we make drills, and and generally it's stimulating for muscle memory, because everything is counted through time. After the first 6 months, the candidates are put it in on-job training context. So they are split into shifts, into different stations, and they rotate between stations. So what we tried to understand was what's the impact of this movement on candidates. So we assessed the initial leadership competencies when they arrive. After 6 months, after school training was finished, we assessed again, and then we repeated the same on the end of the on-job training. So a longitudinal study for 1 year. We used a leadership competency management model validated for the Portuguese Army with 27 leadership competencies. And you ask, but if it's for the Army, why did you use it? Well, because in Portugal we don't have any. So we had to use that one. So at least for us to understand what happened. And it was very, very funny, because we identified several independent variables. We wanted to know the impact of each context and to see what would be changing in this line of service. So basically, I'm not going to read all this. We looked at the leadership competencies at the personal level, at social level, functional and organizational level. Now, during 1 year, it was very nice, because I used Rocco's leadership competencies. It's a lieutenant colonel from the Army. It's also my friend. We had a sample of 126 trainees, because the training course, initially there were 136, but 10 of them were excluded until the end of the training. And so we didn't have validated responses to the questionnaire that was submitted. So basically, we had 122 males and 4 females in the training course. So the gender aspect of this study, was already limited because we didn't have a specific sample to to assist. The age of the candidate was between 18 and 35 years old, but the Portuguese recruitment process defines that for professional firefighters the age is 18 to 25, but able to prolong for 10 years if the candidate comes from the armed forces to the public service. So in terms of other characteristics, education, secondary level was the biggest number of responses that we have. Only 10 of the candidates had already higher education. Professional experience, the majority didn't have any professional experience, and that's a challenge for the future. Military experience, also the majority didn't have experience, because from 2002 the mandatory military service was finished. So that's something that we need to understand, the impact on our society. And finally, if there were any previous fire service experience, and once again the majority never heard about fire service or firefighting. Once again, a challenge. So the highest proficiency competencies throughout the course was effective consideration, determination and perseverance, openness to multiculturalism, optimism and enthusiasm, and technical and professional aptitude. That's great, but we assisted that for candidates over 25 years old, they would change, they remove the optimistic and enthusiastic for transparency. I don't know, people when getting older, they tend to be less optimistic. Considering the higher education candidates, they also change, they remove optimism and enthusiasm and technical and professional aptitude for orientation for human relations and interpersonal relationships. But previous experience brought us something that we also would expect, that they add transparency to the process, because experience makes us more not so naive, but especially in individuals without professional experience or with military experience or experience as a firefighter, we saw these numbers to increase. Now, coming to conclusions, we conclude that the training course using that specific model tends to improve proficiency in 9 leadership competencies, basically problem solving, participatory leadership, delegative leadership, conflict management, leading by example, task orientation, decision making, and vision and proactivity. Those were the competencies that were developed. But we saw a setback in 10 of the competencies with interest levels higher than the exit. So, and even in a difference in the school training context, they could go higher at the end of the 6 months, but at the end of the year, they went and they regret, they came to a setback on the level before. So, second, the most valued competencies are in personal, social, and functional domains, and there's a consistent improvement in competencies with social, functional, and organizational domains. Finally, our training course showed a standardizing effect. So sometimes the expectations of the candidates at the beginning, they were just leveled, and that's one of the interpretations that we have. The standardization goes on social, functional, and organizational areas, but one point important for us is also the personal competencies that are most dependent on each individual background and are less influenced by the course. And this has one justification, because those candidates, after 6 months working as a team in platoons of 24 more or less people, they were split in different shifts, in different stations, and they had to accommodate the new culture existing on the fire station. And because they were running from station to station each month, they didn't get the possibility to develop the cultural thing in that specific station. So when we get into an uncertainty about how can I identify with the group, I will grab myself to what I have from the background. And a few presentations ago, it was said that in terms of crisis, people hold back to what they know best, what's their background, and this is what we found using this model. Now, before I finish the last one, the project for the future is that we want to identify a management model for leadership competencies nationwide, because there's nothing, and that's my PhD project, okay? To understand for each of the categories, I'm trying to seek the adequate competencies or what's recognized as necessary competencies in leadership so that individuals can be trained for those competencies before they move to the position, and we don't have that gap between someone standing in a position without the proper competencies. So I hope I kept schedule. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And as usual, we've had another European made aspirate to look really stupid being able to present so eloquently in not his first language. So thank you so much for that. And I'm always in awe of somebody who can present in a different language. And I had some experience of working with the Portuguese Fire Service on a wildfire project a number of years ago called the Ignis Project. And one of the key learnings that I found from that project was that when there's a wildfire, you have two options. You either push it to the sea or you push it into Spain. That was my biggest takeaway from that. Just thought I'd share that. Okay. Did you assess the impact of training and the transfer of the trainees to multiple stations and the effectiveness? Did you go that far with your studies?
We measured the impact of the proficiency level of competencies perceived by the candidates on these three specific moments. But those who stayed in the fire service are eligible to be assessed again, because we have the possibility to run the questionnaire again for all the candidates, because we know who they are and we can select it. But we haven't done it yet because our fire school receives a lot of firefighters or firefighter candidates from other municipalities, and it's now interesting to observe the differences between our candidates that use a non-closed regime. They go every day back to their houses and sleep with their families. But the candidates from other municipalities, they are interns. They don't go out, they stay close. So that's one of the things that we would like to see, if the difference of going home and having family support or staying in the headquarters has changed anything in terms of answers.
Okay, perfect. You mentioned in your conclusion that there were some skills that seem to, or some competencies seem to progress over the duration of the training.
Yes.
What was the cause of that?
Once again, like I said, our first impression is that due to the candidates had to be moved to different fire stations, different shifts, separated from the platoons that they were initially in, made them less confident, and so they grasped to their core competencies they had before. But it was not supposed to be lower than what they had, but it was. And I think the deception, for example, can be an answer, because the initial expectations they have for the service were not sufficiently met. This is a learning process. We are trying to convince people that when separating, when transferring these candidates for the on-job training context, they need to keep at least in the same station the same elements so they can see familiar faces. Another justification for those for that setback is that the station itself has its own cultural environment, and sometimes it may be difficult for the candidates to cope with a different cultural setting every month, after being 6 months in a fire school where they were basically from Monday to Thursday all day long in training. Once they go to the on-job training context, they integrate shifts, and the amount of times they go to the service are quite fewer.
We have the same problem in the UK.
No.
There's a disconnect between what you're taught at training centre and what we actually do on station.
That's a motive. I am very happy today. I've learned a lot, and I've seen that my problem is also your problem.
It's the same. And the other thing that we are guilty of is that we sometimes unprogram people whilst we're giving them training. We take away their capacity and ability or allowance to think. We try to program them to come through a narrow channel. And sometimes I was curious whether that was the cause of the question. So I've got some questions about, have you got any other studies you've seen from other nations? Is this just an isolated Portuguese study?
In what I've the purpose of this study was the fact that in Portugal we don't have any management of leadership competencies available. So that's why I used the Portuguese Army model. I've looked for some models. I know UK has one model that also I've seen it, but there's also always the issue of the culture of where it's put it. So we are Latin, so things may not be as easy as we would be. So we didn't go forward on using, for example, UK's leadership competencies model because of that. Okay?
Perfect. Are your findings only in Portuguese? Is there an English translation?
I'm sorry.
Are your findings only in Portuguese, or is there an English translation available?
The master thesis is in Portuguese, unfortunately, but there's an article that was published, and basically it's the base of this presentation, and is the synthesis of the entire master thesis, and I can share.
You share that with me.
Yeah, no problem.
Circulate it with the room. Thank you so much. And how many of your candidates were unsuccessful?
I'm sorry?
How many of your candidates were unsuccessful?
10. In the training course, in that specific year, were 136, and they only get to the final stage of the course, 126. These are the ones we could validate because we knew who they were. Okay.
Thank you so much. Dr. Alun is a search and rescue research educator and practitioner with experience across complex multi-agency emergency environments. Work focuses on search and rescue systems, command and coordination, terrain-based response frameworks, and the integration of emerging detection technologies. God, that's a long sentence. Including maritime water search dogs, aerial platforms, digital mapping systems. Alun, I'm going to hand over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good morning, all. Managing expectations in command is the first thing. So we're 8:45, so I'm going to aim for 9 just before we begin, because I'm sure that Kath. First, to West Yorkshire Fire Rescue Service, thank you for the hospitality and the opportunity to speak to you today. Thanks to Kath for the opportunity to bring command coordination and learning in complex water-related incidents together. I'm going to talk about case patterns today. I don't usually title the slides with that though, because it's usually case study that's familiar to you. But my job here this morning on my half day from work, and I'll go into that in a sec, is to present to you as much as I can how the water environment gives us opportunity to learn. But more importantly, it's such a dynamic environment, it gives us an opportunity to make better decisions each time we're in a complex and challenging situation. So a little bit about me. My day job, I work for His Majesty's Coast Guard. I'm currently acting as an Assistant Chief. I went into coastguarding because every fire service personnel needs a hero of their own, and the Coast Guard usually is. No, I'm joking, I'm jesting. I hear you had a good day yesterday, so I'm going to try and keep the momentum and energy going. I do have a PhD, so I'm passionate about research, and for the last 2 decades I've been involved in different guises of search and rescue, both as a volunteer, a professional, and as much as I can I've tried to travel the world to learn about search and rescue, not just for water-related incidents, but also for lost and missing persons search. I'm going to talk to you today because the UK is rich in different types of water courses. There's not much text on my slides today, there's lots of pretty pictures, and I'm hoping you'll be dazzled by that. And for the cameras in the back, those pictures are showing canals, rivers, reservoirs, foreshores, estuaries and beyond. What I want to draw to you now is whichever emergency service you work for or whatever public service you undertake, these are interesting spaces. The environment presents to us complex challenges in how we respond to incidents that occur in these locations. And I'm going to talk to you today about jurisdiction. That's the American word for it. But I'm going to talk to you about coordination, command, control, and the challenges that the water environment brings that offers us learning for things like spontaneous volunteers at other grounds, be it water, fire ground, be it in a police scenario, be it in public order or whatever it may be, and how the water can be a really good proving ground for these complex issues. With that diversity, I'm going to draw some examples to bring to life some cases where fire rescue services, police services, Coast Guard, RNLI, helicopters, you name it, they've been involved. But I'm looking here specifically at the United Kingdom. This presentation also available in different countries, also available in Welsh. I did see some Welsh flags. Have we got Welsh fire rescue services in today? I'm going to pick on you for the statutory duties in Wales because there's an interesting perspective for water there that I'll try to bring to life. So hands up in the room if you're involved in water rescue, if you're Mod 2, Mod 3, Mod 4, Mod 5. Pop your hands up if you're watery. Hands up if you're not and you've no interest in the water. Brilliant stuff. My apologies. This is going to be an indulgence for you to learn a bit about water. What this talk is not is about the length of a throw line, the Newton capacity of a PFD, or the engine capacity on the back of a boat. I can do that too. Available for kids' parties as well, so give me a call at the end of this if you want some more of that. Specifically, when we look at the water's edge, I am fascinated by the edge where we have that environment where the land meets the water. This picture depicts it for me. You all recognise that, right? And that's a clear warning that when you reach the water's edge, there is hazard, there is danger. There is sometimes a hot zone or a warm zone, not in a CT capacity or counter-terrorism capacity, but in a risk capacity. There is also jurisdictional lines. Sometimes there are physical barriers with warning signs that say, be careful. This is the property of the harbour. This is the property of the Crown Estate. This is a local park, stay away, and usually those wonderful little life rings that have been vandalised and decimated to all corners of the park. The reason that's significant for us in the emergency service world is that denotes the edge of a terrain, specifically the terrain between land and water, and where water meets land, it's a really dynamic environment. There's erosion, there's tides potentially, there's weather that can affect it, and it never looks the same from one day to the next. That level of dynamic doesn't occur anywhere else. If you look at a building, even if you're looking at buildings in Venezuela this week, they're still buildings, the material is still the same. Yes, if they have succumbed to earthquake damage, they've changed shape, but they're still buildings. The risks are still quantifiable. A river today is not the same river that you will see tomorrow, depending on those environmental circumstances. Digging into what that means and what changes, there are people to consider in any incident on the water's edge. Be they the spontaneous volunteers, the have a go jump in the water. And this is the point that I always say, dog rescues have the highest level of fatalities because most people go in after a pet to succumb in the water in the UK. Not all, but a high proportion do succumb. Bystanders, media, friends and family, and some of those missing casualty elements I'm going to try and bring to life in some of the case patterns that we see. Tidal flow, hydrodynamics, contamination, weather, visibility, all of those environmental factors are key. The information that we hold about these water courses, what do you in your fire rescue services know about fluvial rates for rivers? Where do you access that data? Is it at your fingertips? I'm sure that you've got good systems on your appliances to find building regs, building risks. How much water risk do you map and hold as a service? And agencies, how much do you know about partner agencies in these spaces? And fire rescue services are rich in resource. I promise you that police officers operating in these parks looking at water courses won't understand what you have and won't understand how to deploy. So where does that leave us in terms of what we see as emergency service responders? You start with a simple picture. To fire rescue service colleagues, that's a vehicle in water, right? Because everybody sees the vehicle and goes, I go to that Cardiff Whitewater Centre, shout out to them, other Whitewater Centres available. It goes to that moment where you've practiced opening that door in a wedge, protecting the casualty, evacuating the vehicle, putting the windows through and doing what fire service do best, dealing with that situation and problem. To a police officer, that's a human being. That's someone that's missing. That's someone that may have committed a crime by stealing that car. Police are very suspicious by nature. And so they see a very different incident to that vehicle in the water incidents that fire service colleagues see. The public see a complex problem that requires solution, or the public may see, hey mate, swim to me, which anyone who's done Mod 2 will know is a really bad idea. Stay where you are, wait for the professionals. Coast Guard usually, fire service better. In terms of what we see, the picture is different depending on our perspective and which emergency service we're from. And in the interest of closing the loop, it's not about shared situational awareness. That is the first step that the Jessup doctrine gives us, to have shared situational awareness and joint understanding of risk. What's more important is, let's share our common operating picture. Police officer, what do you need from this scene on the left? Fire service, what do you need from this scene on the left? Now, who is responsible first? Who coordinates that? Who commands that? And who gets to instruct that casualty what to do next? I'm provoking your thoughts in this, because this is where we go in the domain of looking at these incidents from different perspectives. And for flood as a doctrine, which Paul is going to come on to in his talk in 2 talks' time, so you have that to look forward to, everybody's used to the picture on the left. That is a flood response in response to flood, Storm Babbitt flood response up in Scotland. It's easy to prep for because it's heavily resourced, it's very familiar and common. It is a civil contingencies matter with an element of water attached. I don't describe that as a water incident. That is a major incident of flooding, and it uses a load of water rescue techniques. My challenge to you in the room today is, at the drop of a hat, can we do what's on the right? Can you respond to the local lake in order to get there with water rescue appliances and resource in order to undertake rescue? Now think about your response times to the spontaneous water incident for the person that's tipped off a paddleboard, a kayak, or whatever it may be. The police have very little resource in that space. The fire service are resource rich in that space. Where do you think the public expectation lies to respond to that paddleboarder in Windermere, to that paddleboarder in your local reservoir, or your local pond in your local park? And that's what I really want to bring to life to you today. It's not as easy just to prep for flooding. And in closing the loop, learning and assessing, and in your capability matrix, put in your mind what's it like for a water incident, not in the context of flooding, each time we talk about water. And I know there is resource, there is capacity, capability, and major incident and LRF space drives us to flood preparedness. My appeal to you today, and my thought-provoking statement to you is, consider the job on the right. There are 2 coordination authorities in the United Kingdom who are responsible for the initiation and coordination of search and rescue, in the case of His Majesty's Coast Guard, or responsible for the initiation of search for lost and missing persons in the case of the police. Coordination has a very different feel. It's about managing the entirety of the incident from beginning to inquest and beyond for recovery. In the command space, it is resource rich. And when we talk about resources in the fire rescue service world, the HART teams, the SORT teams if you're in Scotland and beyond, the mountain rescue, the lowland rescue, the RNLI, and all of the voluntary sector resources involved in water-based incident and response. And underneath that, there is a control element. Control from the lifeguards on the beach, control from the industry or the activity being undertaken, and even control as to who can get to and use the water. It's my 5-minute warning, I've got it, thank you. It went off as well, so I'm all good. Let's draw that to life, and let me tell you that what I'm trying to bring to your awareness are things that have already happened that we've closed the loop on. Start with an incident in October 2021 in Haverfordwest that resulted in the tragic loss of 4 persons' lives in a paddleboarding group of 9 people who went over this weir in Haverfordwest in Pembrokeshire. It's a significant major incident. It is not a flood response, and it wasn't expected to occur on the day it happened in the way that it did. This river was in spate, and this is a picture from the following day from the Marine Accident Investigation Branch report, and it shows the objective of trying to go down that chute, ending in tragedy as people got stuck in the hydraulic of that weir. I talked to you about the water's edge. Let me tell you what I see in that picture today after closing the loop on this. That weir represents the demarcation between the statutory responsibility for Mid and West Wales Fire Rescue Service and His Majesty's Coast Guard, because below that weir, that river is tidal. Above that weir, that river is not tidal, and it's constituting an inland waterway. Dyfed-Powys Police see it differently. The local authority whose county hall you see in the background there saw it differently. The signage, the access rights, the fishermen that work on the cleddau all see that as a different line in their mind. The response to that incident that day in the major incident context was significant, and much learning has taken place for the industry, for the command and control of the incident, and for all of the resources that went. Another example of a water incident, Nicola Bulley. I'm sure that you will have heard of this case, which occurred up in Lancashire and effectively looked at a high-risk missing person, and the incident went on for a number of days, involving a short bend in the river and mysterious circumstances. To the police, this was mysterious. To the public, it was an enigma, and the social media sleuths made masses of this in the public eye. A completely different lens to a water rescue incident, and all of the resourcing spontaneous volunteers and responders in the mix as well. Bala Lake and the picture that I showed you on the right a moment ago. A man goes in to save 3 children stuck in the water after falling out of a kayak and getting entrapped. A challenging incident with much learning. And again, for North Wales Fire Rescue Service, a real challenge about where their resourcing picture lies. The River Tryweryn, not far away, where all of the whitewater rafting in Bala occurs, if you've ever been there for adventure or even mod 2 or 3 training. Different challenges from different water courses come to life. This is Babs Mills in the winter, frozen lake, children fall through, fatalities again, and learning about ice response. Not something we usually think of here in the UK, well versed in America. Public expectation we're as good as them. The pressure of having the different environment and how that resonates for water rescue. Camber Sands in 2016. Almost a mass fatalities event where in the course of 3 days, approximately 17 people needed rescue. They'd never been to the beach before in their lives, and they'd come from inner cities in the United Kingdom to the shore, got cut off by the sands. Fire, police, ambulance, lifeguards, RNLI, Coast Guard, helicopter, massive amount of resource thrown at that particular incident, and a completely different lens from the press, the media, and our coordination expectation. And in 2004, the Morecambe Bay cockle picking disaster, now the industry effectively responds in hazardous work like ports, harbours, foreshore, fishing industry and beyond. Bringing that to life in what to expect at a water incident, always expect the unexpected, and I'm going to flick through these, where the interface of leisure and industry, where the extreme sports come in and endurance sports. Cold water swimming is a big thing now, but most cold water swimmers don't like that. The dry robe and the snug, usually in Tesco, is normally seen now for the cold water swimmers. And most of them, by the way, in the UK are called blue tit groups. That's no derogatory term. It's a genuine, if you want to Google that, it is a whole movement of a particular demographic of the public empowering women to go and do cold water swimming. It's an unbelievable sport emerging. And again, kids, despondents, everybody gets drawn to the water. So I'm going to draw to some extent to this slide to finish, and I'm on point, I'm just there, I see the 1 minute. You're not on your feet yet though, Kath, I feel the pressure and I'm managing it well. The key thing I want you to take away is any water incident gives us opportunity to look at our risks. The picture is always different, but there is opportunity to learn from the risks and the loop that we go through from incident to incident. My key plea is every water incident has opportunity to learn not just for water rescue, but for all command and control, deconfliction, coordination and command. Coordination, command and control is at the heart of how we get it right, and that goes from every responder at scene to every control room across the piece. Just to close, thank you for the opportunity again to speak here today. 15 minutes is not much, I could go on for days. Please do give me a shout if you do want to catch up after this. There is a QR code with my LinkedIn profile, big up the LinkedIn, and again, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'll take some Q&A. Thanks, folks. Thanks, Kath.
Let me just grab a microphone. Okay, guys, type quickly. I need some questions on the board. Okay, Alun, super interesting, and I think we could all have listened to you talk on that topic for a very long time. So, question from me.
Yes.
Is how do we fill the gap?
Really good question. I'd say not by just looking at flood. I'll start from there because I think I've made that point well. Everybody starts with flood. It's usually the most invested, most resourced, and it's the most LRF subscribed risk that we must be attuned to. It is until we get that one Nicola bully, that one paddleboard incident, that one specific thing. So first thing I'd say is close the gap through imagination. We know what the industry trends and the leisure industry are doing in the water space. For water incidents, to close the gap, be imaginative and expect the unexpected and plan and prepare through play. That would be my feedback to you all in the water space. It is a playful environment. And for us as emergency service responders, anyone on a Mod 2 course, if you're not messing about with a throw bag and getting used to the hydrodynamics, you're not learning. And for me, it's the same in the command and control space. Get into your command and control safe environment with trusted peers and colleagues and go, how would we do this? What if this was the pond in our local park? That normal picture that everybody sees, how do we deal with it? Be creative, be playful would be my advice.
And I love the juxtaposition of that Hampton West incident with the police, the Coast Guard and the fire. And I often feel when we talk about legislation responsibilities, it's a bit like playing top trumps. Who's got the biggest number on their card?
Like you said, numbers there, but yes, Kath, yeah.
It just pivots.
Yes, it does pivot, and interoperability has provided a massively interesting lens in this. It shouldn't be lost on anyone that the police have a statutory responsibility for inland water. I think that's a fair statement, except for Wales, where the Fire Service Act in 2007, I think, has given legislation up in the back there. I saw the positive nod. 2007, Wales took the inland water capability into the Fire Rescue Services domain. Coordination and command, it doesn't matter who has the biggest numbers of resource, it's what's best for the casualty in that moment. But legislation, powers and policies as you spin the joint decision model are key.
Okay, now I've got some prickly questions. Thanks, guys. Statutory responsibilities. How do we perceive those need to change to enable us to facilitate a better quality of response to the casualty?
That's really awesome. So let's be clear, in the UK we've historically categorised waters based on specific industry purpose. So when we talk about above the weir, what we're talking about is non-seafaring and non-coastal trading. When we talk below that weir, we're into the history of the UK going, merchant ships can get up there. It's why the pub next to that weir in Haverfordwest is called the Bristol Trader, because they used to trade from Bristol and come up to that weir to offload their goods. Some of that is history and legacy that we shouldn't mess about with. However, in a legislative framework for emergency response, it's about making sure that we're joined up. You will have seen that there are rescue boat codes in the UK. That goes to the industry of how to apply on boats. There is a fire service rescue boat code. There is a maritime and coast guard agency rescue boat code. There are lots of things that we need to join at the highest level, legislatively with devolved governments in the mix as well, and industry still being linked to all water, whether that's the local authority managing the pond in the park, or whether that's the water utilities company managing that reservoir. And again, I can bring Whaley Bridge into that conversation about, it's a Victorian reservoir, it's crumbling UK industry infrastructure. What does that mean to us? It's really tough, but joined up is the answer to how do we get that legislated better.
Okay, and I'm going to give you a really short window of time to answer the most elephant in the room.
Be bigger brevity, go for it.
Subsurface capability for FRS. Should we do it, yes or no?
Oh, that's such a difficult question for me to answer. I will plead the fifth. I don't have a view on that on the basis that in my world and in His Majesty's Coast Guard world, I do need to just go to this point actually that I'll make. I talk about that history that we have as a nation. If I use the phrase lost at sea, You will have read in a book, you will have heard in the media, lost at sea is a culturally acceptable phrase. I'm sure, has anyone not heard the phrase, someone is lost at sea? It's become a norm because the sea is so vast, and at that point, there is societal acceptance of that loss to some extent, as tragic as that may be, and I'm not diminishing that loss. But you will have heard the phrase lost at sea, and we are culturally programmed to go, I get that. If I told you lost in the pond in the park, it is not culturally acceptable. And that's where the argument for search and recovery begins. But I work in search and rescue, which makes me slightly unable to answer the recovery question. Thank you.
Well, speaking to Abu, when we were on the Curry House the other day about the number of water fatalities that have occurred in the most recent time period, at what point do we call it?
Yeah,
You know,
when is
capable
enough?
Of calling it, and maybe the misconception, understanding about how long that individual is recoverable once they've been submerged for a prolonged period of time under the water temperature, the age of the casualty, yada yada yada. It's not a cut and dry.
Really difficult. Societal question. Cut and dry. I like that too. Water as well. Getting it in there. Repertoire. It's like the Chuckle Brothers, isn't it? We're a way to go. Fantastic.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Alan.
Thank you, folks. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so next up is Glyn Jones. Glyn has 36 years experience of policing, having served in Merseyside, Bermuda Police Service and Derbyshire Constabulary. During that time he worked across a variety of operational and investigative roles, including CID, firearms, child protection, operational planning and disaster victim identification. I'm going to hand over to you. Thank you very much, Glyn.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gents, and bonjour to our friend. I'd like to talk to you today a brief overview of what Blake Emergency Services does. Also, to finish off with, we'll have a small sort of case study on a job I was deployed to almost 2 years ago now. So we've got a team of over 800 now, with some regional directors, managers spread out through the world. We've got about 40 years experience now. It was originally set up by Rita and Noel Pollard, who worked in Derbyshire in an airline experience and funeral service. They saw a gap in the market, and like all good businesses, they optimised that. So the company is now about 40 years old. We do yearly training days. We try and be as practical as we can on those. Oh, that skipped quickly. And we've also got a core team of leadership regional managers. These are the guys that look after the sort of day. Oh, it's flicking really quickly now without me touching it. These are the guys that look after the day-to-day management, yeah, something's happening here and
I'm
it's
not touching it.
skipping through and
I'm not touching it.
do you have to pause it? Okay, we'll give it a go.
Maybe it's why you've got 34 slides and it's concerned. You're not
Oh, I
going to get
see.
through more. Maybe
Good
that's
point. That's that 30 minutes we spoke about. Okay, point taken, well made.
Good luck.
We've got a wide spread of skills and abilities, with the majority of the team in full-time employment, whilst on a call-out basis for Blake's. So we've got funeral services, medical, first responders, airline managers, and finally a few anthropologists. Day-to-day business is normally exercising and training airline companies. We work on a financial retainer basis from the airline companies and some insurance companies. These are some of the incidents that Blake's have been involved with over the years. You'll probably remember, one or two of these you'll remember, the MH17, we were heavily involved in that. That was the one that was shot down by a Russian surface-to-air missile, and the property went back to the Netherlands. How you respond to an aircraft accident loss in all these areas is different. This may be due to the location, often very difficult sort of terrain, that kind of thing, or the number of casualties, or indeed the type of nationalities involved. Hold on, it's skipping again. Couple of photos. Bottom left is that was the Pakistani Airlines in Karachi that I attended a few years ago. This one is ET302. Remember the Boeing Air Max crash? Well, there was two of them actually. The second one, this is the one that caused Boeing to be, or the Air Max plane, to be grounded throughout the world. To give you an idea, you can see the people on the left-hand side. Sorry guys, not too sure why it's skipping across. Okay, never mind. It showed a JCB on the top of the picture and looking down into the crater. That was the crater that the plane caused when it hit, unfortunately. Over the years, we've responded to multiple simultaneous losses. One or two I've mentioned previously, and there was also the helidozer crash that I dealt with in 2021, which I'll get onto later. Okay. Yeah, okay, we'll go with that. Being a 24/7 provider, we of course have to have all our own kit. This is owned by ourselves and serviced on a regular basis. So from the virtual autopsy kit to X-ray machines to obviously the smaller stuff as well. Tell you what, I'll use this method instead. Crisis comms. If we are required for a deployment, crisis comms initially is the first thing on deployment. We can set up a media call centre, assist with drafting of press releases through to press conferences. With an option to set up a victim's family call centre, normally within 45 minutes. And like all our procedures and services, the UK law compliant, and in this case GDPR. That's normally followed by the special assistance team, so we assist the airline SAT team in an emergency. Just as police FLO acts as a dedicated point of contact to support families during trauma or tragedy, airlines utilise trained professionals to assist the loved ones during the aviation crisis. Going into a little bit more detail later with the case study, but from day one of the most important things for us is to integrate with the local authorities and organisations. This is from 2014 with the Ethiopian Federal Police. Realistically, so for disaster victim identification, it is a service and it is a profession that we have supplied, but realistically would not be done within the UK or Western Europe, but often required for rest of the world deployments like the ET1 in Addis Ababa that I gave the example of. Personal effects, management of personal effects can be deployed worldwide for any traumatic incident, and realistically this is one of the most common services that we get called for. Okay, a small example of the valuable stuff, but not in monetary terms when we do property, being the important items. This little fella was in the ground for about 2 weeks before we found him, and that was returned to his next of kin, his grandmother actually. The emotional value to the next of kin often helps them start, a bit of a strange picture this one, start their journey after a loved one has passed away. This was from Santo Domingo, plane crash that I mentioned. It was a private Gulfstream jet with the Hispanic rap artist Jose Hernandez and his family. He was taking all his kids and his partner of the time on holiday. This was one of the few things that we found from the flight. Unfortunately, the flight flipped and went on fire, so we didn't get a great deal of property back. This, believe it or not, is a designer trainer shoelace. Who knew such a thing existed? I certainly didn't. Which at the time, I did not really think much about it. But when it was returned to the daughter, there was one daughter who couldn't make the flight because she had exams. This was returned to her. Turns out it was part of a Father's Day present that she'd given to her dad about a week earlier. Skipping ahead, this is the case study now. So Cascavel to San Paulo, where were we for time?
You're 7.5 minutes, halfway through.
Oh, sound, right, okay. So 58 passengers, 4 crew, all Brazilian. We were going to do a video of it, but a video of the press coverage, but it was a bit lengthy. So see, these are some of the sort of shots. You can see the plane coming down there. It was actually a de-icing issue, believe it or not, for Brazil, and it wasn't quite dealt with the best way it should have been, and it virtually dropped from the on the ground, and you can see it there. Okay, so this was from the 9th of the 8th, 24. I get the call on the 12th. Just put that there. The insurance details are resolved. I then attend. This is the actual bit where it fell. That's a secured area, gated community. That's actually a kids' play area right in the middle there. Amazingly, no one was harmed. So my initial considerations as deployment director. First few days being so important to make contacts who have an overview of the incident and are integrated with the decision makers, or who are the actual decision makers themselves. Because unlike first responder procedures that we're all aware of for the UK, there's no bronze, silver, gold structure. You haven't got a clue what the structure is when you get there. You don't know any individuals. Everyone's speaking in Portuguese. Thankfully, I had a Blake's member who was bilingual, which helped massively. So it's all about making friends basically, and finding out who are the movers and shakers of that. So the ongoing considerations. So airline companies become split between what's needed for the ongoing support, whilst attempting to also run day-to-day business. Because they're a private company, they split in two basically. They have to provide staff for the incident, but also they still need to actually carry on day-to-day business. And that's balanced between that reputational risk for the incident and all the press coverage and the impact of sales plummeting. The example that I give is Boeing, after ET, had the entire fleet of Air Max jets grounded. Within hours, shares plummeted massively. Excuse me. Smaller companies often are unable to take the hit on an instant reduced demand. Excuse me. Okay, briefly touched on these already, but the staff considerations as deployment director. It's about finding that balance between the experienced personnel who would provide the leadership and mentoring and the less experienced staff who greatly benefit from the development opportunities. So it's all easy to get the best staff. You've worked with them before, that kind of thing. Oh, get those guys and ladies in, and we've worked before, so that's fine. But it's about trying to find that balance. For us, it's trying to find that balance and bring in newbies that have maybe never been on deployment before, to actually introduce them slowly into that system. It's also of great value, as with a lot of us have spoke about over the last 48 hours, for the examples that you learn during deployment to feed back in to the process of that training to eventually, hopefully, close the loop. Okay, so the scope of response. So in brief, some of the numbers involved with the VoIPAS deployment. As you can see, it was about 2,000 items recorded, processed around 1,002, and of that 50% was claimed, which is about the same for most incidents for some reason. Not too sure why, but it's generally the same. In comparison, ET, the airline one, the airline accident in Addis Ababa was far greater. It went on for 6 years. We did everything from the DVI and the collection right the way through to the actual helping them with the memorialisation at the end. We provided family assistance. We set up sort of family support centres and various other things. In total, there's about 118. Well, it was 118 members from all over the world that helped out with that. This is one of those ones we're sort of quite proud of, actually. This is ET. So, as you can see, there's 12,000 human remains taken at that site. That crater gives an example. The plane actually hit the ground at just shy of 600 mile an hour. Because of the problems with the issue with the Air Max. Of that, over 8,000 were DNA positive, 99% success rate. But the big thing that we found that we're really proud about is the fact that every single family from that particular incident, every loved one, every next of kin got something back of their loved one that they could bury. As you can appreciate, there was obviously no full body as such. Plus, nearly all the families that actually requested property also received property back as well. So that's about it, really. That's me. And the automatic slides have done well. It should be that one, shouldn't it?
No, it's
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. So, looking at the questions then, how do you, as an external company,
Sure.
assist the response sector with closing the loop around any of the learning?
Okay, I think for me, it's one of the most important things is the lessons learned, and we've all spoke about it. I think it's nothing new. It's just about the practical exercises, and again, we've spoke about it in the previous talk. It's about practical exercising, learning the mistakes on scene as much as you can, and having the sort of the strength to not just go with your best team to that incident. Which is the easy thing to do because you've worked with them all before. So I used to do it as a DI all the time because, that guy looks after the financial side, so I'll stick him on there. But it's about getting the one or two of the new ones in to develop them slowly and sit alongside, which takes time because it's a lot quicker to just get the best team and throw them at it.
So does your response capability just fit more in the recovery phase of a major incident, or do you ever get pulled into the response?
No, normally we're always, whichever country we're in, the first responders are in charge. We assist them. We never take that from, especially when you go into a place like Brazil, you've got to take a step back. It's their manner, as it were.
So from the command responsibilities, are you delegated your responsibility?
Yeah, even as deployment director, you'd sit alongside and you offer assistance. But at the end of the day, some of the processes might be different. In Ethiopia, for example, the DVI side of it was grim, and it's not the same sort of processes, but you try and overlay as best you can UK ideas and UK way of operating, I guess.
And does your team sort of function under the GESIP umbrella? Regarding the Cat 1, Cat 2 responder awareness of...
Yeah, kind of. I mean, we do integrate with, sort of GESIP exercises, that kind of thing. I was down in Bedfordshire a few weeks, actually, before the train accident, and we were doing some LRF stuff down there. But it's about getting the name out, because up until I found out about Blake's, I didn't have a clue, and I'd been a DI for about 10 years, but I was totally unaware of them.
And do you collaborate with emergency responders to sort of the lessons learned to prevent sort of duplication and improve efficiency of response from the response sector regarding your role?
Yeah, I mean, it's about sort of getting the word out, because a lot of LRFs that we go to have never heard that there's such a thing as a private company that actually provides these services. And naturally, they're going to be quite reticent to take you kind of on board. I would myself as a DI, I'd be like, oh, no thanks, private company, don't think so. But with the breadth of skill sets that we've got, about 85% of our staff are fully employed doing police, fire, medical, dental, anthropology, but they then get called. We call them to an incident if there's a deployment, and if they're able to go. Quite often people will take time off work. Obviously they'll be paid for the time when they work for Blake's. That'll be done through the ultimately airline insurance company pay for that. So for us to be deployed, there's got to be some sort of insurance company that in effect gives us the thumbs up to say that particular company is covered for this particular insurance. And
Thank you so much for your presentation.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Sorry about the... Cheers.
Paul is an assistant professor on disaster management programme at Coventry University and incident command assessor working with us at KLA. He's also a water and flood incident management instructor for Outreach in North Wales. He retired as an area commander from Hereford and Worcester, and he was also involved as seafarer lead for technical water rescue. He's taught incident command and leadership all over the place, China, India, Turkey, and is an outdoor enthusiast and is more often found on his push bike when his wife allows him to go on a trip.
Well, more or less.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah.
Over to you, Paul.
Thank you
darling.
very much. Yes, good morning, everybody. It's great to be here. I sat through yesterday, and I thought the whole thing was really, really interesting. And I don't know about you, but one of the things that I kept coming back to was when we think about this as kind of like non-technical skills, or how do we manage in incidents, it's kind of like a generic feel. Yeah. So what I'm trying to do today is to be a little bit more incident specific. So if we talk about skills, knowledge and experience, there are some incident specific things actually that bring some context to that, and it becomes a little bit more difficult. So although we're all this wonderful thing about non-technical skills, and I'm a great believer in this stuff, we can't take our eye off some of the technical stuff that Alun was talking about from a water rescue perspective, particularly earlier. So what I'm going to talk to you about in the next 15 minutes or so is water rescue activities in a flood rescue context. Okay. Now I want to start, if you don't mind, with some ancient history. So in Easter 1998, you might remember this, Sonj. I spent 8 hours on a bridge cut off by floodwater. Don't ask me how I got on the bridge. Trying to rescue 70 missing holidaymakers and 5 missing firefighters using a police helicopter and an RAF search and rescue Sea King, neither of which I could speak directly to. So it was a bit of a challenging night. Now the reason why the holidaymakers were in trouble was because we had no means to let them know that this was going to happen, and so they could run away in time. The reason why the firefighters were in trouble was because we also didn't understand the risk, and we sent what we had to do a job that they weren't able to do, and they did their best, and therefore they got in trouble. And that's what happened. And it got me thinking, all the years later to where we are now, do we do things any better than that now? I'm sure we do. Now, fast forward a little bit to 2006, and Seafarer, as was then, launched the Management of Major Flood Emergencies project. You remember that as well, Sonj. And we had the pleasure of going over to North Carolina to find out what they do there and bring it all back. And Tim Rogers at Charlotte Fire Department, very generous. And we turned what they gave us into what is now the Flood Rescue Concept for Operations and the National Operational Standards that we have for water rescue. And this is kind of what we brought back. Now you can look at that and say, well, it's just a general integrated emergency management list. I get that, but going back to the point I made a second or two ago, there are some flood things in there which were really, really useful and important for us to understand. The first thing being this thing called predictive analysis. Now we might think we do that pretty well with flooding. I might take Alun up on his point that planning for flooding is easy. Yeah, it might be, but we still don't get this right as well as we could do. And I think it's because we don't pay enough attention to the detail in terms of what's the water doing. And the reason why we need to know that is because the next thing there is we want to push resources into place before we need them, rather than try and pull them in out afterwards when it's too late. Because when you do that, you end up with assets being in place that can't do the job you've asked them to do because they're the only ones there. And there was definitely an incident like that in this part of the world at the Boxing Day floods, up in Mythe and Roydon, Hebden Bridge areas, yeah, where you did what you could and they did a great job, but it was marginally unsafe, if not really unsafe. I was looking at my West Yorkshire colleagues, they're nodding away, they know exactly the incident that I mean. Now the reason why we need to do that is because we want to match asset to the risk. That's the whole idea we get back from America. And you can't do that if you don't know what the asset is. And we try to simplify that through this thing called team typing. So when you ask for something, when it arrives, you know exactly what you get because it says so on the tin. But it's not as straightforward as it looks, and I don't think it's as well as understood as it ought to be. Now what that does then, it allows us to be effective in all of these other areas. Now the other thing though is the post and incident analysis. Americans do a lot of this post-accident review because that's how they learn. I don't think we either do that well here. Now that bit then got me thinking about how good are we now? How well have we done? Now, since then, I've done over 200 water and flood incident management courses. I've trained best part of 1,000 people or more that have come through my classroom. And they all come with stories, right? They all tell us what you guys have been getting up to out there in the real world. And I just thought it might be worth reflecting on that and using it as evidence to measure how well we're doing now, and using the effective command behavioural markers as a template for doing that. Okay? Now, there is some good news. Yeah? These things go well. Right, so because we always say, don't we? This is always bad. No, we're gonna change that view. These things we do reasonably well. We're quite good at technical water rescue, despite what I say about people getting washed away and near misses everywhere. Yeah, we're quite good at that. We're pretty good at operational level command. Yeah, so the guys at the front there doing that recognition, prime decision making. I think we kind of get that right. Our interaction with the volunteers is good. I have to say, I think that's because they're really good and they've really upped their game. So Mountain Rescue, Lole Search and Rescue, post 2012-13, really come on board. See what I did there? And very switched on and make a big play now, particularly in places where they are high profile, like Cumbria and in the southwest. Yeah, there's some good examples of pre-action responses. Bedfordshire, for example, this year had where they were looking at the potential risk for flooding, and they could see that there was property that might be affected, but that wasn't their focus. Their focus was the roads, because the schools were going to turn out just at the same time as the flood was going to happen. So they knew they were going to have a problem regarding people trying to pick the kids up. That's really clever, that. Engagement with the Met Office, yeah, they're really, really good. Engagement with the EA, okay, I'll leave that for you to judge. Team typing, we kind of get it, sort of, but we're still saying, oh, can I have boats with engines? Okay, how big a boat and what size engine, etc. The grown-ups, they do a good job, don't they? Yeah, there's a few strategic commanders in the room here, a few grown-ups. But you'd expect that because they're operating at that level. And post-incident review to a degree. Okay, so those are the main things I think go reasonably well. Right, maybe some of the areas that don't go so well. Now, this is data collected by Katherine looking 2022, your review of the EC assessments that we've done. And on the left there, you can see the things that go reasonably well and the things that we could do better. And what's quite interesting, of course, is that's still the case, isn't it? It hasn't really altered that much in that intervening period. Now, what I try to do is to look at the things that my students are telling me are not going so well and align them with some of the findings there. So the first one there is about understanding what's going on and making sense of things. Yeah. So understanding risk. I think what I see a lot of is not so much risk assessment, it's risk identification. Now that makes a big difference, because if you don't evaluate the risk by saying this is high, medium or low for that purpose, how can you then match the asset to that risk effectively? That's a really important point. Yeah. Coming back, carrying on with the understanding risk thing, underestimating responding risk. How many services train up everybody on every machine to be level 2 first responder in the water, and then when we get incidents in wide area flooding, we send them there on their own? What happens if they get in trouble? Let me ask you this question, those of you in fire service, right? If you send a BA crew into a burning building, you like to have an emergency crew to back them up, don't you? Just in case they get in trouble. And that team ought to be the same number of people as the ones you sent in. Would that be right? Okay. Do we do that with boat teams? Oh, right. West Yorkshire do now, for goodness. Yes. But it's true, isn't it? It's a bit of a challenge, yeah? I think we're over-focused on the rivers. I think there's more surface water problems than usual. That comes up under our planning. Failure to look ahead, definitely, but failure to set up timelines. Because when it starts to rain, it looks pretty nice at the moment, right? And the water starts to flood, we kind of know when and where and how much. That's a real good start, isn't it, from an incident management perspective? You're actually being told this information, but I don't think it goes into the risk management problem properly. Reactionary plan development, I don't think we refer to these wonderful plans that you've all written. I don't think there's enough of that. I think if you look at interoperability, it's patchy, we've mentioned this before. Failure to understand mutual aid arrangements probably comes under both command and plan. And you'll be surprised, even at strategic level, how little people know about national resilience arrangements, certainly. And certainly for calling it in when it's needed in time. An over-reliance on intuitive decision-making at level 3. This is something we chatted about in the pub last night, was like the fact that if you start as a fire commander, for example, or a police officer, learning how to make rapid decisions in time-critical circumstances, you're almost conditioned to do that all the time. And when you come up to level 3, that intuitive process still dominates, and you're starting to not really look at the detail. What's the water doing? Who's in the way? That gets kind of put to one side because you've not done a risk assessment. You've just identified a risk. It's going to flood down there. Yeah, but to what level? Where's the water going? Who's in the way? Yeah? Because you have a lack of technical knowledge. There's definitely that. Now, this is what worries me a bit, right? Of all those thousand people that have been through my classroom as level 2 commanders, how many of them are level 3 or level 4s? What happened? Perhaps it's down to me that I didn't teach them that well. They've forgotten it all. Okay, I've got 5 minutes. We've got to crack on, right? Similarly, at level 4, we can see, obviously, as you'd expect, they're doing very, very well, but they're not very good at communicating. That's hardly surprising, yeah? And I wonder, in this, is it because that they don't really understand the impact in the community of what's going on with the water? They fail to plan for flood-specific incident command. I've read many multi-agency flood plans. They all look the same, right? There might be some different differences between who's got what responsibility for what job. I get that. So fire service, for example, as LR, the sort of contingencies, you'll just be responsible for pumping water, but as others give you the duty to coordinate, yeah. But I think at level 4, the main thing is this one down the bottom here, where there's a failure to engage with the technical advice early enough, the specialists that are out there. Now, what can we do about that? Well, this is what this conference is about, really, but this is part of my idea of which part of the loop needs to be closed off. You need to improve your technical knowledge about what the water risk is. Now, we used to do this in the dear old days when I was in the fire service. Used to get taught about all kinds of different things. But what do you know about flooding and flood risk? What do you know about what happens when the water spills out into places it shouldn't be? Practice evaluating and not just identifying risk. I think that's the key one. This is still happening. What's risk evaluation? What is the final thing there? So you can match your asset to risk. Don't rely too heavily on structuring mechanisms. Bigley and Roberts will tell you about this if you read that paper where they start to talk about the need to avoid using structuring mechanisms as the bureaucracy that they are. Bureaucracies are not best suited for time risk critical situations. We need a bit more than that. We need to understand the social aspects of the environment which we work in. Use the technical advisors because they know what they're doing, but when you do, be a good listener. Don't make assumptions about what they're telling you. Yeah. And finally, look out for conditions of failure. Last year I worked with the nuclear power stations, and I could see in their emergency command rooms where they had created, through their structuring mechanisms, through their behaviours, through their failure to use non-technical skills, conditions for failure which later down the line could have resulted in disaster. And finally, just to try and finish things off, this is from your latest paper, Kath. You won't mind me stealing your thunder. Experience alone does not guarantee reliable command behaviour. Absolutely. When we don't have experience of wide area flooding, even at strategic level, we fall back on a generic process, which is not flood specific. And I get that. However, in doing so, we are creating conditions for failure and looking at the near misses that we have. When you do that at strategic level, somewhere at a riverside or a waterside somewhere, somebody will be trying to do something because that's needed, and they don't have the skills and the tools to do it. So just bear that one in mind. Thank you.
Good job. Right, I'm going to hand over there. Wonderful, Paul. Thank you. Okay. So, questions?
Oh, there are some. Good.
Right. I love the idea about the difference between risk identification and risk assessment. How are we going to do it better? What's the answer?
Well, I think the thing is that almost I know I've just said about technical knowledge, but there's the fall back on your system. I mean, the ISO 31000 is probably the best version we've got of this, where we talk about risk assessment as being a little bit more than risk analysis. Risk identification, risk analysis, and risk evaluation. But the main part for ISO 31000 is the risk context, because that informs decisions at each one of those points. So what we're saying to you, if you understand the context for flooding, which is what the public expect, where the water's going to be going, how deep it is, how do you keep people safe, as a process, then when you get to this point where it says risk evaluation, you say, is this a high, medium, or low risk, and why? This is a risk and this is the reason. We don't do that because we're in this intuitive mode and we just go, yeah, it's high risk without evidence in it. And the point is, that's not so valid, if you like, because you don't have time if you're at the scene. But if you're back in an emergency control room somewhere, you've got time to do that. So maybe it's about buying discretionary time to think it through in that way.
Okay, and interesting. I'll be off piece now, apologies.
Please do.
The transition from operational discretion to professional judgment, does that give us more latitude to make better decisions around that risk assessment, risk identification?
I think it does, but that side of it drifts more into what Alun was talking about this morning than for wide area flooding. I think that the scope for wide area flooding command, particularly at level 3 and at level 4, ought to be more focused on your policies, procedures, and plans, and not so much. I've got to make a rapid decision here, and if I follow the procedure, it'll just get in the way. What I like about professional judgment is it does take us back to the skills, knowledge, and experience that we know we're good at.
We are good at, or we were good at?
We were. When I was doing it, we were.
There's lots of interesting pub conversations we were having yesterday about how training of fire officers, apologies for that focus, has transitioned a lot in the last 20 years. A much more procedure driven, see, do, don't think. Yeah. And the fear that if we start empowering people to think, are we going to be a better place or a more problematic place?
But I take your point, but that's but that's why the flooding stuff is important, because if you're not in a place, you're in a place, or you should be at level 3 and 4, where you've time to do that, instead of just keep doing what you always usually do, just think quickly.
Another question, do you anticipate that AI systems on live mapping could better inform incidents?
Oh, without a doubt, and this is going on. One thing that happened yesterday, we was talking about the use of systems. I think it was you, Olly, talking about AI and the like. But the military do this, right? The military do actually have systems where AI scans the information coming in on situational awareness and makes suggestions to the commander. They don't say, do this, do that. They say, have you thought of this? So do we think we could? We could do, but the system that feeds into that is the difficult one. So things like gauge readings and all the rest of it are quite useful. I'll give you a little example really briefly if I may. There was a case in Devon in 2013-14 where someone from the EA was in the command room, and he said to my friend there, he said, tell your guy down in Umberley or wherever it was that the river's not going to flood down there. And the guy sent a picture back of it spilling over the defences, saying, I think you need to think again. So, using the different sources of information like that, I think it definitely can play a part.
Absolutely. Question. I'm going to go a little bit over. Pete's going to start glaring me about questions in a minute as well. So, training.
Yeah.
Do we have realistic training environments for our boat crews that replicate flooded water?
No, not really. But do we need to? You see, because it's about water dynamism, the dynamic nature of the water, and the way that we train people at outreach, if you like, is to the highest level of water that they're likely to face. The problem comes, therefore, is when they're in areas where actually there's big spaces of water that's not moving around much. It's a grey area in as much as there's flooding and there's flooding. This is why it's important to understand what flooding is. It's not a great big still bit of lake. It might be Hebden or Myton Lodge, where you've got the canal and the river is now a raging torrent. But that looks really different in a way to Cockermouth, if you remember back to there, or Boscastle, where you wouldn't go anywhere near it, to my part of the world in Worcester, where we just, like, the whole city is just in a big lake. How you train for each of those ones, I think, is almost impossible to do for that. So you go for what the Americans talk about, the worst case scenario. Put them in the biggest water we can get, and that should be sufficient. Yeah.
Okay, some questions about balancing demand for general and specialist competences at strategic level.
Yeah.
How do we maintain that threshold or that?
Well, it's difficult. I was talking to Cecilia this morning. One of the problems for strategic commanders is that a command is only their part of the day job. You know, when I was an area commander in Worcester, 99.9% of the time I was a corporate manager. That's all I did. And it took up all my life. And finding space to do even a little bit of this stuff is quite a challenge.
And it's how you're about protecting the time to maintain that technical knowledge.
Yeah.
And if we are going to go down the AI route of it being a little voice in your ear,
Right.
how are we going to,
Right.
if we haven't got our own personal technical knowledge to sense check the AI voice in our ear, how are we going to ensure that we're not hallucinating?
But I'll tell you what does seem to be going on in fire services, especially, which is really good. The level 3 commanders are leading, regular updating. If it's the weekend duty group, they meet up on a Friday morning because they can be freed up, and they turn those sessions into CPD, picking up stuff. So maybe that's But if you don't think that it needs doing, you won't plan to do it, then it won't happen. And,
Thank you so much, Paul.
Okay.
Got Olly and Racheal. Olly is the chair of the National Organisational Training and Exercise Forum, pushing for smarter, more connected ways for organisations with a large geographical remit to train and learn together. Frontline experiences of firefighter and emergency response endeavours across Nepal, Serbia, Taiwan and the UK. Okay. Olly brings global practitioner lens to capability development, now working in critical national infrastructure. He champions communities of practice at cross-sector forums to break silos and boost interoperability. And Racheal is a highly skilled emergency preparedness, resilience and response specialist with over 18 years' experience delivering effective emergency preparedness for Category 1 responders in the UK. With a drive to bringing together practitioners across boundaries, she founded and leads the Resilience Community Training Exercise Forum and convening with training exercise leads across multi-agency partners. Thank you both so much. Enjoy.
Thank you. And you've probably all noticed that we did choose the shortest person in the room and the tallest person in the room to stand next to each other as some kind of two Ronnie sketch for you today. So good morning, and thank you so much to Katherine for having us today. We've probably got a bit of a different presentation for you today to talk about kind of the broader sense of training and exercising across multi-agency, the silos that exist, the challenges we face in that environment, and how kind of the work we're doing is doing a little bit to try and break some of that down. So to start, Racheal Mitchell. I'm currently the head of Emergency Preparedness Resilience Response in UK Health Security Agency's North East region, but here today, as Katherine mentioned, as the chair of the Resilience Community Training and Exercising Forum. So we don't have a catchy acronym. Olly has a lovely catchy acronym for his forum, and we'll get to that. But we founded this forum back in 2023 when we recognised that actually training and exercising leads across local resilience forums and their equivalents across the adult administrations were all sitting with exactly the same challenges. How do we source strategic training that is affordable and kind of actually has the places that we need on it? How do we fill the gap in multi-agency tactical training that kind of seems to exist? How are we managing lessons from exercising? How are we developing our exercises? And the recognition that actually we're all trying to do that all at the same time, at least 38 times over in England, never mind kind of the wider context of the UK. So we established our forum. This is a pictorial representation of our membership across the UK, including Guernsey and Jersey, and Isle of Man in there as well. And kind of that's what the forum is all about. I'm going to let Olly talk about his forum before we move on.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good to see you all. My name's Olly Lole, and by day I'm Senior Response Officer at National Gas, although next week I'm making the hop from gas to the dark side of electricity. So I'll be moving to National Grid. And also by day I'm Chair of the National Organisations Training and Exercising Forum, or NOTE for short. good acronym. NOTE is Community for Training and Exercising Leads, working for national organisations with a national geographic remit. And we began in 2025 when Racheal's forum wouldn't let us in. So we created our own. So we're a community of practice. We're a networking place. We host occasional events. We make connections, and we a lot of the time we act as a conduit for the Cabinet Office and UK Resilience Academy to, we link them to practitioners, basically. And we provide a safe environment for members to have conversations and do so. I should have moved on to the slide with all our members. We currently have around 50 organisations involved, and we're growing, and then we have a committee of 6 who kind of coordinate all of this stuff. And firstly, in the presentation, we're going to describe the barriers to resilience capability development that we and our members and others in similar roles have experienced. And apologies in advance for the sort of overwhelming negativity of this little bit. We will come on to the more positive side. But we've grouped our barriers into structural, cultural and commercial. So firstly, in terms of structural, we have geographic misalignment. I'm sure many of you in the room will be familiar with this. But geographic misalignment between boundaries and LRFs and what's between kind of what's in plans and then what actually happens in practice. And this can create silos. We also see inconsistent approaches to training and exercising, both in terms of funding, procurement, and delivery, and this can vary very significantly, even within counties. And it can't not mention digital interoperability as well. Systems don't always talk to each other, security policies can be different, and access can be stymied. So obviously we have Resilience Direct, which is a great thing, but adoption outside Category 1 responders particularly can be quite patchy. Then moving on to the cultural side of things, just like any tribe or community, different identities have a tendency to become quite siloed. Again, there's that word. Whether that's blue light services or Category 1 or Category 2 responders and other sectors, you know, it's a natural thing, but it's not good for the context that we're talking about. And, you know, programs like JESIP, whilst obviously a net good thing and have been very successful, can operate at kind of the exclusion of other agencies who aren't blue lights. Again, in the cultural space, different priorities, different organisations have different priorities, different risk tolerances, and terminologies that they use as well. And I think the key one for me culturally as well is just a lack of cross-organisational understanding and trust sometimes. No one's fault, but this can cause low psychological safety. People can be afraid to speak up in multi-agency contexts. At best, this is due to shyness, but at worst, this can actually result in, you know, poor decisions. And the last barrier is commercial. I'm not going to bang on about this one too much. We're all familiar with resource pressures, short-term funding cycles, different approaches to learning and development, different procurement processes, and organisations being judged on their own KPIs rather than shared multi-agency outcomes. But taken together, these barriers that we've just talked about can create persistent challenges for effective multi-agency training and exercising. That's enough from me for now. Racheal, just to continue the negative for a little bit longer.
I'll continue with the negativity of what the impacts of those barriers are that we are seeing. And I think, you know, Olly talked a bit there about kind of the geographical, and actually some of the greatest advances in multi-agency working, such as the Civil Contingencies Act, have actually created geographical silos. We've broken down barriers in bringing multi-agency organisations together at that local resilience forum footprint, but we've created a geographical silo of that LRF that is not then necessarily communicating and working in partnership with other local resilience forums across the country. So the impacts, lovely images again, but it's money, the good practice sharing and direction. So whenever we have these silos, we are going to have duplication of effort. We know this, we know that we have, even in England, 38 LRFs who are all trying to work at training and exercising, developing exercising programmes, procuring training programmes, and in the main, they're doing that in a silo within their local resilience forum. That there's some that are working a little bit more regionally, but in the main, you've got that happening multiple times across the country. Same with development of exercises. How many scenarios have been written that are actually the same scenario, but they were reinvented 40 times in a year for 40 different exercises. And all of that leads to ineffective use of what is public funds. Can we prove that we are using public money to the best kind of effort that we can? Well, I don't think we can if we're repeating the same activity multiple times across the country just because that's the way kind of the legislation set us up to do it. We can do that better. We can share our resources, we can pool our ideas, pool our challenges, find solutions together. Good practice is not shared easily, and where it is shared, it's not shared consistently. So what we found in kind of working, and we work really closely with the Cabinet Office, with Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government, MHCLG, and with UK Resilience Academy, is there aren't formal structures in place to help us share on a regular basis. There are some things. MHCLG produce Redistribute, which is a kind of quarterly magazine that you can go and look at shared practice, but that's a limited element. Some things might get fed up back to central government, but actually how are we sharing across all that practice right across the country? There isn't kind of a good formal mechanism to do that does it consistently, so that we know that actually if a lesson was learned in the southwest, that we in the northeast know that was learned and we can implement it. I have no idea whether that is really important lessons have been learned across the country. And some organisations have that better, within fire services, probably better sharing, but actually in that multi-agency space, it's not really happening. And outside of information being shared on kind of the contact information for the LRF manager, you can find that on gov.uk quite easily, but actually finding who within kind of all those local resilience forums and partnerships across the UK, who is the point of contact doing the job that you're trying to do, that's almost impossible. The amount of email traffic that would have to go back and forward to try and find the right person, 38 just in England times over, to build a network, to find kind of people seeing the same challenges that you are, discussing that would take huge amounts of effort for individuals. And all of that leads to the fact that there isn't kind of a joint direction in terms of training and exercising. We've got all the different local resilience forums trying to do the best that they can for their communities, for their kind of practitioners, but they're doing it in the main in isolation without any kind of central direction saying, actually, these are the priorities, these are the resources that we want you to use. And that leads to huge inconsistencies across geographies. I'm sure we see that those of us who work across boundaries will see kind of where some of those inconsistencies come in. And that also then leads to a barrier itself to having that collaborative working, when actually we've now got inconsistency in how we've trained people. And what we're also finding is that policy and guidance is not practitioner-led or influenced. It's being written at the top in government without any kind of consultation a lot of the time with the people who are going to have to implement it. So in terms of the solution, the positive bit, let Olly take that.
Yes. We've got one practical solution, and it's communities of practice such as ours. Now, they don't, and we're not claiming they can't solve all those problems that we've just gone on about, but they're a really simple, powerful way to improve multi-agency working and trust in a very real, practical sense. Three things for you. Firstly, they involve practitioners directly in shaping national doctrine and policy, as Racheal's just mentioned. It ensures that what's actually developed and published nationally is grounded in operational reality. Both our forums have fed into recent guidance and publications, and are going to continue to do so. Secondly, they help bridge the gap between the local and the national. Our communities of practice can become a vital bridge between the frontline and policymakers. We've had really good relationship and really good support both ways between us and the Cabinet Office, whether that's like the more tangible, speaking at events and the guidance that we've just talked about, to the more informal, like signposting and making connections and just giving a bit of advice on stuff. Finally, and my personal favourite, is that they help just reduce cultural barriers and build trust. A couple of people yesterday stole my thunder with this line, which I'm a bit annoyed about. But our mission statement, I think, and I can't speak for Racheal's forum, but I think you'd probably agree, it's making friends before you need them. Building relationships and trusted networks and meeting faces in advance, particularly in emergency response, is such a valuable thing. And I can't claim this line is mine, but I've heard many people say it. I'd rather arrive at an incident, whether that's online or at a scene, saying, how are you, rather than who are you? And our forums, we believe, provide a safe environment to do this, and for everyone to candidly share good practice and make those connections. So just to summarise, communities of practice provide a practitioner-led mechanism that can help drive system-wide improvement, and in a field that's as dynamic and complex as emergency management. It's that kind of connection and that kind of collaboration that can pay dividends when it genuinely really matters, and help close the loop between the national between the national and the local. Thank you.
So in terms of what is kind of next for us, and what we would like to achieve through our communities of practice is starting, we've been in existence for 3 years, Olly's for about 2, and starting to move into developing actual practical tools for practitioners to use, and working with things like UK Resilience Academy and their exercising hub, making sure that is all practitioner-led. We're looking at exercise observer and evaluator exchange programs. So actually, if you want someone to come and peer review your exercise, there's a whole pool of people out there right across the country who will come in and work with you on that, give you that critical friend feedback. We are always pushing for more formal support and funding for communities of practice. We have absolutely begged, borrowed and stolen to be able to run face-to-face events this year. We have no national funding, we have no national kind of practical support on a day-to-day basis. It is people kind of doing this on top of their day jobs to create these communities of practice. So if anybody out there has support for that, please do get in touch with us. And what we'd like to see is more communities of practice. There's so many different subject areas that would benefit from practitioners coming together across the country and sharing what they're doing. We're not gatekeeping any of how we've done this. We're more than happy to speak to people and share how we approach setting up our communities, the documentation that we have, our terms of reference, things like that. And we definitely have the mantra of see a gap, fill it. If there's a gap there, you can go and make that difference and fill that gap. And I think that is about it. So a little kind of call to action for everyone is kind of if one of the communities practices we've talked about, if you think you should be part of that, please get in touch with us. You'll probably fit into one of them. And if you see a gap out there for community practice, go forth and create one, because they really can make such a difference to practitioners working across the country.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. There's masses of questions. Okay, right, there's lots of questions. I promise to do better at managing the board. Please, can somebody tell me if I've missed some? Okay, so.
I can't see that at all.
Yeah, I'll just read them to it's fine. Okay, so the LIF system works on the basis of subsidiary off the back of the CCA, so could it be argued the 38 iterations of exercising is a natural product of this? How, though, can the organisations better share the findings for the work across the nation?
Yeah, I think it is a natural kind of consequence of the way the CCA was set up, but it doesn't mean it's something we have to accept as kind of a given. I think there is some benefit. We have to be able to tailor our training exercising to our local communities, to our risks, but how how much of what we're doing is that and how much is just reinventing the wheel of something that probably exists somewhere else that we could take the core of and then tailor it to our community. And I think that's where we need to start thinking, is kind of how much of this are we just reinventing for the sake of it, and how much of it is truly about our locality and our risk context. I think the lessons piece, we could have an entire conference just about lessons management and sharing, and I think it is a massive issue. I think, from us all identifying our lessons, recording them properly, sharing them even within our localities, never mind getting those shared in a systematic way nationally, it's a big challenge.
We're all pretty bad at that. We've got mechanisms to share information, but often it's quite sanitised by the time it gets out there.
And that's a big problem, you kind of lose the context of the lesson by the time it's got to a point that people are happy to share it nationally. And that's where communities practice kind of help, because we can have that more honest conversation about the background and the context of what's happening, maybe, than we can do through a formal mechanism.
Okay, next one. If we don't invest enough, would accounting for exercises relating to critical national infrastructure, Cat 2s, under NATO Article 3, help to manage our pain and grief in Parliament and in NATO? I don't understand that question, so I hope you do.
I'm not sure what the question is.
Sorry, can you say it again?
Would accounting for exercises relating to CNI and Cat 2s under NATO Article 3 help?
I don't know. Don't know what NATO Article 3 says, so sorry, can't answer that question.
Okay, so let's make it understand that. Let's make a coffee break question.
Yeah, maybe. Somebody can tell me what that is, and then we can talk about it.
So, this one was for me, looking at your map about the LRFs. With Scotland and Northern Ireland having just one infrastructure, does it make, are they better at us at information sharing than the 38 we've got in England?
So across Scotland, they do work differently, and it's changed quite kind of, it's felt like a changing picture to us as we've tried to engage with Scotland, get the right representation. But they definitely, and we've worked with, if anybody's worked with SMART2, the Scottish Multi-Agency Resilience Training and Exercising Unit, which is a unit across certainly the emergency services in Scotland, and they're doing some absolutely brilliant stuff across Scotland for multi-agency emergency services training, but kind of broadening that out into the wider partnerships as well, because they're able to, Scottish Fire Service, Scottish Police are putting their resource into that unit on a kind of permanent basis. And that has, you can see the difference that's making there. Having one kind of set of organisations that can support that.
So, you know what's coming next? So is that writing on the wall for restructure in England?
Well, we've already got writing on the wall for some restructure. We've got the police reforms coming, and there's going to be a lot more change, and we don't know what police reforms mean for LRF geographies either. So I think there is more change to come, and that's whether it helps.
Yeah.
Time will tell.
So that one maybe 12 months time. So how useful is Resilience Lessons Digest, or do we need a specific training education version?
I'm not familiar with that publication, I have to be honest. I think this comes back to, I work in private sector for a Cat 2. Take up of Resilience Direct and these platforms is pretty patchy. It's pretty low in a lot of my kind of organisations that I mostly work with. I should be checking it out and taking it back to note.
I think that's the UKRA publication, and they do them themed, so they are really worth looking at. But I think it comes back to your point, is that often by the time lessons get into something like that is being published, how sanitised have they been? Yeah. And they're doing some great work to kind of look in the round at lessons and kind of bring together what are the common themes of lessons, which is useful, but there's also a gap there for, in mind the common themes, what were the other things that were learned that actually we probably need to know about as well? How do we balance that?
Main challenges with getting your message out there? What are they?
One of them's probably money, is funding to be able to, our organisations support us in the sense that we're here, they paid for our travel to be here, but that, our organisations are not able to pay for us to put on events for our communities of practice. We rely on finding corporate sponsors to do that, and
goodwill.
Yeah, a lot of goodwill. If we could end up in a position that, whether it be UK Resilience Academy or Cabinet Office, actually put in place formal support for communities of practice, across the resilience kind of world in the UK, that would take a huge step forward for us, take a big weight off our shoulders, I think.
100%.
Have you been able to establish a link between individual LRF risk and plan groups to provide a uniform approach to exercising common risks on risk registers?
So one of the conversations we've had is about other communities of practice, and there is one member certainly in our forum that is looking to see if they can set up a risk community of practice to kind of share some of that world. We haven't got down to that level of looking at risk, but some of the things we've been doing in our forum with the LRF training exercising leads is looking at not exercising for risk, but exercising for capability, and how are we tracking the capabilities that we are exercising over a period. And there's some great work being done out there in some LRFs, particularly in the industrial regulated space, so in COMA, in mapping kind of across COMA exercises, what functions are being exercised and which ones are being exercised every single exercise and where are the gaps. So we've started doing some work on actually looking at the capabilities that are being exercised and how do we kind of record and kind of review what capabilities we are exercising as opposed to the risks, and which are the things that we always don't exercise.
Okay, and last question before I get glared at. You mentioned psychological safety.
That's a you question.
Could you explain how the community's practice can assist with that?
I think it comes back to the making friends before you need them point, and just merely recognising a face. Like, I will now go away, I've had conversations with many of you, and I know faces now, and it will be easier in the future to interact. And I think communities of practice, by bringing people together in a sort of peacetime setting, so to speak, just helps build that familiarity and build that trust. And trust is what matters.
Yeah. I think there's also a huge benefit to the sense of relief you can almost see in people's faces where they realise that everyone else has the same problem they do, and it's not a them problem, it's an all of us problem, and actually we can share that problem and try and find a solution to it. And we see it when we have face-to-face events, and it's what drives us to keep trying to have them, even though they're really hard to find funding for, because you can just see the benefits people get from going, you have that problem too, and they open up and they then feel able to actually share what that problem is. And other people go, well, I had this problem and actually I found a solution. And it creates that. We see it kind of on our forum meetings where we've had members who've been in our forum for a while, that they do start to open up and share and feel that they're not by themselves, which can often feel quite isolating. If you're the training exercise lead for your LRF, you're the one who's kind of holding the can on everything. And yes, you might have the group, but actually, who can you talk to on a professional level about the challenges that you're facing, the challenging people that you're dealing with, and how you've managed to deal with them? And I think that it all leads to that, actually people feeling safe to share and get the support that they need as practitioners.
Wonderful, thank you so much. So, as I mentioned yesterday, as this is my party, I didn't actually feel I should speak at my own party, and then somebody dropped out. So, sorry, you've got to listen to me waffle on now about data and competency training. So, this next session is going to be about closing the loop, what we can learn from command assessments, what it shows us about behaviour, reliability, and interoperability. Now, in the last 12 months, my publishing team, and there's three of us, Cecilia's here, Ian Greatbatch is not. We've been working as a tag team writing academic papers based on effective command data, mostly because none of us have actually got any time singularly. We just keep tagging somebody else and say, it's your turn to pick this back up. But we've managed to get 3 papers out in the last 12 months. Ian put a post out on LinkedIn this week showing the latest one, but he added a link to something that nobody could access. All right, apologies. Academic journals, for those of you that are in the know, they own it once they publish it and they hold the IP. Email me and I can send you a copy, and we're working on a workaround to try and get them made open access so they are freely available. But this presentation is going to be about the papers, about the data. It's going to be a super speedy session. That's why I started early, to get by myself a couple extra minutes. Okay, so first of all, decision making under pressure. It's an environment which we all work in, whether we're Cat 1 or Cat 2 responders. But emergency response failures are behavioural, not technical. It's the people in the loop that are applying this information. So the vulnerabilities we see around all agencies are about anticipation, communication, coordination and review. Okay, and that's what the whole presentation is going to be about. Now, within the Effective Command Toolkit, within the fire sector, we run command assessments with lots of fire services within the UK, and we generate data into a database. Because my background was a research scientist first, who then became a firefighter, when I then developed Effective Command, the first thing I did when I wrote the agreements between Effective Command and the users was that the data was then widely available to be used for academic research. And for the academics in the room will know that was quite a savvy move, because otherwise we have to retrospectively get permission to use the data. So I did it the other way around. But what that enables us as a company to do is analyse the data and feed that succinctly into training and assessment to help that evolution. So we've got, the data I'm going to present today is over 30,000 command assessments, 43 fire services at all command levels from operational right through to strategic. And that data set also includes training iterations, formal assessments and live incident data, because the same system is used for all of it, because we can't just look at one area in isolation. It's got to feed into the whole of the programme. So, questions. What behavioural capabilities consistently underpin reliable command? If we know what that is, we can target the training efficiently. We can ensure the competency training is appropriate. The scenarios are built to continue to develop our people. So, for those of you that are not associated with the fire sector, this is kind of the timeline. UK guidance came out stipulating that we must do command assessments. Okay, and having worked internationally, the UK is unusual. 100% that there's a statutory requirement to run command assessments. It doesn't even happen in Australia and New Zealand or Canada that are similar templates to us. We are the only ones that do this. As a consequence, this data set is so unique and needs to be analysed to inform future practices. So I developed the Effective Command Behaviour Marking Framework. It's aligned to all the professional standards that are appropriate for the fire sector. So GESIP, GESIP principles, NOS, NOG, role maps, all of it. We try to pull it all in together in a melee. And the data we're presenting is, like I say, over 30,000 assessments between 2017 and 2024. We're now obviously 2026, and the growth and uptake of this toolkit has been exponential. I would speculate we've got double that currently in the database. I just need to find time to download and start analysing it again. The toolkit is used either by my team when running command assessments, or it's devolved to the fire services to utilise themselves with delivering their own training. It is a behavioural marking framework, so there is an annual standardisation piece that occurs with the fire services to ensure that it's been used consistently, because we need to have some agreement of what good looks like, because it's subjective. Okay, we're not talking about calculating the amount of water in a swimming pool. We're evaluating the effectiveness of somebody's decision at resolving an incident, and that rationalisation needs to be variable depending on whether you are one truck on your own for 20 minutes or you're there with 5 trucks in 3 minutes. The expectations of that commander will be different based on those dynamics. So it's impossible to remove the subjectivity from the assessment. So, and for those that aren't fire-centric, that there are 4 command levels in the UK, and they influence typically the size of incident you manage, and whether that is determined by number of resources or incident complexity thresholds that tip it up to the next level. So I say I'm talking about command levels 1 to 4. Level 1 is initial, so that's fire trucks, people on the front of a truck. Level 2 and level 3 typically are the intermediate and advanced levels that respond to incident but managed from a command vehicle. Strategic command, ICE level 4, is a complex domain because we can't really decide what that is at ICE level 4, whether you are strategic and just going to the SCG or whether you are going to scene. But that's how we differentiate those 4 command levels. So, as I mentioned earlier, Effective Command is aligned with NOG, GESIP, SFJ awards and role maps and can be used directly for command assessments. We assess against 8 pages of assessment. Information gathering, understanding, anticipation, so that's aligned with Mika Ensley's work. Decision making, planning, communication, command and review. On each page there's 9 criteria. So there's 72 criteria in total across an assessment, which generates lots and lots of data. Okay. So the toolkit is used to generate national consistency. Because we've got so many fire services using it, it is able to inform national best practice. I work directly with NSCC and with Lole for the learning to be cascaded and fed directly in. You can observe behaviours and you can critique the evaluation of that, the rationalisation of those behaviours. GESIP is embedded, so you can use the toolkit to determine GESIP capabilities as well. And with the evidence that's generated, you can feed it into organisational learning. So you can identify maybe a particular tier of commander is maybe not achieved. They're always falling short in one particular area. You know they are because you've got the data to analyse it. But you can also use it as an individual level because it gives like a proper skills evaluation of an individual. And you can also use it for organisational assurance, confirming that your tactical plans are working. You can use it to completely close the loop. So, as I mentioned, there were 3 papers published in the last 12 months. The International Journal of Military Services paper was one that Ian shared earlier in the week. So that's patterns of command competence across the 4 command levels. I spoke at ISCRAM in The Hague a couple of weeks ago. We identified 5 non-negotiables of behaviour types. And then just before Christmas, we released a paper about GESIP, the GESIP data the inferences we can make about GESIP within the fire sector data. Because as I mentioned before, the fire sector is the only sector that's got competency data through which we can pull inferences about GESIP. There isn't any other data out there. So, first one, command competence. So, Paul shared some of these slides already this morning, but 8 pages of assessment, 4 command levels. We can see trends in the data sets. We can see which bits typically subsets of individuals are good or bad at. Okay, and from that we can make inferences. Anticipation, level 1, level 2 commanders are typically worse at anticipation than they are at gathering information and understanding the information. Okay, and they're not seeing the future. Okay, and that tied into your stuff, Lee, about are they looking at the right thing and are they able to forecast forward enough? Coupled with a review phase of a lower score. Anticipation review tied closely together. Now if we look at more the tactical levels and strategic, communication is a weaker area. Now I won't say any jokes about poor communication at strategic level because we've got 2 chiefs in the room. But we know there are issues with communication. Yeah, we know that. But why? We need to drill down into the nuts and bolts. Okay. Now with each of these sections of the assessment, we can also then look at the criteria that inform this outcome. Okay, so that enables us to really focus on the nitty-gritty. Now, strengths and weaknesses here. So we can see strong early situational awareness, high performance in capturing the initial cues. This is what ties into your stuff, Paul, earlier about risk identification, risk understanding. We can spot the risk, we don't understand it. Yeah, and there's another sort of branch of what we've been doing, which looks at things like ERIC PD and the changes around risk assessment and people's understanding of the risk and how that's translating into their management of a scene and controlling the incident. They're good at forming accurate mental models, which inform initial tactical decisions. Decision making under pressure is pretty good. Yeah, they make decisions. Are they the right ones? Okay. Strong command presence, good initial coordination. They're building an incident structure that's appropriate. Okay, and GESIP terminology is widely recognised and understood. GESIP terminology. Okay, yeah. Weaknesses. Anticipation is weak at level 1, level 2, and even at some of the senior levels, it's a bit fragile. It's one of the weaker areas. Communication, coordination, GESIP behaviours are consistently underperformed. Okay, but we know that, don't we? No, as a sector? I'm probably not telling you something you didn't already know. I've just got the data to back it up. We're good at doing the over-bonnet GESIP conversations, but we don't work together. We stand together. We don't work together necessarily at the higher levels. This is where the complexities come in. Risk assessment dependent behaviours are clear failure deficits at level 1, level 2. So our initial level commanders are poor at risk assessing, understanding those risks. So, experience does not eliminate the gaps. Okay, so this is the areas that the paper summarised need to focus on. Too much procedure reliance. We talked about that yesterday, Lucy, didn't we? About how we're programming firefighters to do, not think. We need to come away from that. Novices will always default to checklists, especially if we're given a checklist to follow. Am I up 5 minutes already? Oh, God. Intuition doesn't guarantee reliability, and experienced officers will use pattern matching. Anticipation, fragile at all levels. Communication does not scale with rank. Communication quality does not scale with rank. Dynamic review, confidence increases. Okay, that's paper 1. Paper 2, speeding up. Okay, this was the ISCRAM conference paper about the 5 non-negotiables. So we looked at the 8 phases of the assessment. Could we identify non-negotiables, critical behaviours within that? And these are the 5 non-negotiables that we've put forward. Anticipate, adapt, plan, coordinate and review. And all that is based on the further analysis of that data that I've just presented through. So they were translated from the full pages of the assessment to establish decision science, reliability, observable, trainable behaviours, to maybe try and dilute it down into a more tangible, accessible mechanism. This data set is pretty unique, as I said before, and it gives us insight around those core behaviours that we need at all command levels, and that reliability information can be fed directly into training. Catching up. Okay. This one, Journal Search and Rescue, how interoperability behaviours can inform routine assessments. This is the JESIP one. Okay, we will be feeding this directly into the Doctrine JESIP review as well. So, what I did with the data, we looked at the 72 criteria and identified those that were JESIP-ish. Okay, exact science there, but not just saying the word JESIP, but the application of the JESIP principles. So could we identify things that people were doing? And I then looked at where those scores were in comparison to non-JESIP criteria. Okay, does that make sense? Vaguely. Large deficits were found at operational tactical levels, weaknesses within methane communication, sharing risk understanding, joint planning, anticipation of multi-agency coordination, implications and coordinated decision making. Okay, we're good at saying the word JESIP, but we don't necessarily do JESIP. Yeah, we don't apply it. Okay. We even see inconsistencies at level 3s and 4s. Yeah. But what we found was that being good at JESIP or poor at JESIP didn't actually affect the passing of the assessment. I'll get to that in a second. So JESIP language does not equal JESIP behaviours. Commanders frequently reference JESIP, but their behaviours were inconsistent. So critical insights from that, passing the assessment does not guarantee interoperability command behaviours. Okay, the JESIP behaviours were weak even in successful assessments. Commanders could pass but still underperform in shared situational awareness, joint understanding of risk, multi-agency planning, coordinated decision making. The conceptual understanding that behavioural enactment of JESIP terminology is widely used, but behaviours themselves are not consistently demonstrated. Okay, it's not an individual problem though, this is a systemic behavioural issue. We need to change the way that we're delivering training and evaluating it to ensure that those things come forward. Okay, so closing the loop, tying it back round, what can we do with this data? We need to focus on key behavioural gaps around anticipation, communication, coordination, dynamic review, ensure interoperability is routinely embedded in everything that we do. Not just tick boxing. We need to change the language of behaviours and how it's integrated. We need to use the assessment data to kind of drive the insight moving forward. So assessments, insight, targeted training and reassessment. Yeah, we need to not be scared of the word assessment. It's a skills evaluation that enables us to move forward and for the organisation and the sector to grow. Without looking at what we're doing well and not well, how can we possibly grow? We need to not be afraid of the word assessment. Strengthen behavioural feedback. Look at feedback to EC criteria. Okay. And nice graphic. I had to ask Craig for the little schematic thing yesterday. But training should feed into operational practice, which feed into assessment, to feed in an insight, to feed back into training. It should be a loop. It should be a perpetual loop to ensure that we gain the most benefit from it. Because command reliability is behavioural, not technical, not procedural. It's behaviours, it's people doing their job. And when we talk about professional judgment, how can we have that without people who have competent behaviours with appropriate technical knowledge? Those interoperability depends on those shared behaviours, yeah, not just shared doctrine, shared behaviours. Identified the 5 behaviours, and to close the loop, we must act together. We've got to work better together to evolve, yeah. And this data set, the data principles can be used with any sector. We're about to start on a project, hopefully, with the ambulance service moving forward to start evaluating command capabilities. Command behaviours are the same. You just look at the incident from a different lens. If we progress to that point, well, we can have a completely multi-agency data set that will be able to form best practice. I've gone over time, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Katherine, for that masterclass. It really was. So we have some questions, if I may pose them for you. First one is, by identifying the competencies required to be in a command role, has any work been done to ensure commanders are selected based on their competencies rather than reaching a rank and as such becoming tactical or strategic?
That's a really interesting question. All right, and I'm travelling with 2 Canadians. Did you ask this question? Was this yours? No, it could have.
Did I?
Yeah.
No, actually.
It could have been. Okay, so.
It's rather ironic.
Yeah, so I'm currently working in Canada. I got invited to bring the command program to Ontario initially, and we're working with developing officers over there. Now, in Canada, they have a really weird system. Sorry, love you both, but sorry, it's weird, man. All right. You pretty much pull a ticket from the deli counter queue, and you stand and wait your turn, and then you become an officer. Okay, you don't have to be any good at it. You just need to be stood in your queue. Okay, and I'm desperately trying to challenge that, and they even go as far as the batshit craziness they do in Ottawa, where the union has mandated so much that in order for an assessment to be fair, everybody must have the same scenario. Okay, but you also get to practice that scenario in advance. All right, so everybody comes in, they can pretty much close their eyes and just complete the monologue, and then the consequence of that is everybody gets 100%. So then differentiate who gets the job by using a deck of cards. You're number 2. Sorry, you didn't score very highly. The guy who got number 9 is going to get the job, and you've got to wait in line. So anything you might think is bad about ours, theirs is worse. But I can't iterate enough how much a command assessment must be involved in a promotional process. Yeah, you're going to be asking these people to lead and inform and influence others. They're then standing at the front with all their firefighters around them. If they're not capable and competent, you are not doing yourself any favours for the organisation. That rot possibly could manifest and disenchant other people who are following them.
Great answer, just not so sure on your visa application. Okay, so next question then. For level 1 commanders, what do you think is the best tool to assess against for realistic, dynamic, pressure-filled environment scenarios?
Are you talking about simulation or the evaluation criteria?
So examples,
Okay.
XVR, static images, scenario-based training, or anything else?
In an ideal world, we'd be able to assess that real instance with the assessor stood by their side. It's never going to happen. The likes of XVR are spectacular tools to evaluate dynamic decision making, providing the scenario is being built in such a way that gives that degree of flexibility. Sometimes scenarios can be very, very formulaic, and then you can only go down particular branches of the tree, which then limits any evaluation of that actual decision making. There are other software products available. There are limitations, and I can get on the XVR soapbox, but I will not. It's a challenge. Yeah, it's about buying software that provides an appropriate visual stimulus to generate that discussion. It doesn't need to be high fidelity simulation software. Yeah, it just depends about the quality of the scenario that sits behind it.
Okay, thank you. Couple of questions linked to multi-agency. Jessup, so do you think it's a problem with the service or a problem with Jessup?
Regarding
I'm going
abilities.
to probably link that to the part of your presentation where you spoke about some of the data suggesting that yes, we can stand together, but do we actually work together? So is this a service problem, or do we think that Jessup in itself could be?
I think it's the way that Jessup training is being completed. Think of that data. That's just fire Jessup data. There isn't any police or ambulance Jessup data, so I don't know what it looks like, and I can make inferences. But because the fire sector is further advanced with simulation-based training and skills evaluation than the other sectors, I'm suggesting that maybe the fire sector is in a different place. And if that's what it looks like in the Jessup mirror within fire, what does it realistically look like for the others? I don't know. Desperate to get some multi-agency data in my database, and we can start making those inferences.
Okay, a couple of questions, a couple more, that's it, I'm afraid, Katherine. To your knowledge, has the data ever been used as part of a public inquiry or post-incident review?
No. Thank you. That's a nice quick one.
Are you aware of similar command competency data being gathered in other sectors, non-fire rescue service, in the future? If so, where and what?
No. No, I don't know of any other sector that is evaluating command competence, and I don't know of any other data set that's as big as this. So I know with Thinks you can infer that there was data from that, but I've never seen the data out of the back of it.
We could go on, but I think we're going to have to save some of these for...
yeah, fine. Come and find me afterwards. But thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Since the clock isn't running, there's a couple of observations, Katherine. And the first one is as a degree of intrepidation, looking at those questions. And secondly, I'm chuffed to bits because Katherine gave me a very, very strong brief when I arrived. I will be stood over there with a 5-minute warning. I'll be stood over there with a 1-minute warning. And if I stand up, you are dead to me. And her timing's bloody awful, I've got to say. I mean, it's the worst out of all of us. So congratulations to all the other speakers. You did an exceptional job.
Do you want to do your own bio?
No, you crack on.
Okay. So, Stu Nicholson, appointed as Chief Fire Officer of Tyne and Wear in 2026. Master's degree in disaster management, emergency planning. Strong commitment to enhancing emergency service resilience, both within the organisation and broader community. On a national level, Stuart is a member of the National Joint Emergency Services Improbability Board, chairs Jessup Fire within the National Fire Chiefs Council, presides over organisational learning, operational learning committees. You're vice chair of ASA, are you?
Not anymore.
Okay.
No.
And participates in activities related to NFCC. Thank you very much, Stuart, for joining us.
Thank you very much, everybody. No, cheers. And I will do my utmost to keep this to 15 minutes, definitely. So, no, Katherine, thanks very much for the introduction. And seamlessly, hopefully, in terms of a little bit about my background, but also just moving that conversation on, because it very much felt as though that was the direction that we were going in. And when I say that, there's people in the room, Olly, Katherine, Paul. Paul was actually one of my lecturers on the Coventry University Masters back in the day. So what I don't want to do is touch on their expertise. So when I try and just sort of bring together a little bit of the world of academia and the world of that multi-agency, it is less about the data and very much in terms of somebody that I've been working with more recently, Nikki Powers from Liverpool University, and it very much is around that sort of psychological side and how we can think about moving some of the conversation on in the world of interoperability and some of the complexities and why perhaps not all of the time that we get it right. But I will also touch on some of the figures around how many times we do get it right. So in terms of
the world of sort of multi-agency working. For those like me that have been around this world for a number of years, I started sort of an interest, like I said, and was with Paul back in sort of 2013, 2014, just of the inception of Jessup, and I've had a real keen interest in terms of that multi-agency world. How do we provide the best service and also the best response for our communities, typically around major incidents when it's a particularly tough time for the communities. And then, you know, the Pollock report was published in 2013, looked at in a very, very systematic, certainly not, I'd suggest, to the sort of maturity that we have today, looked in a very systematic way of previous incidents going back as far as 1986, over 30 incidents in a very binary kind of way, sort of unpicked things like King's Cross, unpicked things like Piper Alpha, unpicked things like the Hillsborough disaster, and I think there'll be a few common themes that I'm picking up on today, and one of them very much around that behavioural aspect, but it tended to look at the fundamentals of what happened where in what time, rather than some of the sort of conversations that we've matured into today. Again, in terms of just from a Chief Fire Officer's point of view and as part of the National Fire Chiefs Council, I know John Roberts and I have these conversations all the time, with John heading up the effectively the ops side of the NFCC, with what was known as the Ops Committee and now as the sort of operations but also preparedness, response and resilience side. But we'll have the conversation from a sort of service and practitioner's point of view, and you just look at the figures there, you know, the scrutiny on all of us. 1980 to 1996 sort of public inquiries, they've doubled. So for all the reasons that Katherine's highlighted, you know, the times that we need to get it right is virtually 100%, and that's why this is so critical in terms of that sort of decision making and accountability. The latest figures that I can find, not up to date to 2026 but 2025, there's still 21 public inquiries that are still open. So again, it doesn't look for a minute that those sort of that scrutiny or oversight is going away. Again, just listening into the room this morning, it's just fascinating, and I don't fall out or disagree with the sort of comments about getting things right and the times that we don't quite get things right, and that constant drive to improve and close that loop. But some of the figures that I have to keep sort of pinching myself with as a Chief Fire Officer and as a DEP before that is 10 million incidents that we attend from a policing point of view annually, 11 from a UK ambulance point of view, and also in addition of all sort of more than 500,000 from a fire service point of view. Now we'll naturally always, and quite rightly for the benefit of communities and families, really scrutinise things like sort of Manchester. I'm not so sure in that sort of multi-agency, even fire or Jessup world, we actually sort of turn over and look at how successful we are on a daily and regular basis, and also analyse that aspect. Understandably, we're always looking for the gaps. You know, quite rightly, like I said, for the families, in my view, Manchester Arena inquiry very much looked at. You know, from a Jessup point of view, and somebody that's sort of leading on Jessup for the NFCC, I've got to say I see less of what went well with the sort of Glasgow airport, the events in Liverpool with the hospital, even the events that went well with the public sort of Liverpool sort of display with the Premiership sort of parade, and also things like Huntington. So I am trying to constantly just keep that balance between rightfully looking at what didn't go right at times, but also just really sort of having a positive outlook on the great work that our responders do in the multi-agency space, literally, I would suggest, on a daily basis. 1.51 million JESIP multi-agents incidents per year. That is UK figures where there's been more than or 2 agencies. That comes down to 250,000 where there's 3 agencies. So yeah, once again, we need to look at, between academia and the practitioners world, what didn't go right. But I would suggest there's also a picture we need to pick up on, build into our doctrine, build into our testing and exercise regime, and just sense checking. Because I'd suggest 250,000 incidents a year where there's the police, fire and ambulance attending, something's going right at the same time. I mentioned the work with Dr. Nicky Powers from Liverpool University, and again, a lot of really similar sort of themes that are coming out. We've heard from the world of sort of the data-driven and very much the Katherine's sort of world, unbelievably rich picture. I've also listened to sort of from the LRF world about that element of funding. Again, Nicky Powers is picking up on the world of and what actually funding means for this world, and you can see arguably over the years the rise and fall with the funding within the JESIP team. Started off very strongly around about 2012. The 3 blue light services were informed that JESIP around about 2014, 2015 is embedded and handed it back up over to the services to crack on with it. Big reduction in funding. For those that can remember, Carl Daniels and Caris were and Carl Daniels was on a part-time contract, so 1.5 people effectively driving or supposed to be driving forward, cutting edge interoperability and working together. Manchester Arena and things like Grenfell, we have seen an increase in funding, and Nicky Powers does talk about, you can see the effectiveness of JESIP in its entirety related to the funding picture. She breaks it down further into the world of meso, and then starts really talking about, yes, the data is irrefutable, but let's start to understand the complexities and mapping out the different sort of structures within those services. And I do apologise, I know it is sort of 3 blue light sort of services, but that's where the focus is. If you go any wider, and we've heard about the water, RNLI and Coast Guard, it gets even more complex, but there's fundamental sort of cultural differences between the organisations. So expecting them just to come together and work seamlessly, unsurprisingly, it comes with its challenges. Very much at a macro level, again, it's been broken down into that level, and we've heard this morning already about sort of, I think it was Olly that said, know your people before you sort of meet them on the sort of the incident ground. And again, Nicky Powers is very much linked into this sort of thought process and begs the question in terms of interoperability around that level of, you need trust between yourselves to sort of resolve these incidents. If it's the first time that you're effectively meeting somebody, what is that kind of relationship like? It's also an element of having an understanding, and before the incident, that sort of shared shared identities, wanting the same thing effectively, and having sort of that cohesive goal approach. If you haven't got those to start with, then very much at a micro level, whatever level within the command structure, there's a suggestion, then you're going to struggle to really sort of, in the response phase especially, have an effective response. All of this, you map it across to the world of an element of practicality, and we talk about sort of co-location. If you relate the co-location conversation over to the meso and the micro level, we do know, and we do work around within the UK, that element of sometimes we're not even in the same space, and it goes back to that element that Katherine talked about. You might say the right things around JESIP, but is it actually effectively working, and then breaking that down. I'll skip over that because I've pretty much talked about it in terms of that sort of increase in financial investment, very much at a strategic level. Very quickly, I'll just touch on, and Katherine did warn me about 2 days ago that this was going to be particularly blurred on the right-hand side. It just demonstrates that there's been a couple of reviews from a very practitioner's point that's done, and I'll nip through them and then hopefully just draw out the salient points of them. But going back to 2016, ambulance, fire and also police, there was an assurance sort of programme undertaken, and there was a number of sort of levels of grading on there. I'll just point out in terms of what we're here for today, I'd say in terms of closing that loop, joint organisational learning is perhaps a nut that we really do need to crack, because this is 2016. 2024, Ministerial Board commissioned another assurance. It's still ongoing as we speak, including the devolved authorities, and also they've just been in with LFB and the Met Police. But I'd go as far as to suggest there's certain similarities, even sort of virtually 10 years later, that we really need to focus on with the help of people like Katherine, Paul and Nikki, in terms of, and again, the one that pops up is Joel is not clearly understood. We're here talking about closing that loop in terms of your doctrine that drives your sort of testing and exercising regime, then in terms of an evaluation, but in terms of that looping back to drive your sort of guidance or doctrine, really having an honest, open conversation about what does learning look like, what does evaluation look like, so we can, and to the point of sometimes it can be sanitised to the point of how does that actually effectively drive your doctrine and your training and exercising regime. Again, in terms of notable practice, linking in with Nikki Power's work, there is the desire, without a shadow of a doubt, from a community and a framework that's operating. There's real evidence that there's strong collaborative approaches. It's how we mesh it together, knit it together, bring the world of academia with the observations and practical observations to drive it forward. And really, in terms of there's a constant sort of pick up on that there is a tangible want and desire to improve things. I'm expecting 1 minute fairly quickly. Oh, it's coming then.
Just coming. So good.
I'll make the point that hopefully that'll just feed through. I think compared to when we look at the Pollock report, little or less sort of academic work and less of an evidence base. I think that's improving hugely. As the sort of chief fire officer, I do fall back on the fact that the great work that's been done, but also the multiple millions of times that we're getting this right each year. We do need to build on that, understand that as well. Yes, in terms of understanding the multiple reports that have come from events that tragically haven't gone right and putting them in place. But in terms of behaviours, I'll just point to those. We're brilliant as blue lights of having trackers and just sort of turning trackers from sort of red to green, and that sort of focusing in on really going back to the Pollock stuff. Is it lessons sort of identified, or is it actually lessons that are learned and driving change? Last slide, again, a lot of similarities, so I think there's a lot Katherine can probably take from this in terms of different speakers, but themes: inconsistency, tightening up on consistency, fully funded, and build on the great work in terms of willingness to get it right. And now Katherine stood up, that means I am got to be finished. Bang on there, I didn't know, thank you.
Thank you so much. Just grab the microphone and I'll go compare your questions. Okay, thank you very much, Joao. So, first couple of questions we've got on here about the data. Where's that data come from you presented on the first couple of slides?
Oh, sorry. UK government, different views, like things like Home Office figures, and then from the fire figures, incident recording systems. So it's all sort of open source, but through the information recording systems within the different 3 blue light services.
Okay, so where do you see Jessup in 5 years' time, 10 years' time?
I think again, I'll come back to, without a complete and utter get-out clause, it all will pivot on the funding and the commitment to, and unfortunately, that we have got historic sort of instances where sometimes in terms of that drive to get interoperability right, it gets pushed into the weeds at times from a funding if all is seemed to be sort of going all right. Jessup, let's not forget, effectively, it was established in 2012, but it was on the back of the London bombings. We have definitely seen an increase in the funding coming into Jessup after sort of the Manchester Arena inquiry and the inquests from things like Grenfell. I think for me, in terms of Jessup, if it's going to be successful in 5 and 10 year sort of view, is one of the points on the slides in terms of the last sort of assurances. Jessup is seen as something not just by the blue light services but also the Wyatt responders that sort of kicks in when, and the words that were being used in the report as Armageddon or major incident. We need to get right down into sort of implementing, talking about behaviours as much as anything else for Jessup around on trainee courses, recruits courses as we call them in fire, and because they're going to be and I can't even call them the commanders anymore within the Jessup terminology. They're going to be the operational leaders of the future, and if they are aware of these kind of conversations rather than it sort of popping in at level sort of 3 where Jessup is first introduced, it's hardly surprising that it has its hiccups. So I think 5-10 years time, I'd like to see it far more devolved into not just the blue light services but greater linkages with the sort of wider Cat 2 LRF responders, and it getting right down into sort of basic training.
Do we need to change the narrative around the Jessup feedback? We're very good as a sector of focusing on the negatives. Should we be putting a different spin on it and celebrating the successes?
100%, I'd argue. Yeah, of course I would. But there is a degree in there. And a few weeks ago, I was on a platform with Sir John Saunders, and he was very, very provocative about Jessup and said, has it even got a place? And he posed the question during the Manchester Arena inquiry, why don't we just sort of get rid of Jessup altogether? Now, like I said, I think we've got to celebrate, and we're not the best as responders. And this comes from somebody that's been heavily involved with Joel for the last 10 years. We struggle to get learning in where it's actually gone right. People are quick enough to tell us when it hasn't gone right. So I'd say, yes, we need to change the narrative. I'm afraid I haven't got all the answers how we'd actually change that narrative in terms of that sharing of good practice. But there is very much, I'd suggest, we're constantly and understandably trying to fill the gap rather than at the same time express a view of when we do things well, how we do things well, how we can share that. I will say though, I'm a realist in all of this. Most or a lot of the learning and the pressures comes on services and police forces and ambulance trusts when things don't go right. We hear about things very much within those services. So there's a drive to get it right.
Yeah. Would you? This is an organisational structural question, really. But with the fire sector and the way that they train officers and appoint train officers, and it being distinctly different with the ambulance service and the police service, and also taking into consideration of the Cat 2 responders, do you reckon that is causing some of the sort of the stalling or the integration of the Jessup language and behaviours?
Yeah, no. I mean, I do sort of reflect on, come to Tyne and Weir, we'll train our fire commanders, we'll assess our fire commanders, and we will have our sort of assessment that you talk about, Katherine. And let's be realistic. From talk from a fire sector point of view, but I know the police are doing the same. Somebody will come in with a tabard and then go out and come in with a different tabard. You know, you beg the question, why don't we all come together and do all of that process in terms of, and do it? The police have got to meet their objectives, the ambulance have, but you know, why don't we carry out that sort of proper sort of multi-agency training, multi-agency assessment and multi-agency promotion processes all together, you know? And at that point, I think there's a greater chance that you'll actually, rather than having a one-day Jessup course, that you'll actually start to, and it is about that integration.
And do we still need Jessup?
Yes. Nah, I think it's a fair question. I think, and I'm bound to say it, I think, I don't think you'd expect a different conversation from myself, but we have got, and that it comes back to the previous question. You can find lots of reasons to criticise Jessup. I think, I would argue, we need to focus on what it does, what the outcomes are in terms of for communities, and let's just keep reminding ourselves of some of those figures that I've put up there in terms of the number of times we get it right. And you know, I would argue in my career, and the multi-agency aspect of working has got far better. So yesterday morning, 4 o'clock, I attended an incident within the Tyne and Wear area, and what do I observe? Unbelievably close working between fire, police and ambulance on the ground. All of that in terms of clearly knowing each other on the ground. Command decisions being made together, huddles being put together. Yeah, you can unpick the sort of the nuances of what went really well and what could have gone better, but in terms of providing a service for the communities and providing a service for somebody that is in a really distressed state, then I did, as I was just putting my clobber on, getting ready, just look down the road to see the 3 blue light services working together. I pass a cordon and they know exactly in terms of what they're doing, and I do think that it's working well. Can we improve it? 100%, but it's working well.
One last statement. Do we need standalone Jessup training, or should Jessup be integrated in everything we're already doing?
Integrated.
Done. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers.
Next up is Sonj. So, founder of a therapy and wellbeing service, another King's Medal, Firefighters Medal recipient. Congratulations. Stuart as well, thank you. Recognised for wellbeing resilience specialist with over 30 years experience within the UK Fire and Rescue Services and 20 years delivering mental health, trauma and critical incident support. Awarded the King's Firefighters Medal in 2025. Sonja's developed and implemented innovative wellbeing frameworks that support organisations to strengthen resilience, leadership capability, workshop performance, and her expertise spans critical incident response, trauma-informed practice, organisational culture, leadership support across the blue light services. Thank you so much. Over to you, darling.
Okay, so I am going to break the mould, and I'm going to be standing up here with my clock because I don't want to be told off, and also my associates who are clinical psychotherapists, so they're going to support me while I'm stood here for a change. So thank you for that, Katherine. And yes, have a look. I don't know why that's gone.
Don't worry, skip next slide. It'll be gone.
A bit skewy.
Oh, hey, there it is. So I've been working within the Fire and Rescue Service for 32 years. So yes, I'm an old hat, and no, I did not join as a firefighter, as you can tell, because when I tell people I work for the Fire and Rescue Service, I get a look and I think, obviously not a firefighter, and guess what, no, I don't work on the phones. Those are the only two sort of environments they think that the Fire and Rescue Service do. But what I did when I started working there, I recognised that after a lot of traumatic incidents that you all go to and the cumulative effect, I I asked the question, who looks after the people that look after everybody else? Who are looking after you? So in 2005, in the organisation that I worked in, I developed and trained a number of personnel in critical incident defusing and debriefing. Now, we got well established and well formed within the organisation, but in 2017, the crews were coming and asking other questions around non-critical incident issues. So I thought, right, what am I going to do here now? So then I expanded the welfare and developed the welfare, wellbeing and resilience team. So it then got bigger. And today I have over 30 plus trained individuals in critical incident trauma care, welfare support and mediation and conflict resolution training. I'm going to hand over to my lovely associate here.
And she who should be obeyed has told me to do this bit. So why it matters? Well, that's all great, isn't it? It was a lovely question, Sonja. You know, who looks after the people who look after everybody else? Fabulous. But does it matter? Well, it does matter. And we've spoken about the job itself. Pressure is the job. We work in high pressure environments. And I think it was John yesterday who showed us that wonderful model. And we know that some pressure is good. But there does come a point where it's too much, and it can be. The toll doesn't have to be the job. The truth of the matter is, emergency services personnel are increasingly exposed to traumatic events, critical incidents, and more suicide-related call-outs. I'll talk to you about that 51 billion in a little while later. But, you know, even figures like 1 in 2 ambulance personnel report symptoms of burnout, and that's increasing. We also know, and we haven't put the figure there, that 18,500 serving officers within the MOD have accessed specialist mental care support. So, as we said, the toll doesn't have to be the job.
Come on. Why organisations... Mike. Yeah. Why organisations should care. We are talking about closing the loop. Oh, please. We are talking about closing the loop. This is not simply a welfare issue. It is an operational one, and it impacts decision making under pressure, operational readiness, culture and psychological safety, team performance. Repeated exposure to increase operational demands create layers upon layers of overwhelming pressure on leaders and frontline staff alike. The challenge is not whether pressure exists, the challenge is whether the pressure and colleagues have the capacity to support the recovery strategies to carry pressure sustainably. What we support, from crisis to prevention. Collectively, we provide support across a broad range of personal, professional and workplace challenges. I'll highlight some. Trauma, critical incidents, post-traumatic stress, suspensions, and organisational change, suicidal thoughts, maladaptive coping behaviours. Let's talk about the N word. Neurodiversity. Around 1 in 7 people in the UK are neurodivergent. They bring distinct strengths to their workplace and abundant energy and focus. Typical working practices are more likely to be structured around neurotypical employees' preferred way of working. In a UK survey, it is stated that 65% of neurodivergent employees reported experiencing a lack of understanding support at work from their line managers. Is it really a lack of support? Or is it just having the tools, a lack of tools, to assist your neurodivergent colleagues effectively? The onus is not solely on the management team. Improving communication is a shared responsibility between all colleagues, and better communication ultimately improves the working dynamics of any team.
So let's talk to you about the framework. This is an approved and tried and tested framework, and I'm going to share a bit of it with you today. I'm going to mainly focus on during, but I will touch a little bit on before and a little bit on after. So the bit I'm going to look at before is we've introduced a sort of a strategy. I don't like that word strategy. We have introduced what we call the pit stop. So everybody knows Formula 1 racing. The car goes round and round the track, so that's you going round and round doing your work, your daily life, but the car has to come in and have a pit stop where you change your tyres, where you get a refresh, a little bit of drink, and off you go. Out you go again, round and round the track. So our pit stop analogy for pit stop means it is a performance insight time, strategic thinking offload point. So when you come, have a bit of a chat, have a bit of a whinge, whine and dump, and off you go and do your job again. Lovely, happy, and it works. There are certain areas within the organisation that I think and believe and have tried and tested where areas within an organisation must mandatory have a pit stop. I think our people in the control room, because they get forgotten about, some of our officers and senior managers, some of our watch commanders and above. If I'm talking in the fire and rescue service, I'm sorry I can't talk about ambulance because I don't know, but I would probably run it across that line as well. During, so as I said, trauma-informed defusing, so a team where they are trauma-informed, they know about trauma, they know about critical incident, they know about stress, and they're there called upon. The teams are there to generate support for crews when they deal with a critical incident. I have a list which was given to me while I went around the organisation asking all crews, whether they were on call in fire control, whether they were support staff, whether they were whole-timers, whether they were day crewers, what do you deem as a critical incident? And I got a list. It's not my list, it's theirs. I listen to them, and that's what I use as my background to supporting you through critical incidents. Crisis intervention, as I said, because it isn't just critical incidents people have been coming forward for. It's other things, other related day-to-day issues that people need support for. So what we've done there, we have crisis intervention. And if you want to know a bit about what peer support or well-being, those are the sort of things we do to sort of help those areas so you can effectively, I know it sounds awful, but keep you on your feet and keep you at work. Keep your mind in a happy state. That's the idea. That's the idea. That is the whole thing behind it. I am 100%, and so is the organisation, my associates, hot on confidentiality, because we recognise that people like their business kept quiet. If they want to talk about it, that's their stories, not ours. Just don't tell me you want to shoot somebody. Don't tell me you want to hurt yourself or hurt your colleagues or hurt members of the public. As long as I don't hear those four things, whatever you say stays. And then if I talk about after, we look about once you're exiting possibly the service, you need support. It's different. You've been doing shifts, whatever. You've been around these colleagues all your life. You need support. Going out, exiting. It can't be easy. Some people go and settle into it very well. Others don't. So the support is there. We do coaching, mentoring and training. And again, it's all around keeping you happy with a healthy mind within the organisation. And we do the wraparound for what I said about mediation, conflict resolution and an advisory support for managers as well as for teams alike within the organisation. Oh yeah, pressed it, cool. It worked.
So the cost of doing nothing. We've told you about the issues that have presented themselves, and probably Judy and I are able to say we've worked with across all the services, and so those issues are not unique to the fire service alone. Okay, but the cost of doing nothing, and these were the figures that really interested me and made me a little bit nervous actually. 964,000 UK workers have been hit by work-related stress, depression or anxiety over the last year. That's quite a scary figure, isn't it? 964. I mentioned to you earlier the 51 billion. 51 billion is the cost to employers per year. That includes the services, by the way. But the thing that I noticed most of all is that 24 billion of that is from presenteeism alone. It's not from people who are absent from work. It's presenteeism is those people who are working whilst they're unwell. They may not even realise it in some cases. So they are working, they're unwell, and that we also include neurodiversity in that presenteeism. 24 billion from presenteeism alone. That's a massive figure. 22.1 million working days have been lost as a result of mental ill health or mental dis-ease. I think that should make us feel a little bit nervous, shouldn't it? But if we can do something to put a dent in that, here we go. The return, now we say investing in people, it's not a cost, it's a resilience strategy. Every £80 invested in wellbeing has the potential to return around £600 in organisational savings. That's not me saying that, that's from the Mental Health at Work commitment. Deloitte also claim that that's true too, so hey. But why wouldn't we do that? Why wouldn't we? £80 invested, we know that it has the ability or it has the opportunity to impact absence, productivity, retention, engagement, leadership. Here's that word again, presenteeism and burnout. Burnout is massive at the moment, guys. Here's an indication of a kind of, we won't call it a case study, but just real savings. So an organisation where 73 employees were supported collectively, the annual cost without intervention, according to the mental health commitment again, would have been 120,596. The cost to the organisation was 35,239. So the potential cost avoidance is 85,357. 20 employees were supported whilst absent, which reduces the time off. So those figures are worth us thinking about. And I'll hand back to she who should be obeyed.
And the cost avoidance, as said there, the cost avoidance doesn't include overtime, backfill, temporary staff, so that figure would increase. So why Jeruso? Very quickly then, because I've got my 1 minute warning and my clock is saying that real quick. So over 30 years combined service within the public sector. We're multiple award winning within leadership. We're accredited as clinical psychotherapists, coaches, King's Fire Service Medal. Thank you very much, I love it. We're trauma informed and evidence based, and yes, we have a comprehensive model that works. We get results, you get results. That's what we're about. So, thank you, Katherine, for having us. Thank you, West Yorkshire, for also hosting us. And like I said, I haven't, but I'm going to say, this is not a well-being initiative. It's organisation resilience, leadership sustainability, and operational performance. QR code there will take you to us if you want to have a look at what we do, what else we offer. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Please don't have a lot there, yeah?
Sorry, dude. There was a few questions.
Oh, gosh. For those of you that really know me, I'm quite gobby, so this is quite...
Okay, so
As a sector, with a can-do attitude, we've been programmed to do more with less at every opportunity. How can we support our people with taking better care of their mental health?
It is going back to the investing the £80 for the return of the £600. When people feel that they are invested in, they work better. When they have somewhere to go and feel supported with whatever issue, and we have a lot of issues that come through the door. I could probably go through lots of other figures and statistics about what we support for. But investing, and I know there's there are budgetary restraints, and what do you want to, as chief officers, what do I spend the money on? But if you look at presenteeism and actors, invest in your people and have a good team to do it.
Did you face any pushback on your pit stop approach from organisations, leaders and funding?
I didn't. I'm a really convincing girl. But trust me. But no, I didn't. When I presented it and went round and said, this is what I want to introduce, they embraced it really well.
Got a dilemma here. How do we support new members of staff, trainees, including firefighters, control, to build the resilience and help them prepare better for traumatic incidents?
I have a programme where all new recruits, all new starters have at least an hour and a half with myself or my team. And that is to let them be aware of what is available to them. Because if they're unaware of what is available to them, they don't know what or when to access it. So, and then obviously during is easy because they're there. And then when they're going, I have another programme that helps where we do a workshop about exiting and what does that look like.
Okay, perfect. Someone's given a vote of thanks. Teams had a run of 8 fatalities over 6 shifts. Oh my god.
Yeah.
These weapons work. They kept the wheels moving, providing the appropriate support and the resilience of people. So thank you from the room. And are there any common characteristics among those that you're supporting for burnout?
Ask our clinical psychotherapist. I'm going to throw that one to you.
I would say just when people carry on working, they can feel inside that they're ready to drop, but guess what, I'm not going to let my colleague down. I'm not going to do this. I'm just going to keep going. And we have that ingrained in us, stiff upper lip, and we just keep going. And that's when we hit levels past burnout. I did mention the neurodiverse figures. Now, when you have somebody whose brain is going at 1,000,000 miles an hour, they're just brilliant people. But actually, if you don't communicate well, it's not great because they're working treble the amount of time to do so. And that's when you get a short stop burnout. So it's just understanding, really, that you can have that communication and you do have to know about yourself to go, do you know what, no, I'm out. Let me just pick the phone up.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
No, thank you.
Okay, so we've had an upgrade. It's not Mike, it's Gareth. So, and as a consequence, Gareth, I have no bio for you, so I'm going to hand that bit to you.
That's okay.
Directly. Just feel free to introduce yourself. Okay,
thank you. If I seem nervous, it's because I am. This was dropped on me yesterday, but that's not to say I'm not privileged or humble to be speaking in front of you. So there's quite a bit of imposter syndrome going on for me here, but thank you for having me. So I'm Gareth. I'm currently a critical care paramedic with North West Air Ambulance. Prior to that, I worked on the hazardous area response team for North West Ambulance Service, and then prior to that, I spent a bit of time in the military with a couple of operational tours in Afghanistan. So thank you for having me, and I'm here to talk to you about the Flash team. So the Flash team, that'll be an image that's quite familiar to all the responders in the room, and it happens on a daily basis. These Flash teams, police, fire, ambulance. For example, probably a crew watching Greater Manchester got woken up at 3 o'clock in the morning to go and let ambulance through an open door. That happens quite frequently, but I can joke about that because I've been there and done that. But flash teams happen on the daily. And just to give a quick example of that, my last set of shift, quite a big incident in the northwest. Circumstances put myself, a student paramedic in their second year, and 2 excellent firefighters together on a really difficult job, resuscitating an individual. Hats off to the fire service. They'd just done a hot wear, drag casualties out of a burning building, and then couldn't have been more willing to contribute to a resource. So I take my hat off to firefighters. I think they're a special bunch. But that is an example of how often it happens and how successful it can be. And it was just little things, basic things that made that such a success. So introducing ourselves, first name terms, eye contact, making sure everybody was happy with the role that was delegated to them. Firefighters are excellent at resuscitation and basic casualty care. Making use of that was excellent. And touch wood, we had a decent outcome for that patient. So flash teams can be really successful, and it's lovely to be a part of them when it works. The vacuum. So at major incidents, there is referred to this thing called the therapeutic vacuum, which essentially by definition is the onset of injury and the delay to interventional medical care that has happened because of the hazards that exist within that place. Does that make sense? And you, the people in the room, like the delegates in this room, have done a fantastic job at establishing GESIP, big command structures, and you've got really highly qualified people who do fantastic interventions at major incidents. But they take time to step up. They take time to get into position to gain oversight of that incident. And often in that acute phase of the incident, it's the flash teams, it's the PCs, it's the emergency medical technicians, it's the firefighters who are there on scene. And they are taking operational command at that time, those flash teams. And they don't have that experience that you guys have, or the training. But it's at that acute phase of that incident where those interventions matter most. And we know it can take some time to get the specialist resources to these big incidents, to get AFOs, authorised firearms officers there, to get the hazardous area response team from the ambulance service there, and fire commanders, etc. It really takes time to step that up. And just to build on that, the next slide is about time, and that we always say nobody should die of compressible hemorrhage, nobody, but they do. A couple of examples from that. Do forgive me a second. There was 2 victims in the MEN. One from compressible hemorrhage that was deemed to be salvageable, and one from internal bleeding, both of which could have been prevented if meaningful interventions were done slightly quicker for improved control and triage. London Bridge attack, Sebastian, a stabbing victim, it was deemed he could have survived with immediate pre-hospital care, including a chest decompression and hemorrhage control, and the likely delay of allowing the appropriate resources into the hot zone has likely contributed to this. So we do need to do a little bit better, because there are people who are absolutely salvageable within that major incident in terms of a compressible hemorrhage, and it's about getting that specialist, well, it's not even specialist, it's about getting those responders, those first responders, and empowering them to do things within those first few minutes of a major incident. This next slide is quite telling. He didn't tell me it'd be moving, forgive me. That yellow line, so the bottom line is the time as the incident and time, and then the one going up is time 0 from the time of the incident going on, and then the bottom is obviously time as it progresses through the incident. And as you can see, and as I've alluded to, it takes time for the prepared responders, the qualifications in this room, to get to scene. And there's trauma deaths. Okay, so as you can see, this here, this grey line denotes probably the time that nobody's there yet. and we're really relying on the bravery and of bystanders, and that does happen. Like, the public are amazing. The fishmongers attack in 2019, I think the stabbing attack, it was bystanders that did a lot of the life-saving interventions, hemorrhage control, dragging people away from the ongoing threat. That's not something we can sort of do much about. That's just our response to the incident. The next arrow sort of denotes what we've probably all heard as the golden hour, getting casualties to hospital within that hour. It's not greatly evidence-based. It seems to have stemmed from sort of military medicine and things like that. But it still sort of holds true in the sense that we don't want casualties on the ground longer than we need them to be. But as you can see between the two arrows, the gap is at the greatest. And this is where I think I don't have the answers, but I think we could be doing a little bit better. And I think that's in the sense of empowering flash teams, those police officers, those PCs, the EMTs, the paramedics, the firefighters on the ground, to recognise and acknowledge not risk to themselves, okay, but balance that with the risk of doing life-saving interventions within what we call a hot zone and things like that. And I'm not sure how we do that, okay, but I think we do need to do better in those two zones, because it's quite telling that the trauma deaths shoot in terms of where we have prepared responders and the trauma deaths. That gap is massive and it needs to be closed in order to have a meaningful impact. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Sorry. So it is happening right now. Just my last shift was in a true example of that. Flash teams are working together every single day, doing amazing things. But how do we translate that from the everyday practice into major incident response? I don't have the answers. I have some ideas. The lads from GMFRS over there, they may have we've partaken in some joint exercises, haven't we, from marauding terrorist attacks in the northwest and things like that. So that's been counter-terrorism police, AFOs, ambulance and fire on a marauding terrorist attack. And I think that could be the answer. Whether that's happening nationwide, I'm not too sure. But increased inter-service exercises and training could certainly contribute to that. But I don't think it's introducing a new concept. Flash teams happen every single day. It's about empowering these first responders to feel ready, prepared, and have the ability to balance the risk to themselves versus providing life-saving interventions in those first few critical minutes of a major incident. Does that make sense? So I'm obviously speaking on behalf of Mike. That's Mike's company line is clinical safety, and that obviously if you have any questions that I don't feel like I can answer, then that is a QR code for you to scan and can forward any sort of questions you have to Mike. But does anybody have any questions for me?
Hold on. Thank you very much. I'll go over there. There's some questions for you on the board. Just you just stay here. I'll read them for you. Wonderful, thank you so much. And a spectacular effort as someone's thrown in at the deep end. So great job. Okay, so golden hour, critical phase. We talked earlier about risk identification and risk assessment, and that golden hour is a key indicator for that. Is there anything that we can do better to mitigate or improve our response in that window?
Yeah. All first responders have received training in TST, 10-second triage, and we receive regular updates on that. I think sometimes operationally there's delays in that medical interventions happening because only certain resources are allowed to enter what's called a hot zone. Fire certainly can't enter what's deemed a hot zone. From the ambulance perspective, no one other than heart can enter a hot zone, but they could be coming from 25 miles away. So there is going to be a delay. I think it's about improving and empowering our first responders from ambulance, from police, to communicate well, accept joint risk, understanding of risk, and get stuck in, essentially, and provide those meaningful interventions. Recognise those who need to be off the ground and in front of a surgeon within that first hour and need to be at hospital. A great example of that was the London Bridge attacks. A lone paramedic and a copper made an incredibly brave decision to extricate a young stabbing victim into the back of a cop car, and she was in hospital within minutes on a surgeon's table. That's an incredibly brave decision. It's not written in ops anywhere that that's how we do things, but it's a brave decision that had a great outcome. So I think it's empowering staff to make these decisions and support them with it. Does that make sense?
Wonderful, thank you. Should we be doing more to help zero responders? So basic life support, schools, communities. Should we do more?
There is good work going on, I think. Certainly there's organisations going out to schools and delivering these things. There's bleed kits being put out in and amongst inner city centres. So I think that work is happening. I think there is educational platforms happening to educate public what to do in these events and things like that. So I do think that work is happening, and it just needs to continue.
Do we need any other mechanisms for the public to be better prepared? We've got Run, Hide, Tell. Do we need something to support that, to plug any gaps?
Who asked that question? Sorry. Hiya, sorry to bring the limelight onto you. What is it? Yeah. So what is it you mean? So do you think Run, Hide, Tell in the sense it could be better, or?
I was just thinking because we've got so I work in research areas, and we've got someone at the moment that's doing kind of research in this area, looking at how members of the public can be prepared, and is looking to like build on kind of advice for members of the public that's already out there in kind of mass casualty incidents. And
Yeah.
One really, and
Yeah.
she's basically looking to see whether or not there can be a message similar that can be like, don't, if it's safe to do so, don't run, but actually stay and help.
Yeah, I think that very much depends on the individual, doesn't it? I think all the incidents that have happened recently, there have been incredibly brave lay people who have took it upon themselves to try and make a difference. The guy with the narwhal tusk, the people from the fishmongers attacks who provide basic first aid. There are amazing people. That sounds cheesy. There are incredibly amazing people out there. And then you've got the ethical. Do we have to put that onto them that you should act when it would entirely be reasonable to run, hide, and look after oneself? I don't know how to answer that, to be honest. I think that's a really good question. But I think some of it does stem from providing training with the bleed kits, highlight the benefit of these bleed kits, delivering training, and people feel empowered to make that difference if they so wish to.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And an observation here from Manchester that we are learning, we are getting better, and the learning that pulled out from the Manchester Arena bombing has influenced the training, the skills levels, and made a positive impact at the terrace incident on Middleton Road. So,
GMFRS I wasn't there, but glowing from their response to that, and I think all the learning that has took place previously, I believe GMFRS were excellent on that scene, and NWAS couldn't have done the things they did, all the police, without them.
Wonderful. A number of links people are adding on here. Empty Minute, I'm not sure what it is, but I'll be looking it up. And there's some other academic research about zero responders that have been flagged on here. I believe if you've had access to Slido, you'll be able to pull those links off yourself, so that should be useful. And yeah, we need to, as a kind of sector, really focus on positives. We're really bad at focusing on the negatives all the time. Another comment here about somebody transported to hospital back of a police van and passed away. The coroner criticised the transfer environment. It's tricky. We're doing the best of what we've got within the circumstances we find ourselves. And we didn't cause the problem. Sometimes we feel a bit guilty for not being able to completely close it, but it wasn't our issue. We're doing our best we can within circumstances. Thank you so much, Gareth, for your time.
Thank you.